What's up, guys? Welcome to the Warriors Den. We are live playing some Marvel Rivals. We're gonna be doing some achievement hunting because I found one last way, the final way, that I can get free blue coins. Free blue coins. Oh wow, I didn't realize how many free blue coins. I didn't look this far down the list. I thought the list ended right here. I just unlocked this Storm skin, like the original white costume for Storm, the Ivory Breeze. Now, if I unlock this next 100 gold or blue coins, I'll have just enough to get that Psylocke outfit that I've been wanting. That's the classic outfit. I want all the classic X-Men outfits. You gotta get them. I don't have Magneto's classic, but I have like it has like a Sentinel color scheme instead of red and purple. It's purple and red. Close enough. Then look at all these other blue coins, and then there's a Star-Lord outfit. I kind of want to look at that. You get 400 at the end of this. This is crazy. So these are all the achievements you can get, like Xbox achievements, and as you complete them, get 100, 200, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you can get like 700 blue coins, which is enough for one alternate color skin thing. So here are my achievements that I've got to do. Go all the way down the list. These are the ones I've already done. Done quite a few without really even trying. And then here, just off stream for the past little bit, I've been trying out different characters. And actually, achievements are forcing me to try different characters, and it's actually been fun. It's been okay trying out different characters. So I gotta pick 3 achievements. Because I have 210 here, and I need to get the 240 to unlock the next set of blue coins. I gotta get 3 10-point achievements to do that. I'm gonna pick 3 achievements. So the first one I'm closest to is as Star-Lord, land 10 KOs with assists from the Guardians of the Galaxy. So what that means is my teammates pick Guardians of the Galaxy, then I'm gonna pick Star-Lord. And I'm going to try to get some kills with Star-Lord. I need to get 5 kills with them assisting me. Alright. Next one I'm trying to focus on. I guess we can do the same thing. Guardians of the Galaxy. As Adam Warlock forge a soul bond with 3 allies from Guardians of the Galaxy. So basically if I happen to find a team that's entirely Guardians of the Galaxy, Adam Warlock, soul bond, bam, achievement done. An easy one. If I get a good team that we can just do it real quick one time and do that'd be great. The next one, as Winter Soldier, land 3 KOs with a single use of Kraken Impact. I've never played Winter Soldier. This achievement might make me actually play as him. This is the one I'm working on right now. As Moon Knight, hit 4 enemies with a single use of the Hand of Khonshu. Seems easy enough. Let's try it out. And while we're playing, we're gonna be listening to the Marvel's full Civil War event from a YouTube channel called Comics Explained. I'm gonna break it down for us. We're gonna check it out.
That the new Warriors have really kind of come in contact with some supervillains. They are trying to catch them by surprise as they invade their home in the suburb of Stamford, Connecticut. But what we see is that they're really kind of caught out of their league. These guys are really a lot more powerful than they had initially expected. And in fact, one of the supervillains, a villain named Nitro, really kind of self-detonates and blows up a huge portion of Stamford. The initial casualties are expected to be around 600, but as we'll see with the progression of the Civil War storyline, the actual casualties end up being well over 1,000. Now initially, around 60 to 70 or maybe even as many as 100 people who were killed are composed of children. And so from here we really kind of see this public backlash. Now after the events of Nitro destroying a huge portion of Stamford, we switch to the Office of National Emergency alongside the Avengers and the X-Men, who are really kind of assisting in cleanup, and they're really kind of trying to find survivors, or at the very least try to find some bodies. Now from there, this is when we really kind of get into the ramifications of the event, and we really kind of
oh, that kind of sucks. Somebody picked Moon Knight already.
We get a couple panels of She-Hulk being interviewed on CNN, and the way that she takes this is really kind of interesting. Initially, she's really kind of against the idea of just arbitrarily rounding up superheroes. She really kind of feels it's preposterous. But the idea of, at the very least, kind of regulating them, of requiring them to register themselves, and to really kind of be government regulated isn't necessarily something that she is against. Now, one of the more interesting aspects is when we switch to the funeral for the many people who had been killed in the events of Stamford, Connecticut. And of course, we see one of the victims' mother really kind of lashing out at Tony Stark and really kind of screaming at Tony Stark and yelling at him that it's his fault, that everything that had happened to this point was really kind of on their shoulders. And this is when we see the anger and the irritation of humanity on behalf of superheroes really kind of coming out, because up until this point, when we saw events unfolding, when we saw various conflicts taking place that resulted in the destruction of cities or things like that, it was really kind of superheroes showing up, they were fighting the fight, they were destroying the villain, and there was really no consideration for the amount of damage that was caused. There was really no consideration for the possible casualties that had been caused. There was really kind of this argument that the ends justify the means. Now, not all of the superheroes really kind of agreed with this mindset, especially when it came to people like Captain America. But the fact that there was no real ramification, because of the fact that the government had never really stepped in and said, okay, enough is enough, people began to really kind of develop this perception, and they really kind of began to believe that there's really no one holding these superheroes accountable. And so at this point, we really kind of see the tide begin to change, where in the Road to Civil War storyline, we had talked about the events and really kind of the congressional meetings between Congress and Tony Stark and Spider-Man, and the 50-50 split between those who were supportive of superhuman registration and those who were against it. We see the tide turn to where it's a far more
which is not the same thing as the Mutant Registration Act.
Of superhuman
I was asking my stepdad about that. It's different. Different storylines.
We see, I guess you can kind of consider that the first casualty
similar, though,
of the backlash of the anger of humanity when we see that Johnny Storm is attacked in a nightclub and he is beaten unconscious and actually put into a coma. Now, at this point, we really kind of jump to a major meeting that is taking place, and this is really kind of important, because this is when we really kind of see battle formations forming. We really kind of see lines being drawn in the sand. We see the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, among other superheroes, meeting at the Baxter Building to really kind of discuss whether or not registration is something they can go through. We see, of course, Daredevil says that things are never going to be the same, and we see that people are either avidly against it or they're avidly in support of it. There really is no middle ground here. There really isn't anyone who's kind of like, well, let's just wait and see what happens. We really kind of see people drawing lines in the sand, and we actually see some individuals who had previously been friends really kind of splitting up and going separate ways. And this, I think, is really kind of one of the more pivotal points, and really kind of one of the reasons why this series was called the Civil War. Now, from this point, we jump to Captain America. And Captain America has really kind of been issued an ultimatum by S.H.I.E.L.D. as it's being led by Maria Hill. And Maria Hill really kind of tells him the direction that things are going in is that you guys are going to have to be registered. You're going to have to sign up and really kind of tell the government who you are, and you're going to be regulated. It can either be easy or it can be difficult. Of course, Captain America, who is always on the side of freedom, elects for the difficult path. He overpowers all of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Maria Hill, and then goes underground.
America was
now, this is extremely important when Captain America goes underground. And the reason why is because as we transition, we'll see that the general public is in front of the White House, and they're avidly in support of registration. And we see that Iron Man is meeting with the president, along with several other political and military officials. And Iron Man goes as far as to say that the problem here is that with Captain America being underground, people who are against registration now have a figurehead. They have someone they can rally around, and so now they will not be as diverse and separated and as easy to conquer, more or less, as they would have previously been. Because not only do they have a figurehead, they have the figurehead. They have the one guy that would be the best person to use to rally anyone to a particular cause in the form of Captain America. And from this point moving forward in the comics, what we'll see is basically kind of a rush. We'll see a race taking place between Captain America and Iron Man, where each one is attempting to divvy up superheroes. Initially, they start with the most popular person, the most popular people, and so on and so forth. And then they kind of work their way down the line, and they begin to pretty much go for whoever they can get. We also see them enlisting the aid of individuals who are a little less savory, in addition to individuals who really kind of are in the middle of the road and really aren't sure which direction they want to take. And we'll really kind of see that come to fruition with the X-Men. Now, as far as the tie-ins are concerned, I would say probably one of the most important tie tie-ins between Civil War issue number 1 and Civil War issue number 2 is the Amazing Spider-Man issue number 532. And the reason why is because, as we saw with the Road to Civil War, Iron Man had enlisted the aid of Peter Parker. He had told Peter Parker that he needs him really more than anybody else to be on his side. And the reason why is because Spider-Man is a very well-recognized figure in the superhero community. And for the most part, if Spider-Man will go along with it, people will lend a little more credence to it than they normally would have, just because of the fact that he is really kind of always fighting on the side of good, and he is always trying to help people as best he can, even if it's at the risk of his own personal detriment. And as we progress through this comic, we will ultimately see at the end that Spider-Man will stand in front of the press and reveal himself to be Peter Parker. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bring this video to an end. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys have any suggestions for the future videos, or if you would like me to go more in depth regarding the tie-ins, then please let me know. And I will catch you guys later. Peace. So starting with She-Hulk issue number 8, we see several things going on here. One of the first things we see is really just kind of a way for Marvel to segue into events that will take place later on by establishing to us that She-Hulk and John Jameson are in a very serious relationship. In addition, what we also see is that Rage and Justice, two Avengers and former members of the New Warriors, have enlisted the aid of She-Hulk due to the fact that some anonymous individual has created a website called DestroyAllWarriors.com, and as a result of this, they have listed the identities of everyone who was a member of the New Warriors, and people are out killing them, in addition to killing members of their families or else just beating them in a severe state. What we also see is that once She-Hulk files a lawsuit against the company that is hosting this website, Escape Enterprises, her identity is revealed by the person who is hosting this website. Now we switch over to John Jameson, and what we see is that John Jameson is meeting with Steve Rogers, and Steve Rogers has enlisted his aid to tell him whether or not She-Hulk is willing to fight on his side. Now John Jameson doesn't really know whether or not She-Hulk will fight for Steve Rogers, and he in fact tells him that he really doesn't know whether that's the case or not, and he's not really comfortable divulging any information that Jennifer Walters wouldn't want him to divulge. At this point, we jump back to the court scene, and what we see is that Tony Stark actually reveals to She-Hulk that Escape Enterprises is a dummy corporation, and that he actually has the name and address of the person who is running the website, which he gives to
how you doing, bro?
With no real story attached.
Happy Sunday.
What we also see is that She-Hulk, in addition to former members of the New Warriors, confront this individual, and this individual turns out to be Carlton LaFroige, I think is his name, and he is actually a former New Warrior himself. The only difference here is that he actually didn't have any powers. He was really kind of a mascot, so think of him as the Robin of the New Warriors. He was pivotal
going off on him right now,
more or less, but he didn't really have any abilities per se. What we also see is that his rationale for creating this website was that he was hoping it would be
what is this game? You don't know what this game
members
is?
of the New Warriors to kind of give up in order to prevent
this is Marvel
repercussions
Rivals
as a result of their identities being revealed, and that he didn't actually mean for any of this violence and anyone to actually die in the process. What we ultimately see as we kind of progress towards the end of this issue is that the neighborhood becomes aware that the New Warriors are confronting Carlton LaFroige, and they actually kind of turn into an angry mob of sorts and begin to kind of incite violence. But we see that John Jameson arrives in time to save She-Hulk in addition to the other members of the New Warriors, and then proposes to She-Hulk.
The moon haunts you.
So while I wouldn't go as far as to say that the events in She-Hulk issue number 8 are boring or anything, what I would say is that I don't believe that story is nearly as rich and
it's made with the Epic 5
engine,
engine, so I guess I can see why you think that.
Issue number 42.
Same engine that made Fortnite made this game.
One of the aspects of Wolverine comics is the inner monologue that we get to follow along with as we progress through the comic book, and this issue is no different. Now, at this particular point in time, one thing to bear in mind
He did the Eye of Agamotto and I left, bro.
The New Avengers, as well as an X-Man, so he really kind of holds allegiances to both sides. And as we begin the comic, we see that he is involved in an effort to stop the actions of the Crusader, a religious fundamentalist who has hijacked a C-130 and plans to use stolen money to finance a terrorist plot that will destroy several headquarters of superheroes. We see that Wolverine is able to dispatch the Crusader along with his minions pretty swiftly and actually crashes the plane in a cornfield. From there, he travels to a bar where he sees the Stamford incident unfold on television, and he's actually paged by the Avengers to assist in the cleanup process. While
Going
he's
to be Iron Man,
assisting in cleanup, we see him overhearing
next
a
time I die, I'll
conversation
switch to Iron Man.
between Tony Stark and Captain America, where we learn that Nitro actually survived his self-detonation and that he hitched a ride out of town on a truck. From there, we learn that several days have passed with no real information regarding the whereabouts of Nitro, and we actually see that Wolverine is asked to leave a restaurant due to the fact that the patrons, who are humans, are really kind of fearful and don't want him there because of the current climate involving superheroes. And this, I think, is one of the coolest aspects of the story, because it really kind of gives us a very nuanced idea and really kind of a beefing up of how it is that the world exists at this point in time with regards to humanity's perception of superheroes. As he leaves the restaurant, he takes the back door, and he is confronted by a group of staff from the restaurant who have knives and various weapons, but of course they flee once he reveals his claws. From this point, we jump to the meeting that we discussed in Civil War, Volume 1, the first video that we did in Civil War, where we see that various individuals are discussing and they're talking about the superhuman registration and so on and so forth. We see that Wolverine meets with Tony Stark, who tells him not to go searching for Nitro. But we really kind of see Tony Stark avoiding this in a way that he's really kind of asking for Wolverine to go search for him just because of the fact that the search for Nitro is in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. And he says that
what's going on with Star-Lord, bro?
Knew how to find him, they would have found him already, which really kind of leaves it out there that Nitro just may very well not be found. At this point, Wolverine's unable to accept this. He is unwilling to accept this just because of the fact that the actions of Nitro led to the deaths of several hundred children, which he is unwilling to let go unpunished. So we really see him kind of talk to Luke Cage. And when he's talking to Luke Cage is of course siding with registration, and Wolverine makes the statement that this whole registration movement with regards to superheroes is very similar to the Nazi Germany movement. And of course Luke Cage is really unable to kind of compare the two and says that our government and the actions of their superhuman registration policies is vastly different from what's going on in Germany, but Wolverine doesn't really buy it. We see that Wolverine travels to the Xavier Mansion and attempts to enlist the aid of Emma Frost and Cyclops in order to track Nitro, but of course they turn it down. And the reason why is because at this point in time, they don't want to get involved in the Civil War, just because there's already enough hatred out there for mutants already. They don't simply want to compound that by coming out in support of, coming out against a bill that humans support, which will ultimately turn them against them more than they already have. We actually see that Wolverine eventually leaves and travels back to Stamford, Connecticut, where he picks up the scent of Nitro and the truck that he had hitched a ride on. And then the comic really kind of comes to a close as we begin to realize that he is going to go on this quest for vengeance, despite the fact that Tony Stark had asked him not to.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
So where Civil War issue number 1 really kind of set the stage, really kind of introduced to us this idea that things were changing, that things were progressing, and that superhuman registration was on its way to becoming a reality, Civil War issue number 2 really kind of builds on that. And in this comic, we will see that superhuman registration actually becomes a reality.
Yeah, Pro Bio, what you got, bro? You got Xbox, PlayStation,
the
PC,
comic, as we begin to progress to the first few pages, that S.H.I.E.L.D. has captured several supervillains. Now, the concern that S.H.I.E.L.D. has, specifically Maria Hill, is that around 72 supervillains have been captured in an extremely short amount of time. And she believes it's virtually impossible that Captain America could have done that in such a short amount of time, and so her concern is that Captain America is no longer working alone, that Captain America has allies, but they don't really know who those allies are. From here, we really kind of jump to a fast-paced sort of thing going on, in the sense that we see that superhuman registration has now passed Congress, and that in 24 hours it will become law law, and that individuals who do not register themselves, who do not reveal their identities to the federal government, will be branded as outlaws and will be rounded up accordingly. In addition, we see that Tony Stark is hailed as a hero by the federal government, and that Captain America is considered public enemy number one for the most part. We also switch to the Fantastic Four. Now, not a whole lot is given to us here, but this is extremely important as we progress later on in the comics, because what we see here is that Reed Richards is working on some kind of a top secret project that he is keeping confidential from everyone, including his family. In addition, I'd also like you guys to take particular note of the Thing, who was kind of taking care of the children of Susan Storm and Reed Richards, Franklin Richards, and so on. And this really kind of hits home with the idea of what's going on with the Civil War, that everybody is stretched
Laser
thin, that it affects everybody,
Winter Soldier,
and that subtle things like being able to have dinner with the family just isn't there. Now, from this point, we actually see a pretty interesting thing with Tony Stark. What we see here is that he actually expresses doubt over whether or not what they're doing is right. He doesn't have this absolute certainty that things are going to work out well. He is really just kind of hoping that they're doing the right thing. Now, this I think is kind of important because it gives us depth to Tony Stark. It gives us this understanding that he does not believe that what's happening may be absolutely right and that it may go totally awry. He does not have 100% faith in this cause, and he genuinely believes that what he's doing is going to set them along the path to regaining public trust, in addition to providing a more responsible atmosphere for superheroes. Now from here we jump to 24 hours later, and this is past the deadline. This is once the midnight hour has gone by, and those who have not registered themselves are now considered outlaws. And what we see is that a superhero who is bulletproof named the Patriot, he's really stopped a mugging, but now he's being chased by S.H.I.E.L.D. And what we see is that the Patriot, along with the Young Avengers, are caught by S.H.I.E.L.D. and they are rounded up to be taken to a holding center because of the fact that they chose not to register. Now we switch to Daredevil, and we don't really know where Daredevil is, but we see that he's having a conversation with another individual, and that he reveals that Captain America is undercover in an attempt to free the Patriot along with the Young Avengers. From this point, we switch to the vehicle that is transporting the Patriot and the Young Avengers, and we see that it's actually Captain America driving the vehicle. He throws the passenger out, who is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and along with a couple other members of the Young Avengers, is able to escape from the bridge in which they are trapped and travel back to the location to which they are hiding out at. And what we learn is that this is actually one of the 20 some odd secret bases that Nick Fury has around the world, and that Nick Fury himself is undercover. This is really just kind of a way for Marvel to point to us to say Nick Fury is still in the picture as far as Marvel Comics go. It's just he's not part of the Civil War at this particular point in time. And what we also see is that the attention of the New Warriors, the Patriot, Captain America, and others is being drawn to a screen as a press conference is undergoing involving Tony Stark and others. And this is really kind of a cool point in the comic, because what we see here is that virtually everybody is watching. The Fantastic Four, Susan Storm as she sits with Johnny Storm, the Daily Bugle, Aunt May and Mary Jane, and what we see is that Spider-Man reveals his identity publicly. Now this is a very important point in Marvel Comics, and the reason why is because over the publication history of Spider-Man, we've seen his identity revealed, forcefully for the most part, but sometimes willingly. Of course, we saw him reveal his identity to Black Cat. We saw where he was supposedly unmasked by J. Jonah Jameson, although he had tricked J. Jonah Jameson into believing that it was they were doctored images and so on and so forth. But this marks the very first time in which Peter Parker will stand up in front of cameras and tell everybody who he is. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bring this video to an end. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, let me know, and I will catch you guys in the next video. Peace.
You're tuned into Perfecto Radio, New York City, Miami, and Los Angeles.
So as we continue our discussions regarding the tie-ins between Civil War issue number 2 and issue number 3, we actually have to jump back to before Civil War issue number 2 and talk about Civil War Frontline issue number 1. Now, the Civil War Frontline comics are very, very important, and the reason why is because these 11 limited issue comics really are going to give us the down, gritty, dirty part of what's going on with Civil War. Where the main Civil War storyline itself will focus on the idea of superheroes battling each other and really will kind of lead to this grandiose conflict, and these solo tie-ins as far as Wolverine and She-Hulk and other individuals go.
We almost had a team clash there.
The Frontline comics give us perspective on the guys that just really wouldn't get a lot of notoriety. The down-home, backyard, street-level kind of heroes. The ones that aren't big, they aren't well-known, they're not part of major teams, and really gives us an idea of just how deep this rift goes between the superheroes and their stance over the Superhuman Registration Act. So Civil War Frontline issue number 1 introduces us to 2 characters. The first person is Sally Floyd, and the second person is Ben Urich. Now, these 2 individuals, as they progress through the Frontline series, will really kind of begin to represent 2 camps. The first is pro-registration, and the second is anti-registration. Ben Urich, for the most part, is pro-registration, and we actually see that in his early kind of speech as he's conversing with Sally Floyd, although it's not until later on that he will really kind of be pulled into being part of the pro-registration movement by Iron Man. Sally Floyd is really kind of interviewing Spider-Man as we progress through the story, and what we see is Spider-Man really kind of revealing his deepest concern with regards to the Superhuman Registration Act, and the way that he does it, he is really also kind of voicing the concerns of most everybody else who is against registration. Now, as we know with Civil War issue number 2, Spider-Man reveals himself simply because he really kind of feels honor-bound to ally himself with Iron Man. But as he is conversing with Sally Floyd, he tells her that these people who are superheroes are not just kind of running around and partying and doing whatever and just kind of having a good time, that they have just as much to lose as anybody else, that they're mothers and fathers and sons and daughters and brothers and sisters, and that supervillains and other individuals, normal humans who would seek to do them harm, will have a greater way to do that, will have an easier way to target them if they know what their real identities are. And this particularly hits home for Spider-Man, because throughout the publication history of the Spider-Man comics, Peter Parker is really kind of always able to maintain this invisible wall between individuals that would seek to do them harm and people that know his actual identity. It was a way for him to keep people like Mary Jane Watson and Aunt May safe, especially after the death of Gwen Stacy's story arc, where she was killed by the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. And so for him, when he's talking to Sally Floyd, he says his biggest concern is that people who didn't previously know his real identity will now know what it is, and they'll be able to target those that he loves a lot easier, and really kind of target them in a way to where their goal is to directly either maybe cut Spider-Man out of the scene entirely, or to render him virtually incapable to the point that he doesn't want to be Spider-Man anymore because of the emotional turmoil. Now, from this point, we cut to the reveal of Tony Stark letting people know that he is Iron Man. Now, this isn't necessarily
everybody's snitching. I guess they have to register.
Revealing himself to be Iron Man. This has been done before, but it's really kind of a big scene because one of the biggest parts of Tony Stark's character in Marvel Comics is that he's an alcoholic, and it's not something that he makes known to everybody. It's really only something that us as the reader and a handful of other individuals know. But this is really kind of him coming out and really kind of bearing it all, and kind of setting this example that if he is going to side as a superhero with the idea that superheroes should register themselves, and he is going to kind of lead this forefront, then he should be the first one to take the first step, which he does. In addition, the fact that he is now coming out and telling people that he is an alcoholic means that there are going to be personal ramifications in his own personal life that are going to be a result of this. But for him, it's more
Iron Man.
What he perceives to be the right thing.
Also, I'm an alcoholic.
Uncomfortable, or
are you sure you're not drunk right now?
He thinks will be personally
Iron Man
for him.
Now,
after this, we actually get a reveal that's pretty big, and this is very important as we progress through the Civil War story. What we learn is that Speedball, one of the members of the New Warriors who had encountered Nitro and had really kind of forced Nitro into the situation where he's self-destructed, is actually alive. and he is taken to a hospital, and as he comes to, we learn that he's under arrest. The individual that is presiding over him is part of the SHIELD Anti-Superhuman Registration Terrorist Unit, meaning that he is part of SHIELD and the NSA, and is there to ensure that individuals who do not register are placed under arrest. And he tells Speedball 4 things. The first thing he tells him is that he is the only survivor of the incident in Stamford, Connecticut. The second thing he tells him is that the casualties ranged anywhere between 600 and 1,000, and at least 60 of the people who were killed were children. The third thing that he tells him is that because of the fact that he had absorbed the brunt of impact from Nitro's explosion, and that the brunt of the impact with regards to his kinetic energy absorbing powers had kind of conflicted with the synapses in his brain, he is now virtually powerless. He is unable to use his abilities.
Oh wow, so the blast took his powers away, that sucks.
Abilities do not connect. The fourth thing that he tells him is that he's under arrest, and this really kind of brings an end to the Civil War frontline.
Trigger warning coming through. Going over the Civil War lore, bro. I got some catching up to do.
So
comics explain and reading it to me. So far, school got blown up. They're doing a superhero registration act. Captain America versus Iron Man. Captain America doesn't like it. Iron Man does. And what else? Spider-Man just revealed his identity. Iron Man revealed his identity and that he's drunk.
The son of Baron Heinrich Zemo, who was Captain America's enemy during World War II. And the whole basis of this new formation of the Masters of Evil was to infiltrate the Avengers, masquerading as a group called the Thunderbolts, and destroy the Avengers from within. However, the longer that these villains played the role of superheroes, the more they began to enjoy the role of superheroes. And so after a conflict that really kind of resulted in Baron Helmut Zemo almost sacrificing his life for Captain America, we really kind of see them becoming a superhero group looking for redemption. Now, as the story progresses, the story kind of unfolds regarding Thunderbolts issue number 103. We see that the Thunderbolts are recruited by Tony Stark, Ant-Man, Reed Richards, and Peter Gyrich in order to play the role of tracking down supervillains who refuse to register and recruiting them to the cause of the pro-registration movement. Now, this is when we really kind of see Tony Stark getting into less than savory methods of promoting the superhuman registration movement. And
am I one above all yet?
Himself with people who are
silver, bro. I'm hard stuck in silver right now. I'm just trying to do achievements. I'm not even trying to do ranks right now.
Helmut Zemo goes, and this part of the comic, we don't really know what it is that he wants to do.
Achievements so I can get enough coins that I can get a new skin.
Guy, and is it part
and then I'll go back to rank. Doing these achievements is making me try out new characters like Moon Knight and stuff, so it's pretty fun.
With
I'm gonna do Black Widow next, and Star-Lord.
With Baron Helmut Zemo, because of the shady history that both of those groups had in the past. They're not really sure whether they can trust him or not, but at this point, it's really the best option that they have. Now, as the story progresses, we see that the first assignment that Baron Helmut Zemo gets is to track down various supervillains. He's successful in doing that, but as the comic comes to a close, we actually learn what his intentions are, and that while the Thunderbolts issue number 103 comic took place, or begins to take place, 2 weeks after the events of Stamford, Connecticut, 3 weeks or a week before the events of Stamford, Connecticut, the Thunderbolts had already begun rounding up various superheroes and supervillains in the Marvel community, and were really kind of indoctrinating them to their own cause so that Baron Helmut Zemo could build up an army for his own purposes. So, Amazing Spider-Man issue number 533 is a very interesting comic because this comic book follows the aftermath of Peter Parker revealing his identity publicly, and as we'll see, the fallout of this really kind of compounds on itself time and time again, and things really kind of go from bad to worse regarding the life of Peter Parker. The first reaction that Peter Parker has to revealing his public identity is that he's physically sick. He really actually starts vomiting in one of the restrooms. And then he confronts Tony Stark and tells Tony Stark that should anything happen to him, that he is to take care, that Tony Stark is to take care of Mary Jane Watson and Aunt May. But if anything happens to Mary Jane Watson and Aunt May, that Peter Parker, Spider-Man, will directly come after Tony Stark. From there, we see that when Peter Parker arrives home, that his home is totally flooded with the press. Everybody really wants to ask him questions, and we're really kind of given questions of our own as the reader. You know, we see that this kind of a compilation, so to speak, on the pages begins to unfold, where we see individuals like Eddie Brock come to the realization that Peter Parker is Spider-Man when he reveals his identity. We see that Rhino and various other individuals see that he reveals his identity as Peter Parker. In addition, we're also left to ask the question, what's going to happen regarding both superheroes and supervillains? The supervillains of Spider-Man now know his personal identity. They know who he is, and they know exactly how to attack him in a way that will make him the most vulnerable and could possibly render him totally out of the scene as far as being Spider-Man. But we also kind of have to ask the question that if Spider-Man is one of the most prominent superheroes in the world and has kept his personal identity so close to himself, so well guarded, what are these superheroes going to do? Are they going to look at him as kind of the standard? Are they going to follow his lead? Or are they going to entrench themselves further underground after seeing the aftermath of Peter Parker coming out publicly?
Oh, I see. That's
in
why
addition,
he did
once
it.
he's at home and he's with Aunt May and Mary Jane, we see that Tony Stark is speaking publicly,
trying to
and
show his
addressing the issue
allegiance
of what they're going to do to round up various superpowered beings, because S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do it by themselves.
Whether or not he's for or
And
against
states
the
that a new
Superhero
team
Registration
has been
Act.
formed to round up those
Spider-Man is
superpowered
for
individuals
the Superhero
who refuse
Registration
to
Act.
register themselves, and that Peter Parker's Spider-Man is going to be one of them. Now, this really takes Peter Parker by surprise because he did not sign up for this. He wasn't even made aware that this is something that Tony Stark intended to do. So he and Mary Jane leave to confront Tony Stark, but they take the back alley because the front of the apartment is covered with the press. As they leave into the back alley, they realize that the back alley is covered with press, and a fan of Captain America makes an attempt on Peter Parker and Mary Jane's life. Peter Parker is successful in stopping it, and this individual is apprehended, and Peter Parker goes to meet Tony Stark dressed in his Spider-Man outfit. He confronts Tony Stark and says that he did not sign up for this is not something that he agreed with, and he thoroughly disliked Iron Man signing him up for something that he didn't know about. He tells Tony Stark that should anything like this ever happen again, that he has to be informed so that he can make sure that preparations are made for his loved ones in case another attempt is made on their life. From there, the comic book comes to an end as we see this team that Tony Stark has formed, which consists of some of the most prominent superheroes in the Marvel Universe, with the exception of Captain America and his side of things. And this is really kind of important here because this is where we see the line officially being drawn. This is really where Marvel gives it to us that there are now two main camps of superheroes. If ever there were anything to tell us who's on what side, this is it. You have virtually all these individuals who are now on Tony Stark's side. Now the numbers will bolster and they will grow as we progress throughout the Civil War storyline, but we are also kind of left to see that the most prominent members, the Fantastic Four, the Thunderbolts, Ant-Man, Hank Pym, the Wasp, that all these individuals are now on the side of Tony Stark. And then we will ultimately switch to the position of Captain America, and we will see the entire side of things from Captain America's perspective. So Civil War Frontline issue number 2 follows some major events as they unfold in the Civil War storyline. And we actually see some great storytelling in this comic. I would go as far as to say that this is probably some of the best storytelling in the entire Civil War event. The comic opens up with Ben Urich revealing that he knew who Peter Parker was, that he knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man. They had been longtime friends, and of course we have previously seen this in the Marvel Comics in Spider-Man's publication history. And we learn that Ben Urich is going to be the one writing the expose on behalf of the Daily Bugle about Peter Parker and Spider-Man, but he wants to do it in a way to where he can make Peter Parker a great guy, but not betray the friendship that the two of them have. From there, we switch to Sally Floyd, and Sally Floyd is interviewing Firestar. And this, I think, is one of the coolest aspects of the comics because this again touches on the smaller characters. The smaller superheroes that don't have major roles, that don't have major publication histories or anything like that, and really kind of gives us this idea of how the superhuman registration affects the small-time superheroes. And what we see is that Firestar is really not going to register, but she's not going to be a superhero either. She has a day job, she has, responsibilities, and these really aren't things that she can sacrifice. She's putting herself through college and so on and so forth. If it became public that she was a superhero, that her public identity was revealed, she could lose her job, and she could lose the ability to take care of herself. And this, I think, is one of the best parts of the Civil War story, because I think that a lot of the idea that people have when it comes to superheroes is that superheroes go out and fight crime, and their needs are just kind of taken care of by some kind of mystical means. They somehow manage to get food, or maybe somebody gives them food. People just give them money or something like that. But with this story, we see that they have jobs, that they have lives outside of being superheroes, and that those lives allow them to continue their existence. They allow them to continue to live. allow them to further their careers, because some of these people don't want to be superheroes for the long term. They want actual day jobs. They want a peaceful life, and they don't want to fight crime forever. And so what we see is that Firestar actually abandons her role as a superhero and kind of returns to a normal life. From there, we jump to J. Jonah Jameson. And J. Jonah Jameson really kind of feels betrayed by Peter Parker. He employed Peter Parker. Peter Parker was a great employee for him. And the job of Peter Parker was to provide him with evidence that would incriminate Spider-Man. But because Peter Parker was Spider-Man, we had seen over the course of Peter Parker and Spider-Man's publication history.
Oh, it's cold. It's not snowing, but it's
given
cold.
Him small bits, stuff that wouldn't really incriminate Peter Parker or Spider-Man, or wouldn't even really lead to the identity of Spider-Man as Peter Parker being revealed. J. Jonah Jameson feels betrayed by this. He feels like all this time he had been defrauded by Peter Parker. Peter Parker had essentially been tricking him and making a fool out of him. We learned that he doesn't actually want to do an expose on Spider-Man anymore. He wants to abandon the entire idea of Spider-Man and focus on superheroes that are pro-registration and really kind of build them up. But we learned that this really isn't going to work out. That the goal, the job of the Daily Bugle is to sell itself. And so if they go away, if they walk away from the hot topic at the moment, which is Spider-Man, they will lose money to other news outlets. From there, we jump to Prodigy. And Prodigy is a superhero who had been around for a while, but was really kind of a smaller guy. Wasn't a great, big, huge superhero on the level of Tony Stark or Captain America or anybody like that. And this part of the comic takes place 1 minute before the midnight deadline for superhuman registration. We see that Prodigy is on a rooftop drunk and is really kind of screaming at the crowd below, which consists of Ben Urich and Sally Floyd, among a few members of the press and a multitude of citizens, and is really just kind of ranting about how he believes that the superhuman registration is an erosion of individual freedoms and rights, and he's really kind of trying to prove a point here. We see that Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. arrive, and after a quick skirmish, Tony Stark is successful in defeating Prodigy and takes him away. And this, I think, is very pivotal when it comes to the Civil War storyline, because what we see here is really kind of a Marvel Comics allegory to real-world events that are taking place here in the United States, where people are sacrificing their own individual freedom for a measure of personal security. And we see that Sally Floyd is really kind of providing this monologue as far as the events go regarding the fight between Prodigy and Tony Stark, and Prodigy's ranting and raving and so on. And one of the most important statements that is made is that the event, as far as this whole superhuman registration, was now beyond the control of normal humans. There was really nothing they could do to stop it. And even if they could, no one is questioning those in power. And the problem is that nobody ever questions those in power until it's too late to question them. From there, we jump to Speedball. And Speedball is in a really, really bad situation. We really kind of pick up with him after he was arrested and really kind of came to at the end of Civil War Frontline issue #1. And we see that he's held at some undisclosed location, and he's presented with an ultimatum. Either he can state that he was at fault, he can sign a form saying that he had screwed up and that they were the cause, the New Warriors were the cause for Nitro destroying a large portion of Stamford, in addition to joining the S.H.I.E.L.D. anti-superhuman registration movement and tracking down and arresting superheroes who refuse to register. We see that if he does not sign this, that he will be taken and he will be in prison indefinitely with no kind of trial or anything like that. And again, this touches on the events that we've seen taking place in the United States, where we saw individuals being interred without any real kind of trial and being interred indefinitely for various actions. In addition, we see that Pentakill refuses to sign the form, and he is taken to a prison where he is released into general population. From there, he's ridiculed and abused by various prisoners who view him as a baby killer. From there, we jump to Norman Osborn. And Norman Osborn is really kind of revealed to be a person watching Spider-Man reveal himself publicly, although we don't really know immediately that it is Norman Osborn. We see Norman Osborn really kind of fly into a fit of rage, claiming that Peter Parker broke the rules. And then we see that he is surrounded by two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and they ask him if he's willing to play by a new set of rules, which brings an end to Civil War Frontline issue #2.
I am ready to put on a show!
So So continuing our discussion with the Civil War issue number 2 tie-ins, we pick up with the New Avengers issue number 21. Now, this comic is really kind of interesting, and even when I sat down and read this comic for the first time, it really kind of struck me as strange, just because the artistry was so different from what I was used to with reading most of the Marvel comics. And that's one of the interesting things when it comes to these major crossovers. When Marvel does these huge crossovers, they enlist virtually every single artist that is working on their current storyline. And so we see the artists who are working on New Avengers, we see the artists who are working on Iron Man, we see the artists that are working on Spider-Man, and they really all kind of come together to bring us a full and complete storyline. And so this comic, while the artistry is a little bit strange and is really kind of weird, the storytelling is almost second to none. And what we see is Captain America really kind of trying to come to peace with himself.
I got the achievement, hit 4 enemies with a single use of the hand of Khonshu, and I got MVP doing it. That was actually sick, bro.
Of humanity. Now this is really kind of interesting because this is a
I
side
don't
of
even
Captain
play Moonlight
America
like that.
that we don't usually get to see. And Captain America, for the most part, is always portrayed as being the one guy that always has faith in humanity. That while humanity will stumble and humanity will fall and sometimes they will make bad decisions, he really always kind of has this idea that humanity will always do what's best, that people are inherently good and they will always do the right thing. And this comic really kind of gives us this opportunity to see Captain America questioning that. But while this internal debate really kind of rages inside of him, he really kind of comes to the conclusion that this support for the Superhuman Registration Act, that this anger and this backlash that humanity is showing towards superhumans
next I gotta
is
be
simply
Black
a result
Widow.
of them being scared. Really kind of a result of them being both angry and scared because of the fact that superheroes really are not being regulated by the government, and that the possibility of another Stamford, Connecticut really kind of looms on the horizon, and that it's entirely possible that someone somewhere could do something that would bring about another one of these instances. So what we see is that as Captain America is really kind of meditating, really kind of having this debate with himself, that he is ambushed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, one of whom is Dum Dum Dugan. Now Dum Dum Dugan is of course the right-hand man of Nick Fury, but is also a very close friend of Captain America. And Captain America is really kind of upset to see that S.H.I.E.L.D. is resorting to such underhand
You guys want to help me with
tactics,
achievements and be the Guardian of the
using
Galaxies?
a friend of Captain America
And I'll
to
be
attempt to
Star-Lord.
corral him and bring him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultimately, Captain America is successful in tricking Maria Hill and S.H.I.E.L.D. into believing
It's
that
like
he's been
anybody from the
killed by
Guardians
Dum
of the
Dum Dugan
Galaxy.
and escapes the
get like
scene.
5 more
From
kills
this
while
point,
you guys
he passes
assist.
out and comes to with Falcon in one of Nick Fury's underground bases. Now, Falcon didn't necessarily bring him there. Captain America actually traveled there on his own, although at this point he had kind of blacked out.
As long
and
as
doesn't
you
recall
guys
that he had got
assist,
there.
and then I get a kill.
He's surprised to see Falcon there and puts him through kind of a quiz in order for Falcon to
Achievements,
verify
you
who
get
he
blue
is,
coins.
who he claims to
You
be.
get the storm
Once
skin.
Captain America is satisfied that
yeah,
Falcon
thank
is
you, bro.
actually who he's supposed to be, the two of them kind of go on this hunt to build a team, to kind of build an opposing faction to
Guardians of the
Iron Man
Galaxies right
and
now.
his pro-superhuman registration group. One of the first members that they choose to try to recruit is Spider-Man, but after seeing him wearing the armor that was given to him by Tony Stark, they really kind of come to the
I
realization
hardly ever
that
played
Spider-Man
Moonlight, or
has
what's his
chosen
name,
the side of
fucking
Iron
Star-Lord.
Man.
Hardly ever played this.
From here, we see Captain America and Falcon
it's quick
attempt
play, no
to
big deal.
enlist the aid
Right.
of Hank Pym, Ant-Man, but we find out very quickly that Ant-Man has already chosen the side of Iron Man.
Rank's
And so
sweaty, bro.
what we kind of learn is that
Certain
Hank
point.
Pym has
Learn your
basically
rank
kind
and
of
then stop
been
playing it.
distracting Sam Wilson and Captain America, really kind of been buying
I'm dead,
time
bro. I threw
in
away.
order for S.H.I.E.L.D. to have a chance to arrive. We see that Ant-Man is really kind of trying to talk Captain America down, telling him that this Superhuman Registration Act is inevitable and they should side with it. Ultimately, we see that Captain America and Sam Wilson are able to swiftly defeat Hank Pym and escape and go back underground. And from here, we will really kind of see this duo begin to move forward in the direction of having a sort of recruitment drive, in the sense that they will try to bring as many people to their side as possible, as we see that the lines are sort of being drawn. Ultimately, we will see the teams really kind of define themselves. And of course, on Captain America's side, we will see individuals such as Cable, in addition to Patriot and the Young Avengers, as we saw in the previous Civil War storyline.
Get back on that marbles grind, Juju. What you saying, bro?
Volume 3, issue number 43. We really kind of continue
We're
this
stuck in
trend
silver,
that we
bro. I
see
got
in
gold,
Wolverine
but I got
Volume
pushed
3,
back
issue
out.
number 42. Where we have
Now I'm
some
just trying to
action,
get
but
achievements.
most of the comic
Get
consists
coins to
of,
get that
I guess,
Psylocke
plot
skin.
developing dialogue. And what we see is Wolverine is really continuing this
Gotta do
quest
2 more
to locate
achievements and I can
and
get it.
destroy Nitro for his actions in Stamford, Connecticut. Along the way, he is tracked and located by Tony Stark, but because of the senses that Wolverine possesses, his enhanced sense of smell and so on, he is already aware that Tony Stark is there. After a conversation between him and Tony Stark, where Tony Stark asks Wolverine to stop what he's doing because it could lead to another Stamford, Connecticut, Wolverine reveals that he already knows where Nitro is.
Nice,
Nitro is in Big Sur, California, and Wolverine's really kind of just blowing off some steam so he doesn't go into conflict with Nitro and really kind of instigate another scenario like Stamford, Connecticut. In addition, Wolverine's entire motivation for this is because if Nitro is captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., he'll most likely be interred, he'll be put into a prison, then he'll go through the trial process, and most likely be found guilty for his crimes and executed. But Wolverine feels like this is a long, kind of drawn-out punishment, that it would take 10 years.
I've been hearing a lot about Astrobot. I won every game of the war
for
PlayStation only,
now. Ultimately, we see that because of the fact that Wolverine had told Tony Stark that Nitro is in Big Sur,
Is there Astrobot on Xbox?
Tony Stark invites Wolverine to join S.H.I.E.L.D. for an attempt to
Astrobot?
Nitro. From here,
Somebody's saying they're playing Astrobot on Xbox? I thought it was only on PlayStation.
who is a surfer. We don't really know who he is. However, he is being I guess maybe looked at by 2 individuals who are attempting to locate him and believe they found him. From there, we switch to Wolverine's perspective as he is with multiple S.H.I.E.L.D. agents at Big Sur, California, attempting to capture Nitro. The plan, as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have laid it out, is to more or less kind of ambush Nitro, which Wolverine realizes is kind of a silly plan. When Nitro is ambushed by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Nitro self-detonates. From there, we see that virtually everybody, including Wolverine, appears to be totally incinerated. We also see that Nitro contacts someone and takes a couple pills, and these pills are revealed to be more or less mutant power enhancing pills, which allow him to detonate on such a scale that's caused as much damage as it did in Stamford, Connecticut. We ultimately see that whoever it is that Nitro was talking with on the other line considers Nitro to really kind of be a loose cannon, and Nitro has become a threat to him, because Nitro says that he has killed Wolverine, who is both an X-Man and an Avenger, and has really just kind of drawn way too much attention. We see that ultimately Wolverine is revealed to be alive, and his healing factor has allowed him to restore himself back to his current form. From here, we jump back to the surfer that we had previously seen, and we see that this individual, along with the 2 people who were looking for him, have extracted presumably the location of Wolverine and Nitro. We ultimately see that this individual, who is named Janice, kills the person that they have extracted the information from, and it's really kind of stated that this person hates humans.
Called the right guy.
Screw this game.
Died 5 times.
So Fantastic Four, issue number 538, largely follows Ben Grimm, the Thing of the Fantastic Four. And what's really kind of interesting about Ben Grimm is that, for the most part, for a good chunk of the Civil War storyline, Ben Grimm he doesn't ally himself with anti-registration or pro-registration. He's just really kind of mulling things over and trying to figure things out on his own. As the story unfolds, we really kind of begin to see that Johnny Storm is still unconscious. He's still in a coma following the attack that he received as an aftermath of the events of Stamford, Connecticut. What we also see is that Ben Grimm is really the first one taking it in turn to spend time with Johnny Storm, and he really kind of talks to him, really kind of makes his personal feelings known, really kind of the normal thing that you would see when a person is spending time with an unconscious individual. In addition, we also get a little more elaboration on the events in Oklahoma, and what we see is that there are a litany of individuals who are attempting to pick up the Hammer of Thor. And the Thing, Ben Grimm had informed us that the government had attempted to stop him at first, but ultimately kind of gave up because there were so many people and there were other matters that needed their attention. In addition, we switched to Ben Grimm to Susan Storm relieving Ben Grimm from monitoring Johnny Storm. And we see that Ben Grimm is kind of watching events unfold on TV as a result of the passing of the Superhuman Registration Act, and individuals on behalf of Tony Stark really kind of combating and attempting to apprehend people who have chosen not to register themselves. Ben Grimm travels to Yancey Street, where he watches Miss Marvel and various other individuals attempting to apprehend superheroes who refuse to register, and Ben Grimm doesn't really do anything. He just really kind of observes the situation and then goes to talk to the police. And the police are really kind of frustrated here because you have protesters, people who are against the Superhuman Registration Act, that are doing the best they can to thwart the efforts of the police because they really can't do much to thwart the efforts of superheroes. The police really kind of want to eliminate the idea of protesters. They really just kind of want to impose this martial law kind of thing where protesters are just simply not allowed to act violently against police. And Ben Grimm really kind of plays the role of maybe the voice of reason here, stating that just because people object to something, just because they do not advocate what it is that the police are willing to do, doesn't mean that the people are wrong. They have every right to really kind of protest here the best way they know how. From there, Ben Grimm really kind of is frustrated. He's really kind of angry on both sides. One, he's angry because this Superhuman Registration Act is being handled, for the most part, in a very, I guess maybe Orwellian way, in the sense that we really kind of see the government imposing these very stringent guidelines and really kind of walking this path that could lead to a very dark place. But we also see the fact that people are just angry and frustrated, and Ben Grimm's really just kind of irritated here because he doesn't really quite know what to do. In addition, we see him really kind of engaging in a conversation with several street-level thugs, in addition to people from the neighborhood. And one of these members, and his name kind of escapes me here, engages in a pretty in-depth conversation with Ben Grimm and really kind of talks to him about how Ben Grimm needs to choose a side, how the government and what they're doing just isn't right, and somebody needs to stand up for
I'm not that good with Star
even
Wars.
if it is street-level people. He talks about how they really have no powers, there isn't a whole lot that they can do, but they can do something, which is better than doing nothing. Ultimately, Ben Grimm really kind of leaves the scene, and we also kind of switch to the Thinker, who is a longtime enemy of the Fantastic Four, and we really kind of see him discussing with Puppet Master how the events as they're unfolding will really kind of lead to the ability for him to really kind of step in and to manipulate things for his own benefit. And what this really does is kind of demonstrate to us, along with the events that we saw in Thunderbolts issue number 103, that despite everything that's going on, that villains are going to continue being villains, that villains are going to continue scheming, and they're going to continue manipulating things for their own ends. From here, we jump back to Oklahoma, and what we see is that among all the people who are attempting to lift the hammer of Thor, one individual in a top hat and a trench coat walks up with a duffel bag and is successfully able to take the hammer of Thor.
I just killed the Venom.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
So Civil War Frontline issue number 3 really kind of continues this trend following Sally Floyd and Ben Urich as they really kind of begin to ally themselves with their respective camps. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that these individuals at this point in time aren't necessarily fighting on the side of their respective camps, but is really kind of, I guess, representing them through the media. And we see that Sally Floyd has been taken to a secret location where she is meeting with various superheroes, which include people like Solo and Typeface and Battlestar, who at one point was an ally of Captain America. He was a sidekick and actually carries an adamantium shield, the same kind of shield that Captain America carried in his early days. And what we see is that these individuals have chosen not to register. They have really kind of gone underground, and they are aware that a anti-registration movement is forming, being led by Captain America, but they don't really know how to get into contact with it. And so by virtue of
I've been
an
putting it
anonymous
up a little
interview
bit.
between Sally Floyd and themselves,
I did the achievement. Thanks, guys. You helped me do the achievement
with this underground group,
Appreciate
and really
that.
kind of begin to build a stronger alliance with other superheroes who have refused to register. In addition, we see that individuals such as Typeface, for example, have opposed registration because they view this to be a draconian law, and is
I had to
not
put my
really in
sensitivity up
accord
because I was
with the
playing
kind
as
of freedoms that
Wolverine
have
a
been
lot.
laid down for American citizens by the U.S. Constitution.
Definitely might have been a
We
little
also
too
see people
high
like
for what I was
Battlestar
doing with
who
Star
are
Lord there,
against
but
registration because it simply just violates personal privacy, and that people should not be made to live in a country that is ruled by a government which forces its people to live in fear. We also switch to Ben Urich, and what we see with Ben Urich is that he is interviewing Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, and Reed Richards has really kind of introduced Ben Urich to this holographic map that he has designed, which is more or less kind of using a mathematical algorithm to determine determine the, I guess maybe ramifications of what would happen if superheroes were allowed to continue their actions unchecked. And what we see is this sort of spread, like a plague or an illness, where individuals who are superheroes
Next
allow
I gotta
and
do.
really cause
No, I did it.
more and more
Next I gotta
damage
do
and
Black
more
Widow.
loss of
Gotta do
life
Black
as a
Widow and
result
kill
of their
3 people.
actions. Now, Ben Urich doesn't necessarily buy this, but because he is
He
writing an
headshots with Black
expose
Widow.
on the pro-registration movement, he's of course taking this information, so you can kind of
Yeah,
see
you guys
to a
be
degree
anybody.
that there is logic in what it is that Reed Richards is saying.
That's gonna get
Now, from this
3
point, we
critical
switch to a
kills.
battle between Bantam
They'll land
and
a critical
Thunderclap.
shot that kills
And this
them,
is a
basically.
relatively significant
Body
battle,
shot,
but not as
headshot.
significant as we will see later on. What we see is that this is in
And then this will
fact
be the last
one
achievement
of
I
the
need
very
to
first
get enough coins
instances
to
of fatalities
unlock
as a result of the
Psylocke
combat
skin, and then
between
I can do
those who
more
are
achievements to
pro-registration
unlock
and those who are
the Star-Lord
anti-registration.
skin. I don't really care
Bantam
about
is a
Star-Lord.
pro-registration individual. He is actually one of
Like
the first
Psylocke,
people to
though.
register as soon as registration was required for superhumans. We see that
You use
Thunderclap
Psylocke
is
a lot.
anti-registration,
Oh, really?
and during their conflict,
He's
which
like
is
my
being
third
observed
main.
by
I started
Sally
with Punisher,
Floyd, Bantam
then
is
Wolverine,
thrown
and then
into
Psylocke. Then I
a
went
tanker
to,
truck by
Thor,
Thunderclap, which explodes
Meaning
and
Thor,
kills
wow.
Bantam. Now, Thunderclap is really kind of
I play
guilt-ridden by
everybody
this,
a
and
little
again,
bit.
we really kind of follow a little
Some
bit of a
characters I've
monologue
never played. I've
where
never played
Sally
Jeff,
Floyd
never
is
played
really
Iron
kind of
Fist,
commenting
never
on the
played
statements of
Hawkeye.
Thunderclap that he didn't mean for this to happen, that it wasn't intentional, and she goes as
played
far as to
Squirrel
say
Girl.
that when you're on the battlefield and you're in a war
Never
and you aim
played,
down the scope
Winter
to kill
Soldier
an
yet.
enemy,
Probably
that it's
like
nothing
it.
personal, and it's really kind of an
Some
allegory to
damn
the fact
characters in this
that
game, though, you know.
despite the fact that it's not a personal thing, it doesn't mean that it doesn't hit somebody personally. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have the same kind of destruction as it would if it were a personal thing. From here, we switch back to
Spider-Man.
Speedball, and Speedball's situation has really kind of gone from bad to worse. And the reason why is because right now he has Jennifer Walters representing him as a defense attorney, but Jennifer Walters has really kind of taken the same stance that
Spider-Man's in our
S.H.I.E.L.D. has
back line,
taken, in the
be
sense
advised.
that she's trying to help him get out of this situation, but every scenario that she presents to him where he can sign a document and essentially become a free citizen is kind of tied to him admitting guilt, tied to him admitting that the New Warriors had screwed up, and they had caused the entire incident in Stamford, Connecticut that led to the death of so many people. Ultimately, we really kind of see that the
Spider-Man came back
ridicule
and
that
uppercut me.
Speedball has been facing at the hands of
he
prisoners
definitely
kind of comes to a
won.
head. And he challenges one of the individuals to kind of a boxing match to really kind of establish the fact that he's not willing to put up with this kind of negativity anymore. In addition, we see that the final offer that he has given on behalf of the federal government through Jennifer Walters is that he can admit his guilt. He will be sentenced to 3 years of community service, which will entail that he register himself and act in accordingly, and that he will be one of the superheroes that will round up various supervillains or those individuals who refuse to register in the Marvel community. Speedball initially agrees. He initially says that he will sign the document, but then we see that he says he will sign it when hell freezes over. From there, we switch over to a story about a guy named Joe, and Joe was at one point the owner of an aquarium. However, the aquarium's been destroyed, and we're really kind of following these two detectives as they're trying to figure out what's going on. We really kind of do a little bit of a jump back here, so to speak, in the sense that we talk about Joe, or we really kind of see Joe before the destruction of the aquarium and before he vanished.
I was going toe-to-toe with
And we
Venom
really
there.
kind of see
That was
that Joe
crazy.
is an ordinary older man. He really is kind of a guy in his 50s maybe, and he leads a very simple life. He runs
interesting.
kind of a
Hawkeye
pet
gets
shop,
Black
he takes
Widow
care of
20%
fish, and so on
boost.
and so forth. His life is very basic, and as he is, as the pet shop closes, and as he is watching television
That
with
would
his
help
wife,
when you guys are good at
he's
Hawkeye.
watching a sort of news report about multiple whales which have beached themselves. And the news reporter plays a clip that they had obtained, which was a strange whale song that was kind of being played 10 to 12 miles out to sea. Joe hears this song and really kind of goes into a trance, where he goes into his bathroom and injects himself with a syringe. At this point, Joe's physical forms and features begin to change, and it's revealed to us that Joe is an Atlantean, a member of the Kingdom of Atlantis, and one of the citizens under the rule of Namor the Silmarillion.
With the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, I was just
So
barely
Civil War
missing
issue number 3
Spider-Man, bro.
picks up after the events of both the tie-ins
Spider-Man
and Civil War issue number 2.
hard to
And what we
hit.
see as the story really kind of begins to progress is Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four attempting to enlist the aid of Black Panther for the 50-state initiative on behalf of the President of the United States. Now, the 50-state initiative is really kind of the next step after superheroes are required to register.
Yeah.
We really kind of see that what the 50-state initiative requires is that superheroes really kind of begin to become a police force, and so they really kind of take over for the police when the police just aren't able to apprehend criminals or really aren't able to deal with the situation as well as superheroes. It's really just kind of a militarization of superheroes in the United States. Black Panther declines. Furthermore, what's really interesting about Reed Richards is that Black Panther really kind of asks him how it is that Johnny Storm is doing, and we learn that Reed Richards actually hasn't seen Johnny Storm for a few days. He's really kind of been sidetracked with something else that we will see later on in the Civil War storyline, and Black Panther gives him a piece of advice, and his advice is to go see Susan Storm, because Susan Storm has really kind of spent all of her time with Johnny Storm here, and in truth, if Reed Richards doesn't really kind of begin to get back with his family again, he could possibly lose it. From there, we switch to Ant-Man and Wasp, or Yellow Jacket I think at this point, and Wasp, trying to enlist the aid of Doctor Strange. However, they meet Wong, who of course is the assistant of Doctor Strange, and Wong informs them that Doctor Strange is in seclusion until the events pass. He's really kind of fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, hoping that it'll somehow bring an end to this conflict. From there, we switch to Tony Stark trying to recruit the X-Men. Now, this is really what's kind of interesting here, because of course at this point in time, Emma Frost and Cyclops are both the leaders of the X-Men, and Emma Frost actually declines the offer to join Tony Stark's team of superheroes. And the whole reason is because there's really kind of a lot of animosity between the X-Men and the Avengers at this point in time. After the events of Cassandra Nova, which we haven't gone over yet, and her attack on Genosha and the destruction of Genosha, there were really no Avengers stepping in to help the X-Men. There was really no one coming in here to assist the X-Men in their attempt to keep Genosha alive. And so Emma Frost states that that the X-Men will stay neutral, and they will not join Captain America's side if the government leaves them alone. Because at this point, the government have kind of considered the X-Men to be this sort of sovereign nation unto themselves, just because there's so few mutants left after the events of M-Day. And so we really kind of see Tony Stark leaving empty-handed. But as he's meeting with Happy Hogan to leave the X-Men premises, we see Bishop step out and ask Tony Stark for a word. In addition, we switch to Captain America, Daredevil, Hercules, and Goliath, and they're really kind of meeting with the new identities that Nick Fury has given them. The identities aren't necessarily everything they hope for, but at the very least, it'll give them a chance to
get them, bro. I'm doing bad with Black Widow. I'm trying to do
while
these
also being able to
achievements,
revert back to
Andrew.
identities that
one
no
more
one's really
achievement.
aware of.
I get
They
the
receive a
Scarlet
report
Witch
of
skin.
a fire at a petrochemical plant on the
enough,
Hudson
blue
River,
coins.
and they leave to
Yeah, I'll be on in
assist.
an hour.
Now, at the same time, what we
thing.
also
See you in a
see
bit.
is that Johnny Storm has come to and
Got my
wants to
little
know
brother
where his
jumping in a
sister
little
is.
bit.
At this point, we switch to the petrochemical plant, and we see that Cable, among others, have really kind of joined
Andrew,
Captain
I gotta deal
America
with
as
Thor,
they
bro.
assist to help
Check out my
those
YouTube
individuals who have been
shorts.
trapped in this fire. But Cable realizes there's no real communications. There's no one really.
I gotta deal with
asking for
Moon
aid.
Knight,
There's no one
too.
calling for help over any of the
Went 20-0
phone
a
lines
little
or
bit
any
a
of
couple
the
games ago.
I guess maybe radio channels or anything. And so it's eerily quiet.
Hey guys, I'm
At this point,
trash
Cable
with Black
realizes
Widow.
that the
I can't hit
petrochemical plant
a
is
shot
owned by
for
Tony
shit.
Stark, and realizes that the entire thing is
Can't
a
hit
lie.
shit with a
From here,
have to look at a different challenge.
and his team arrive
Back us
to
out so I
inform
can
Captain
look at
America that it is a trap, and it was the only
See
way
what I
to
can do,
get
a
them
different
all in one
challenge.
place. From this point going forward, we really kind of begin this huge conflict that goes on between all the superheroes. S.H.I.E.L.D. is really kind of informed by Maria Hill to stay hands-off. They're really kind of there in a support capacity, and they really don't need to intervene at this point in time. And the fight is really kind of going both ways. I mean, it's really kind of an even event for the most part. Of course, we see that Captain America booby traps Iron Man's armor. We see that all these different individuals are engaging in conflict, and everybody's fighting, and there's really no guarantee as to which side it will go to until Hercules steps in. And Hercules is a very, very strong, one of the strongest Marvel superheroes. He has the ability to rival Thor in strength.
What's that audio? Look at the bottom third of the screen.
We see that Maria Hill says
Comics
that
Explained.
codename Lightning has authority,
Yeah, go ahead
and then
start
we
it.
see that Thor
Comics
arrives.
Explained, explaining
With that being said, I'm going to go ahead
Civil
and bring
War.
this video to an end. I know it wasn't necessarily as expansive
Going through the
as some
lore
of
of
the other,
Marvel right
Civil
now
War
and
stories have
understanding
been,
what happened
but what we'll see
in
going
Civil
forward
War.
is that things are
So
really
far,
going
what
to kind of
happened
pick up in
is
speed.
a
At things are going to
blew
go
up a
much,
school.
much faster. And there's
So
going
they
to be a
started
lot
doing the
more going
Superhero
on.
Registration
So,
Act.
thanks for
That
watching, guys.
split up
And I'll catch you
Iron
all
Man
later.
and Captain
Peace.
America. Captain America saw it too much like Nazi Germany, so he was like the rebels against it. Spider-Man then was on the side of Iron Man and was one of the first superheroes to reveal his identity to register. And then what else happened now? Shit, I don't even know, bro. Who am I being right now? Oh yeah.
I'm not anyone's sidekick.
So as we
Oh yeah,
get
so
back
then they went up to
into,
the X-Men
habit of
basically
making
and told them they
Marvel
could just
comic
leave the
videos, as we
country
get back
or something
into
like
this
that.
sort of mindset, what we're going to do
They're
is
taking
we're
the
gonna
last of the
take a
mutants
break
and leaving the
from
country.
the status quo
Going to a
we've created so
Genosha,
far, but
basically.
only for this video.
Sometimes I
Instead
wish I
of
could
making
go
you guys
back
wait
in the
until
deep
Monday
freeze
to
for
do
a few
Civil
more
War
days.
issue
We're learning
number
about
4,
the
we're going to go ahead and
Civil War
really add this video
origins.
to our tie-in Thursday
Find
series
out
of
about the Marvel
videos.
lore.
And the reason for this is because one,
learned about
there
different
are
characters,
tie-ins
too.
between Civil War issue number 3 and issue number 4. That was something
Learn
I
about
previously
Moon Knight,
spoke
we'll learn
about.
about,
But the
like,
other reason for
characters
this
we
is
don't know
because you
about,
all have
like
been
Squirrel
extremely
Girl,
patient while
Cloak
I've
and
taken my
Dagger.
break. And so rather than making you guys wait until
Learning
Monday
lore
for Civil
while
War
playing
issue
this
number
game.
4, and then making you wait until Thursday for the tie-ins for issue number 4 of Civil War, I figured we go ahead and do these on Thursday and Monday. So on Thursday we'll do
Is
Civil
the
War
audio
issue number
balanced
4,
well?
and we'll
Like,
do
you
these
can hear me, you
the
can hear
tie-ins,
the
and then on
game,
Monday
you can hear
we'll
that, or
finish
is
up
there
the
anything
tie-ins
like-
and then do Civil War issue number 5. So
it
what
like-
we see as
what's
the
it
story
called,
begins
annoying
to
or something?
unfold
Weird.
is that again Thor has arrived
the
at the
audio work?
chemical plant where Captain America and Iron Man's forces are fighting,
I have no idea
and
what I'm doing
virtually
with this guy right
everyone
now.
is surprised to see him, or at the very least everyone on the side of Captain America. And we see individuals like Falcon and Dagger are really kind of shocked, and Dagger goes as far as to say that they thought Thor had been killed. But right off
Okay,
the
you can hear
bat,
everything.
Thor is really kind of acting uncharacteristic and states that Dagger is going to be the one that gets killed, which is not something
So
that
now they're
anyone
talking about
says.
Cloak and Dagger, so we
And
never
of
hear
course,
anything
we see
about
Thor
Cloak and
begin
Dagger.
to attack Captain America's forces
Apparently-
with relentless fashion. And again,
Dagger
this is uncharacteristic.
in
The
Civil
reason
War.
for this is because some of Captain America's forces are friends of Thor, and Thor is not one to arbitrarily attack his friends without question. Now, as we begin to see his attack continuing on Captain America's forces, Dagger really kind of panics and says that they need to get out of here, that something is extremely wrong. But again, Thor continues his attack on Captain America's team. Now, from this point, we switch to Captain America and Iron Man. And what's really kind of interesting here is that Iron Man is offering aid to Captain America.
That
He's telling
audio
Captain America
drowns
they will
me
give
out,
him
you
medical
think?
treatment if he'll just surrender. Now, the way that
turn
Captain
myself
America
up
really
a
kind of
little bit.
reacts to this is very important, and I would like you guys to pay very particular attention to
Like
this.
when I'm
And the
talking
reason
though,
why is because
I have an
Captain
audio
America
ducking
is
source,
really kind of an
so it should
extremist.
automatically
He
make
is
me
so
louder than
ingrained in
anything
his
else that's
idea
going
that
on. Like, so if I'm
anti-registration
talking,
is the way to go.
you won't be
That
able to
the
hear it.
Registration Act is so wrong and so against freedom that he's unwilling to accept any opinion.
Or does it
other
sound-
than
does
his
it sound
own.
better now?
And
I
this
turned
is
it up
very
a little bit.
uncharacteristic of
I
Captain
turned up my
America.
mic.
Because throughout all of Captain America's publication history, he's been a very reasonable person. While there may be ideas that are different than his, while he may be walking a certain road, he's always willing to listen to other opinions. He's always willing to listen to what other people say, but we don't see that happening here. And so because Captain America is so entrenched, because he is so unwilling to give up,
Dude, the
Iron Man
fucking
activates a
sword
kind of
is
sonic pulse in his armor, which really kind of causes excruciating pain in the minds of all of Captain America's forces. And
Sounds
really
better
kind of
now?
puts them in a
Okay,
place
cool.
where they were unable to continue fighting. But what we see is that Captain America is really able to withstand the sonic pulse, and Iron Man really kind of gives him credit for it. And as Iron Man is
Now the
beginning to
game
do
audio
the
drowns out the
road
book. Well, I didn't
to
turn up the game
America,
audio.
Hercules comes to the rescue of Captain America, and by virtue of throwing a tanker at Iron Man, disables the sonic pulse that had been rendering Captain America's forces unable to fight. From there, the conflict begins again, and everybody begins
Well, I can
fighting each other.
hold it down.
In addition,
Then
we
hook
see
him,
that as
okay.
Hercules is engaging Iron Man, he calls for Falcon to rescue
Gotcha.
Captain America, which Falcon successfully does. And of course, Falcon tells Cable that he needs to interface with Cloak's mind so that they can activate a teleport and get everybody out of there.
Now turn down the
In
game
addition,
audio a
what
little
we
bit.
see is Goliath confronting
Let me know how
Thor.
that is.
Now, this is an extremely important part of Civil War, and the reason why is because what we see is that Thor kills
The longer you
Goliath.
hold it, the further
now,
you
this
reach,
is an
okay.
extremely important thing, and the whole reason why this is so important is for several reasons. The first is that Thor and Bill Foster, Goliath, were very close friends, and Thor attacks him and kills him without question. And so right off the bat, we know that if there were any other kind of indication that something's not right, or this isn't actually Thor, this really kind of solidified it, that there's no way that this is actually
Now, you can
Thor,
tell I've
or
never
if it is
played
Thor,
Winter Soldier.
his mind has somehow been warped or or his mind has somehow been screwed up so that he doesn't know who his friends are. And what we see as a result of Goliath being killed is that virtually all
Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for letting me know.
everyone is wildly surprised to see this Captain America's forces, Captain America's forces, or I'm sorry, Iron Man's forces and Captain America's forces, SHIELD's forces. Everybody is really kind of surprised to see this happen. And because Thor has gone to such an
No, I again.
and killed
Again
someone,
twice. I need
all
to
of
again
Captain
3
America's
times
forces
for
go
the
into panic
achievement.
mode, and everybody screams, or everybody demands that they retreat in order to get out of there to keep from being killed. In addition, we see Thor continues his assault on Captain America's forces, but Susan Storm comes to their rescue, creating a force field around them that
He's
no
like
one
Scorpion,
can enter,
basically. He's like,
and
"Get
really
over
tells them
here."
to get out of there, to get to safety. In addition, we see that Falcon really kind of thanks her for her effort.
Well, if you hold it down too long, it just goes away.
Going the way that anyone had expected it to. In addition, they ask about the wounded individuals who are part of Captain America's forces who have been injured.
Damn.
Are they going to leave them behind? Of course, Cable replies that you're welcome to stay if you want to, but the best shot for all of them is to get out while they can, which they successfully do using the teleportation capabilities of Cloak. Now, what we see is an indication that, of course, this is not Thor when Reed Richards uses a kind of code to shut down Thor. Now, from
So what Cloak can do is just basically teleport. That's all Cloak does. And Cloak and Dagger are 2 different people. They make it seem like they're just alternate personalities in this game, but they're literally 2 separate people.
Storm really kind of turns her back on Reed Richards. And this is really kind of interesting here, because while the Fantastic Four really kind of achieved their popularity due to the fact that they would have family infighting, and they were really kind of the real-life version of what you would expect to see in a family, this is really an instance where it's entirely possible that Reed Richards and Susan Storm could split up, because this kind of action is so extreme.
Oh, you're right.
It was something
The
that no
hoof
one saw
uppercut makes him
coming. It was a
one-tap.
severe and fatal
nice.
mistake on behalf of Reed Richards.
Oh, good.
In addition, we see that Spider-Man really kind of begins to question Tony Stark. That he says
Oh, I
that
wasted it. I took too long. I didn't let go.
What he was doing. That this kind of plan was implemented to ensure that nobody got hurt. And this is really kind of one of the very baby steps, one of the very first steps that we see with regards to Spider-Man questioning Iron Man. And as we'll see in Amazing Spider-Man issue number 534, he begins to really kind of continue down this path. And one of the final panels that we see in this aspect, this part of the comic, is the Watcher who's really kind of monitoring these events. And again, this is important because the Watcher
Just hit her with a Kamehameha, bro.
times of great social upheaval,
Oh, damn.
or in times when an event is about to take place or taking place that could drastically change the landscape of whatever it is.
Oh, Winter Soldier and a Scorpion with a gun.
At that
So
particular
good.
point in time. From here, we switch to Avengers Tower, and we see that Iron Man's forces are really kind
Maybe I
of
want to get a
recuperating, that they're really
Winter
kind
Soldier
of,
skin instead.
I guess maybe recovering
This
from their
skin looks
injuries.
fine.
And we see, of course, that Reed Richards is working on the mechanical clone of Thor.
Psylocke
And
skin
this
is like
really
the best
where
skin in the
Thor is
game,
actually
though.
a machine. This is not
Gotta
in
get that
fact Thor. In addition, we see that Hank Pym is really kind of distraught to see that one of his oldest friends, Goliath, had been killed, because Goliath was an individual that Hank Pym had really not necessarily lent his Pym particles to, but had really kind of confronted on several occasions and had really kind of instructed on how to use the Pym particles adequately so that Goliath, Bill Foster, could actually turn into Giant Man whenever it was that he wanted to.
Yes! My first triple quadruple again!
Peter Parker
I did it. That was it. That was the achievement. I'm pretty sure that was the achievement.
Wife, Jen Van Dyne, that this really wasn't something they signed up for, that this is really kind of freaky, and that no one really wanted to be part of a group that was willing to go to the extremes of killing
Like a
people
reverse
in order
Wolverine,
to
a
make
Pin
sure
and
that
Wolverine, extra
their
tank
plans
pulling
came
power.
to fruition. In addition, Hank Pym really kind of asked the question, why is it that this happened? What happened with Thor? That Tony Stark had been holding on to a hair of Thor's for quite some time, and that's what they used to clone him. And that maybe it was the fact that they didn't instill a conscience in him. There was really no human element to Thor that would really kind of keep him from flipping out the way he did and killing people. And in one of the interesting parts, one of the more important parts when it comes to Peter Parker, is when we see him ask Hank Pym whether or not that they think they've joined the right side. Now from here, we switch to Captain America's headquarters, where his team is really kind of recovered to, where they've kind of retreated to. And again, this is extremely important when it comes to Captain America, and the reason why is because Captain America has really kind of adopted this by any means necessary attitude, meaning that he's really not very remorseful about the fact that Goliath had been killed. The only thing he really cares about at this point is that they win. And again, this is very uncharacteristic of Captain America, and as he's talking with Nighthawk, he's really kind of saying that there are more supporters from Tony Stark's side by the hour, and it's really the only concern that he has. And what we see with Nighthawk is that
hit
he's
3
just
people
really
with it. I
not
wonder
willing
if I have to
go
hit
along
3
with it. He's
people
really not okay
with 1 hit, or if it was like hit 3 people
Captain America
with
has
it over and
adopted,
over again.
where he's disassociated himself from caring about members of his team and only really cares about winning the fight with Iron Man. And what we ultimately see is a really kind of splitting up of various individuals. We see people really kind of leaving Captain America's team for several reasons. Of course, we see that Cassie, one of the individuals who's part of Captain America's team, leaves because she sees the extreme lengths that Iron Man and his team are willing to go to win their fight, that they are actually willing to allow someone to kill people, which of course we know wasn't the intention, but
I think it did give me credit for 3 kills with
we see that
that.
some individuals are
It
leaving
might be
because
that
they
I
don't
had to
want to
hit
go to
all
jail.
3
They
of
don't
them
want to
with
have to
1.
worry about being captured and sent to whatever kind of location it is they
Oh,
are
1
taking
second.
every superhero.
Nah, I didn't do
who
it. I
has
have to
been
hit
captured
all
for
3 people
refusing
with
to
1.
register.
Run
And
it
what we
back.
see here is really kind of
I gotta hit 'em
everybody
grouped up.
bailing out. We really kind of see everybody leaving.
I thought it was
and
hit like
taking
3 of
off.
them.
And as we
one at a
really kind of
time.
begin to come to an end with regards to the view of Captain America at their secret hideout, we see someone who's really kind of watching these events unfold from
Yeah,
the
you gotta
shadows.
kill. You gotta.
Now,
It's not
this
even
is
kill them.
very
You gotta hit them.
especially when it comes
Or
towards
no, I think I do actually gotta kill all 3
after
with 1 again.
Civil War completely closes out
1 hit.
as part of a major Marvel event. Now from
Yeah,
here we
triple
switch
kill
to the
with 1
funeral
ult.
of Goliath. And the funeral of Goliath is really kind of a chance for us to see Tony Stark, for what he is, to really kind of look at Tony Stark and to say,
Playing as
there's
Cyclops?
still a chance that Tony Stark isn't necessarily a bad guy, that he did not intend for Bill Foster to be killed.
Psylocke.
And he really kind of shows his
I wish,
remorse
bro,
in the
if he
sense that
played
because Bill
Cyclops,
Foster
that'd
was
be dope.
killed while he was still as a giant, they didn't really offer the opportunity for his body to
Soon.
shrink down, and so 37 burial plots had to be purchased by Tony Stark in order for him to be buried. And of course, Tony Stark said that he did this simply because it was the least that he could do for the family of Bill Foster. In addition, what we also see is that Miss Sharp, who was the mother of one of the children that was killed at the beginning of Civil War, if you recall, she had spat at Tony Stark, approaches him and of course tells him that she's not going to accost him and that she thinks he's doing the right thing, that Goliath knew what he was doing, that he knew that he was breaking the law, and that this was a very real possibility when he really kind of set down the path that he was going on, and that this really isn't anybody's fault except Goliath's. What we also see is kind of a comic book panel montage of sorts, where we see that Susan Storm has written a letter to Reed Richards telling him that Johnny's out of the hospital, that the family's going to be back together again soon, that she should be happy about this, but she's not. And the reason why is because she's so ashamed of what Reed Richards
Aw,
has done.
damn, Spider-Man's
Reed
one tap.
Richards
Please somebody
had
kill this little
effectively,
bitch ass.
alongside Iron Man and Hank Pym,
Should've punched him.
created a hero, created a clone that really killed
Care Bear
people,
Stare, your
that had
10-year-old
gone to
daughter
such a
wants you to
degree
buy
that
her
it really
comics,
had
just
no
tell her to watch them on
conscience
YouTube
and
like
was
we are
so
right now.
violent. She really is kind of telling
3.
him that the
Have the
hands
comics
of
explained to you.
everybody who was on the side of on the side of Iron Man is soaked in blood. That Bill Foster's blood is on their hands. And what we see is that she's really kind of leaving Reed Richards and leaving Iron Man's side to join the side of Captain America. Now from here, we switch back to Avengers Tower, and what we see is that Ant-Man, Reed Richards, Tony Stark, and Jan Van Dyne are really kind of talking about the 50-state initiative, that the 50-state initiative is this idea of having a superhero team in every state, and that Thor is actually not the only one of its kind that was created by Hank Pym, Reed Richards, and Tony Stark, that there are other superheroes who have been created that way, but they're simply just not ready for combat. And we see, of course, that Reed Richards has assembled a new group of Thunderbolts. Now, the reason for this is because the previous group of Thunderbolts, led by Baron Helmut Zemo, had previously been disbanded due to a set of events that took place outside
That's
the
cool.
events of Civil War,
That's
which we won't go
interesting.
into. But the new group of Thunderbolts that have been assembled
Not many kids
consists
nowadays
of some
want
very
like actual
nasty
paper
villains,
comic
which
books.
include Lady Deathstrike and Venom. And so this is again
Yeah,
an
you can
instance
definitely
where
get some
we
cheap
see
comic
that-
books. You
that
don't have to
Iron
get
Man
like the
has
super
really just
expensive
not
ones,
learned
but
from
some
his
of them get
mistakes.
really
We see
expensive.
that they're taking precautions to really kind of provide computer chips to these individuals to ensure that they
You can always just print them up online, staple them together, make your own comic
and that
book.
they will be put back in jail immediately after their services are no longer needed. But again, we really kind of see that Tony Stark, while his heart may be in the
You're
right place,
hulking
while he
back
believes
down,
that superhuman
being a bitch,
registration may very well be the best road to take, that he's making all the wrong decisions to ensure that superhuman registration actually goes through.
Oh yeah, some of the comics will hold value, unless they're reprints. If they're reprints, they won't
Hope you
be
guys enjoyed
expensive.
it. If you did, let me know.
You can get cheap
And I will catch you
reprints
guys
of
later.
good comics too.
Spider-Man is over here fucking.
Judge, jury, executioner!
She would say, "This is bunk, Dad." It would be bunk. Oh, I'm dead.
So Amazing Spider-Man issue number 534 is a very important comic regarding Peter Parker. And the reason why is because this really kind of gives us this internal struggle that's going on with Peter Parker. Really kind of gives us maybe this internal struggle regarding his feelings of loyalty towards Iron Man, but his hero worship of Captain America. And he's really kind of stuck in the middle and really kind of is questioning whether or not what he's doing is the right thing to do. Now, as the story unfolds, as the story begins to open up, we see that this comic book
Damn,
takes
hit him with
place
the Hadouken
after the
uppercut,
events
bro.
of
That
the
was dope.
conflict between Iron Man and Captain America and their respective teams at the
Ahead of her
chemical
time
plant.
and the damn
And what
internet,
we
yo.
see is
Fair
that
enough.
Iron Man is really kind of telling his team that they are going to
And
be
we had the internet
transporting
growing up too, but we just didn't have it in our
from the
hands
conflict
all
at
the
the
time.
chemical plant to a secure location. Now at this point, we don't know where that location is, although we will find out later on. However, what we see is that Peter Parker is noticeably silent. He's really kind of quiet here. And when the meeting comes to an end, of course, Iron Man asks him about this. He asks him why he's being so quiet.
He didn't want
And
that
Peter
shit,
Parker
bro.
really kind of gives an ominous answer here. He says there's really nothing going on and that he understands what it is, that they're all basically just kind of following orders. And as the story continues, we really kind of see this inner monologue going on with him. We of course see that Iron Man and his team begin transporting the heroes, and that as Peter Parker, I guess, encounters various individuals as they begin to kind of leave their current location, that they are met with both supporters and protesters, and the crowd is really kind of split in half. And Peter Parker really kind of finds it weird to be called Peter Parker. He really is always addressed as Spider-Man, and so for him, it's very strange after so many years to hear people who don't know him in his personal life to refer to him as Peter. In addition, he really kind of has this personal conversation with himself where he talks about how he's on the side of law, he's on the side of the rules that have been laid down, but he just feels like this is wrong, that something just doesn't feel right about what it is that's going on. As they begin to kind of progress, of course, Peter Parker asks Iron Man why it is that he's not out in front leading everything, and he's really not scouting around and looking for potential threats later on down the line. And the reason why is, as far as Iron Man gives it, is because Peter Parker has a spider sense, and his spider sense grants him the ability to know a threat before it's coming, whereas everybody else can only react to threats once they make themselves known. Now, Peter Parker is really kind of concerned by this, and the reason why is because he's never told Iron Man that he has a spider sense. No one really knows that, except for maybe a handful of villains that he's fought, and of course Aunt May and Mary Jane. And so his concern is that Iron Man may very well be using this suit the suit that he's given him to really kind of track him, to really kind of monitor him, and to gain a lot of information on him. And so for Peter Parker, he really kind of views this
Damn, I
as
didn't even
a
use my
concern that
ultimate.
Iron Man has taken liberties that he really wasn't allowed to take. What we also see here
Well,
is that
Spider-Man
Spider-Man
7 second
senses
thoughts
spoken
against
by
Iron Man.
Captain America, Daredevil, and Luke Cage tracking the crew, tracking Iron Man's group, from
Run
the
it back,
sewers.
run it back.
Now, Spider-Man doesn't in fact know that these are the individuals that are tracking them. He's just simply aware that his spider sense is going off and someone is following him.
Damn, your mom
Now,
wouldn't
of
get you a
course, we
computer
see
when you
that
were a
as
kid,
Captain
Trigger? You
America,
get to buy
Luke
yourself?
Cage,
Damn.
Cloak and Dagger,
Hard not life, bro. We had to unplug the phone,
we're really
plug in
not
the
sure
computer at
what
my house.
direction things are going to go at this point. Now, what we see, of course, is that Spider-Man tells Iron Man what's going on, that there are individuals following them, but Iron Man doesn't want to engage in a fight while they're transporting prisoners. And while we're not necessarily given a direct reason for this, I would go as far as to say that if there were some kind of a conflict,
Oh no, I'm not, bro.
and for some
I'm just
reason the
doing this
superheroes
for
were to become
achievements.
released from their
I gotta hit
containment
3
trust,
people with
then
one
most likely
fucking
it would be a
whatchamacallit.
vast number of
One arm
superheroes
blast
siding
thing.
with Captain America against the relatively small contingent of people that Iron Man has
Yeah,
taken with
once
him.
it's not even like 3 people one at a time. I just did that and that didn't unlock it. So I gotta hit 3 people with it
Now, if you
at
guys
once.
recall our
And then as soon as I do that, I'll switch, bro.
specifically about Ben Grimm, we talked about how Yancey Street is an area of New York where it is really a large home to people who were avidly against superhuman.
Bro, if you're a
registration.
Bucky
And so for the
pro,
most
then
part,
tell me
Iron
what to
Man's
do.
team
I'll
has really
fucking
kind of
listen.
gone
I'm
into the
taking any
lion's
advice I
den
can
here, and we really kind of see this playing out. With, of course, see that Captain America and his team make themselves known, and they directly combat Iron Man and Spider-Man and so on and so forth. But what we really kind of see here, and something that I think is very intriguing, is a direct confrontation between Spider-Man and Captain America. Now, the confrontation is immediate. Captain America offers Spider-Man a chance to side with him. Of course, Spider-Man turns this down, and then he begins to fight Captain America. And this is really kind of interesting here, because we really kind of see the hero worship that Spider-Man had for Captain America for so long. We see that for the most part, Spider-Man is entirely outclassed by Captain America.
I'll let you know when I ult.
Spider-Man even goes as far as to say that
Groot would help with
has
that for
knowledge
sure.
of
Yeah.
hand-to-hand combat that Spider-Man could never
Make it
gain
real
over the
easy.
course of his lifetime. And Captain America is really kind of always one step ahead of everything Spider-Man does. Now, towards the end of the fight, Spider-Man begins to realize that the flaw in his fighting with Captain America is that he is fighting Captain America man to man, as opposed to fighting Captain America spider to man. Of course, we see Captain America's shield is stripped away, but shortly after this, Captain America actually bails out of the fight. He takes off. And the reason why is because he hears that his team is really kind of struggling against Iron Man's team, and so he takes off to help his friends. From there, we see Spider-Man really kind of go through this entire inner monologue, this entire inner debate, where he's really kind of...
How would your mom know when you got a call if you're on the computer, though? See,
Captain
that's the whole
America
thing. If you're on the computer, you get a call, you don't know. So if we were waiting for a call, we just have to get on the computer and wait
while
for
not
it.
every law that we like is fair, or not every law that we have to follow is right, that these are in fact the laws, and the laws do have to be followed. Now, ultimately, he leaves Captain America's shield clung to the wall, where Captain America can later come back and find it. And some of the ending lines that we see is really kind of Peter Parker again questioning whether or not he's doing the right thing, by really kind of stating that he really hopes he's on the right side.
Focus Strange. If you get him, hit him and his fucking shields, bro.
So Civil War Frontline issue number 4 continues a really kind of journey, I guess, with Sally Floyd and Ben Urich, along with Robbie Baldwin, in addition to the events that followed after the destruction of Joe's Marina. And as we begin to kind of progress through this story, we see that Ben Urich and Sally Floyd are meeting yet again at a coffee shop, and really just kind of talking about the Superhuman Registration Act and their roles as reporters and so on. But where we had previously talked about the kind of evolution where these individuals would begin taking sides, this comic really kind of brings us this instance where Sally Floyd really kind of goes full on against registration. And what's really kind of interesting here is that Ben Urich is really kind of taking the center of the road here. He's really kind of telling her that their job as reporters is not to be unobjective. It's not to take sides. Their job is to simply just report the news. Their job is to report what's there, not what they actually think is there. And Ben Urich kind of talks about how if you allow yourself to get caught up, if you're not in a position where you can kind of disassociate yourself with the events going on, then you'll really kind of go crazy. And he really kind of gives us a flashback to when the Silver Surfer first appeared in Marvel Comics. And he's talking to us about how he had been on the job for about a year or so, and he had been working in sports with regards to the Daily Bugle, and the whole reaction, the whole instance of an extraterrestrial life invading the planet Earth was just something that he couldn't handle, and he actually kind of drank himself into a stupor for about a year or so. He really kind of tries to tell Sally Floyd that her best bet here, her best role to not only, I guess, satisfy her position as a reporter, but to also keep herself safe, is to simply just report the facts. But Sally Floyd doesn't really want to hear this. And Sally Floyd is avidly against registration. She thinks it's a violation of the Constitution and so on and so forth. And so, of course, as the two part ways, Sally really kind of makes the statement that this registration didn't just kind of appear out of nowhere. It wasn't just something that just kind of fell before Congress because they all wanted to do it. That someone somewhere set these things in motion. And if you trace the line far enough, you'll come to one person who's really kind of set all these things in motion. From there, we switch to Sally Floyd, who is again interviewing, or I guess kind of sitting in on a meeting with underground.
I got my alt too. I had all three of them on that point.
She's meeting with now have expanded to far more than they were previously. If you recall Civil War Frontline issue number 3, there were individuals like Balasar, Typeface, and Solo, and a handful of others. We see now that the group has expanded by quite a bit, and the group is more or less kind of being led by a superhero named Network. Now, Network is really kind of interesting. She doesn't have any inherent abilities per se. That is to say that
I didn't do it again though. I only hit him once, and I only hit 2 people.
The powers that she has actually comes from a suit that she wears, and she's able to intercept, I guess, network communications. She's able to intercept cell phones.
All right, bro. I'll be a tank, dude.
Throughout the planet Earth, regardless of how they're transmitted. And they're really kind of talking about the fact that they want to get in touch with Captain America's team, because Captain America's team is, despite the fact that it's really kind of engaging in a lot of activities, there are various superheroes out there who are forming their own underground, but don't quite know how to get in touch with it. And it's very tedious to try to do this. And the reason why is because with S.H.I.E.L.D. really kind of watching everything.
I just used mine anyway, so I gotta build
it's
it up.
difficult to really kind of stick your head above the surface and look around. It's really kind of a allegory, so to speak, to World War I, where they used to say that the lifespan for anyone that stuck their head above the trench was about 8 seconds. Now, what we see as this really kind of progresses, as the story moves forward, is that someone had tipped S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man's team off to this meeting that was going to take place, and they ambush all the superheroes. For the most part, a huge portion of them are captured or killed and taken away, but some of them manage to escape. Among them is Sally Floyd. And Sally Floyd is really kind of blamed for the invasion, the ambush of S.H.I.E.L.D. We see Solo really kind of screaming at Sally Floyd, saying that she's the one that really tipped them off. She's the one that ratted them out. Of course, we know that, or at least we believe for the most part, that Sally Floyd was not responsible for this. Battlestar tells Gladiatrix that it's her job to make sure that Sally Floyd gets to safety. And the reason why Sally Floyd is so important here is because she is the unbiased person. She's the one person that can actually tell the story of these superheroes without having to worry about any kind of ramifications, without having to worry about any kind of incarceration, because the press is protected by the Constitution. Now, as things really kind of begin to progress, we see that 6 minutes after the ambush took place, that we kind of transition to Ben Urich. And Ben Urich is on the phone with Sally Floyd, and Sally Floyd voices her concerns that maybe somebody followed her, that maybe her phone was being tapped, that maybe something was going on that we didn't really know. At the very least, she didn't know that she was leading people to where this meeting was going to take place with these superheroes. But what we see as we follow Ben Urich is that Ben Urich actually discovers a box, and inside this box is a pumpkin that is really kind of one of the traits, one of the most well-known aspects of the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. And then we see that, in fact, the Green Goblin ambushes and confronts Ben Urich, and talks about how in previous articles that Ben Urich had written, he had really kind of told lies about the Green Goblin, and Norman Osborn wants to set these things straight. From there, we switch to
I'm at 53%.
In a boxing match with Toomey. And if you recall in our discussion with Civil War Frontline issue number 3, that Robbie Baldwin had been tormented time and time again by Toomey, more so than any of the other prisoners, and it really kind of challenged Toomey as a way to establish the fact that he's not going to put up with this kind of abuse anymore. As the two of them are fighting, Robbie Baldwin is actually gaining the upper hand, because Robbie Baldwin, as a superhero Speedball, has had a lot of skill when it came to hand-to-hand combat. And so Toomey's really just kind of fighting with blind rage and using his physical strength as a means to try to topple his opponent. Robbie Baldwin is he has more finesse. He's really kind of more athletic here. And what we see is that some of the other inmates who have bet on Toomey to win are seeing the fight kind of going against them winning. And so one of the teammates, one of the inmates actually cuts the leg of Robbie Baldwin with a shiv. Now we see Robbie Baldwin, kind of fall to the ground and so on and so forth. And actually Toomey steps on his leg and breaks it. But then we see that for a fleeting moment, Robbie Baldwin manifests his abilities, and the entire boxing ring is destroyed. From there, we transition to Robbie Baldwin with his mother, and his mother's visiting him in prison. And of course, his mother's really kind of in anguish here. She's angry because Robbie Baldwin will not accept.
Damn, my bad, guys.
He will not do anything to get himself out of prison.
I'm gonna look at a different achievement.
For the actions at Stanford, Connecticut. In addition, we see that Robbie Baldwin's father simply just chose not to visit.
I'm not good enough with him yet.
Robbie's mother is really kind of in a rough spot here. And the reason why is because, for the most part, I wouldn't go as far as to say that she's kind of being selfish here. She's really kind of in a position where she has to hear people to, talk time and time again about how Robbie Baldwin is such a horrible person, and that he was raised by horrible parents, that she, along with her husband, in addition to Robbie Baldwin, have just kind of been ostracized by society as a whole. And so she really kind of says that she's not coming back anymore, that she doesn't want to have to deal with this anymore. From there, we switch to detectives Keith and Donna. And Keith and Donna are really kind of following along the investigation that we had picked up with in Civil War Frontline issue number 3 with the destruction of Joe's Marina. And we had talked about how Joe had really kind of, disguised himself, or was disguised as a human, when in fact he was actually an Atlantean.
1 second.
And what's really kind of funny here is that Keith is really kind of talking to Donna and talks about how he thinks that Joe might be a Russian. And Donna really kind of thinks this is silly. She kind of really thinks this is a little ridiculous, but agrees to kind of bite into it and see where Keith is going with
Okay, here's an easy one.
Really kind of funny
I'll be Adam Warlock, and then you guys be Guardian of the Galaxy, and all I have to do is soul bond with you.
With the comic book panels, as we see with Namor the Submariner. And Keith says that he thinks that Joe was a sleeper agent, that at some point along the line he had a subliminal message planted in his brain, and that the message was designed to be triggered at some point in time. Now, while he's really kind of, stating this in relation to Joe being a Russian, what we actually see going on here is that Joe was an Atlantean, maybe a super spy of some kind, and that at some point a subliminal message was implanted in his brain by Namor.
Sorry, I think I need to do it with the entire Guardians of the Galaxy team, so I think I need like one of the randoms to be Guardian too.
Task it was.
I'm gonna actually try the Black Widow one.
And as we see, as the two of them are kind of talking, and
I gotta get 3 headshots for Black Widow. Try that one out.
We see that Joe, the Atlantean, is actually disguised as a firefighter.
So I think it said that I have to get soul bonded with 3 Guardians of the Galaxy, so I don't think myself included will work. I think it's you two and one more person to be Guardians.
So Wolverine Volume 3, issue number 44, I think is going to be a very great comic for those of you who are avid Wolverine fans, but have really kind of felt disappointed by the amount of dialogue in Wolverine Volume 3, issues number 42 and 43. And the reason for this is because these comics are really kind of build-ups. These comics are really kind of setting the stage for this ultimate kind of showdown between Wolverine and Nitro. But oddly enough, the story doesn't necessarily go the way that you think it will. So what we see as the story unfolds is that Wolverine is absolutely pummeling Nitro, that he is really kind of expelling all this revenge that he's been holding on behalf of the Stamford, Connecticut residents. So he's really kind of punishing Nitro as best he can. And this is really kind of Wolverine in his element. I think that one of the biggest misconceptions that a lot of people have who do not read comics, specifically Wolverine comics, is that Wolverine is kind of this mindless person, that Wolverine just kind of just destroys stuff, he does his own thing, with no real regard for anything that goes on around him. And to a degree that's true, depending on which Wolverine we're talking about. If we were talking about feral Wolverine, that would be very much true. But Wolverine, for the most part, in fact in the majority of the comics as we see him, while he is an anti-hero and while he really kind of walks his own path, in the end, he's really kind of a good guy. He's really kind of doing things the best way he knows how. And in one of the biggest...
There we go, I just need one more critical kill. I got 2 critical headshots already.
Wolverine does things that a lot of other people are just not willing to do in order to achieve a necessary result. Now, as the story continues, we actually transition to Janice and the 2 individuals, unknown individuals that were with him, monitoring the conflict between Wolverine and Nitro. Now, one of the individuals, a woman whom we do not know, is on the phone with a third party, presumably somebody they take direction from, and they're really kind of telling us that they've established contact with Wolverine, that they have established contact with Nitro, but they don't know who Wolverine is. They don't realize that it's him. Now, they're asked by the person over the phone if Wolverine, or if this individual is an enemy or a friend. Now, from their perspective, because of what's really kind of going on, they're presuming that he is an enemy because they really don't know him, and it's really kind of the safest road to take. they're instructed by the individual over the phone that their priority objective is to continue trying to capture Nitro. But if this third party, Wolverine, gets in their way, they have the authority to kill him. Now from here, we switch back to Wolverine and Nitro, and this is an extremely important part of the comic because this really kind of gives us, again, this idea that there are some major forces at work when it comes to the Civil War event. And what we really kind of see here is that Nitro is really kind of begging for his life. Of course, he asks Wolverine if Wolverine intends to kill him, and Wolverine says that of course he does, because Nitro really kind of deserves to be killed for what happened, that Nitro really kind of deserves to die. In addition, we see that Nitro really kind of begins to plead with Wolverine, that he kind of begins to beg with Wolverine. And this is really kind of interesting here because Wolverine has enough experience in terms of interrogation using some less than savory methods to know that when someone is lying, that there is a genuine kind of lie going on, that they are in fact actually lying. And so Wolverine, while he's really kind of talking to Nitro, and while Nitro is pleading with him, Wolverine's a little bit skeptical here. He's a little bit hesitant. And of course, Nitro goes as far as to say that there was somebody else that had a hand in this, somebody else that basically, through Nitro, was able to kill 600 people, because Nitro never really had that power before. And this is a true statement. There had never really been an instance in Marvel Comics where we had seen Nitro self-detonate on such a scale that he was able to obliterate a large portion of a town and kill 600 people at one point, even during the storylines where he was involved with Captain Marvel. And so because of the fact that Wolverine's kind of intrigued by this, at the very least, this bit of information, he allows Nitro to continue talking. And Nitro presents to him some pills, and he presents these pills as something called MGH, called Mutant Growth Hormone, and that for normal people it's basically HGH, but for mutants it's really kind of a superpower enhancing thing. And this is the reason why Nitro was able to self-destruct on such a scale. Now initially Wolverine doesn't really care about this. He thinks that Nitro is really just kind of pointing the finger and saying that yes, while I destroyed Stamford, Connecticut, I was only able to do it because somebody gave me drugs. And that's true to a degree, but Wolverine is really kind of focused on wanting to ensure that the most, the ultimate parties, those all individuals who had a hand in this, are punished for the events in Stamford, Connecticut. And he really kind of, scents out Nitro. He really kind of smells out Nitro and realizes that, people in this kind of position will say pretty much anything, and that those individuals who are facing death will say virtually anything to keep from dying. But he doesn't really smell anything indicating that Nitro's dying or Nitro's lying. He doesn't really get any kind of vibes from Nitro indicating that Nitro's not telling the truth here, and so he tells Nitro to continue talking. But just as Nitro is getting ready to give him the name of the person that gave him these pills, we see that Wolverine is attacked by Janice. Now this is really kind of an interesting fight because it actually takes Wolverine off guard for the most part. Not in the sense that Janice appears out of nowhere, but because of the fact that Janice is for the most part able to go toe-to-toe with Wolverine and bare-knuckle fist fighting. Now again, the reason why I say this is kind of takes Wolverine by surprise is because very rarely do we see individuals who are able to take Wolverine on hand-to-hand in physical combat. One, because Wolverine is a prodigious fighter. He has all sorts of skills in hand-to-hand combat. But two, Wolverine has a healing factor and he has adamantium, and so his physical blows are absolutely crushing. And so most individuals would be able to go toe-to-toe with him for a few minutes, but they would be worn down extremely fast by Wolverine. From there, we continue to see the fight go on. We continue to see him, see Wolverine and Janice, again, go bear to bear and really kind of fight one another, but now they've really kind of progressed to using weapons, where Wolverine is using his adamantium claws, and Janice is using some kind of knife-like weapon that we've never really seen before. But then we see that this unknown woman calls off the fight between the two individuals, and that the unknown male, has successfully subdued Nitro. Now from here, we see that this woman really kind of begins to bargain with Wolverine and tells Wolverine that if he leaves, if he allows them to take Nitro with them, that they will go in peace and they will have no more quarrel with Wolverine. But Wolverine's not willing to accept these terms because, again, Wolverine wants to ensure that all guilty parties regarding Stamford, Connecticut are held responsible for their actions. And so we see that Janice re-engages Wolverine and the two of them begin to fight once more. But then we see that Nitro attempts to overpower this individual that we know as Paul, who is really kind of attempting to keep him subdued. And that that Nitro begins the process of self-destructing, but that Paul shoots him with something that really kind of disables his ability to use his powers. From there, we again switch back and forth between Wolverine and Janice as the two of them are really kind of fighting their respective enemies. We see Janice fighting Wolverine, we see Paul and the unknown woman attempting to subdue Nitro, and then we really kind of switch to some unknown location, and we see that two individuals, presumably working in an office building, are really kind of talking about severing ties or ensuring that the ties are severed between themselves and Nitro so that no one can really kind of trace the connection between the two of them. At this point, we switch back to Wolverine and Janice, and we really kind of get the portion of the comic that deals most with dialogue. That really kind of deals more with giving us information. And this is actually done in a very interesting way and gets us some really cool information. Initially, the woman that is talking with Wolverine asks Wolverine why it is that he's willing to give his life for someone like Nitro. And Wolverine states that he's not giving his life for Nitro, that he's not going to die for Nitro, but that Nitro basically has information that he needs. In addition, we see that Nitro is able to kind of sneak up on Wolverine and really kind of able to not necessarily overpower him, but really kind of take him by surprise. And of course we see that Wolverine is in turn able to overpower Nitro, and then we kind of again switch back to the discussion portion, kind of switch back to the dialogue, where we see that Janice attempts to attack Wolverine, but Wolverine kind of tells him not to, that says that this fight really...
Yo, hold on 1 second, bro. I think I got it.
And then he starts talking with Nitro, and he asks Janice, how is it that you're able to go toe-to-toe with me? How is it that you have
I'm
this
5
much
points
strength?
away,
Is it
bro.
because of a strength boost of some kind, mutant growth hormone, radiation, to the super
As Star-Lord,
soldier
issue fallback ping 3 times, bro. Easy. Alright, let's start it up. That's an easy one.
That they don't come from
All I gotta do is be Star-Lord and say fallback 3 times, bro.
And then we see Janice really kind of put on an oxygen mask and inject himself in the neck and then take on...
So go to your profile on the top right.
Now from this point,
then go to achievements,
an idea of what's
and then go to where it says heroic journey. And any of these achievements you do, get you points towards unlocking something in that box. So click the box in the top right, and then you can see all the shit you unlock. All the blue coins you can unlock
resulted in the death of
from completing these achievements. And they're all Xbox achievements or PlayStation achievements.
The Atlantean royal family, and they've been sent here to acquire Nitro. Now Wolverine asks who it was that sent them here, and then we switch to name of the submariner, who says,
done.
do you
So
even
get the
have
Psylocke
access to
skin.
that question?
Oh, we need like 100 more points to do it.
So the Fantastic Four issue number 539 is a very important comic for several reasons. The first is that it really kind of gives us the end result of the decision that Ben Grimm makes. Which side is he going to choose? Is he going to choose Captain America's side? Is he going to choose Iron Man's side? Because this is an aspect of Ben Grimm that has really kind of been interesting throughout the Civil War event. He's really remained neutral, and so his neutral stance will really kind of come to a head in this particular comic. In addition, we're really kind of introduced to the, I guess, the desires, the kind of goals of Thinker and Puppet Master. And if you recall the discussion that we had previously had on the Fantastic Four in Fantastic Four issue number 538, we had talked about how the Thinker and Puppet Master were villains that were really just kind of using the current Civil War to their advantage to really kind of implement their own schemes. At the time, we didn't really know what that meant, but in this comic we will find out. And what we see as this comic begins to unfold is that Captain America and his team are really kind of going over and sort of finalizing plans to intercept Iron Man's convoy as he is transporting the captured superheroes that we saw in Amazing Spider-Man issue number 534 to an unenclosed destination, a non-disclosed destination. And so this is really kind of interesting here because this comic book takes place before the events of Amazing Spider-Man issue number 534, and then really kind of catches up and takes place alongside the events of Amazing Spider-Man issue number 534. And what we see as Captain America and his team are really kind of sort of, I guess, laying plans out as they're really kind of trying to get things finalized, is that 3 members of the Yancey Street gang appear to them and tell them they know exactly the route that Iron Man is going to take. They know exactly where it is that he's going to go. And so where previously Captain America was concerned that their lack lack of knowledge of which route he was going to take was really going to kind of stretch their numbers thin in the sense that they would have to cover all the routes. Now they have a pretty solid idea of which way to go. Now the information is kind of questioned by Captain America, that is to say he's really kind of curious where it came from, and the Yancey Street gang won't necessarily tell him where it came from. They'll just simply tell him that it is a very reliable source who is beyond contestation. Now from here we switch to the Thinker and Puppet Master. Now the Thinker and Puppet Master are really interesting here because the Thinker and Puppet Master are longtime enemies of the Fantastic Four, and while neither possesses any superpower per se, they are both really kind of very respectable in their own right. Thinker is a genius level intellect. He really is able to predict the most logical or the most likely outcomes in any given scenario using mathematics to his advantage. In addition, he is a very talented technological genius and really kind of has a level of intelligence that is on par with Dr. Doom and Reed Richards and individuals like that. In addition, Puppet Master, again, doesn't necessarily have any powers, but what he does have is the ability to manipulate this kind of magical clay. And whenever he makes clay models of particular individuals, he is able to manipulate the actions of those individuals. And what we see is that they have gone through the very tedious process of making a very large-scale model of this area, this section of Manhattan, where they expect to have their plans really kind of unfold. And what we see is that they've made some clay model decoys of virtually everyone who is going to be involved. A multitude of individuals, including the Yancey Street gang who are going to be protesting, a multitude of individuals, including the superheroes. Now, under normal circumstances, Puppet Master is not able to manipulate the physical actions of superheroes, but due to a kind of headset that the Thinker has created for him, he is now going to be able to manipulate those individuals. In addition, what we learn is that the information that was revealed to Captain America on behalf of the Yancey Street gang was actually given to the Yancey Street gang by Puppet Master and by the Thinker, so that they could really kind of control all variables in this equation. From there, we switch to Ben Grimm, and Ben Grimm's really just kind of having lunch. He's just really kind of enjoying himself, and there's some witty banter back and forth between himself and the deli maker or the deli owner. But the deli owner goes as far as to inform him that the Yancey Street gang intends to protest Iron Man's convoy and actually intends to create as much of a disturbance as they can. And this really kind of concerns Ben Grimm because he feels like the Yancey Street gang may very well have been bitten off more than they can chew. They're really kind of over their heads in this one. And so from here we switch to to Spider-Man, and we really kind of pick up with the events of Spider-Man issue number 534, but this time we get more of a perspective. And where we saw that Spider-Man's spider senses began to go off, that he really kind of detected Captain America and his team, we see that that the group is actually ambushed by the Yancey Street gang and a multitude of protesters. And Iron Man makes the decision to go ahead and detour away from these protesters and to head down Route C, which takes them to Yancey Street. And the team, the entire convoy is really not necessarily ambushed by individuals on this street. They're really just kind of verbally abused. They have things thrown at them and so on and so forth. And then we see Puppet Master and Thinker really kind of begin to get into the fray. And what we see is that Puppet Master manipulates one of the jet fighter pilots into firing missiles. Now the missiles for the most part are really kind of intercepted by Iron Man's team. But then we see that Ben Grimm arrives in the midst of all this chaos and watches everything happen at the same time that Captain America's group appears. While all this is going on, we see that Mouse of the Yancey Street gang, who is under the influence of Puppet Master, goes to a trash can to pick up a bomb that had previously been laid there. And under the influence of Puppet Master, his intention is to lay the bomb out and kill as many people as possible, as many of the superheroes as possible, which will fulfill the goals of the Thinker and Puppet Master, so that they will have as many superheroes out of the way so that they can really kind of begin their plans for conquest and so on and so forth. What we see is that Ben Grimm is able to stop the bomb from killing a large array of people by throwing one of the convoy trucks on top of it, and then realizes that Mouse is under control of Puppet Master. But then we also see that he's distraught to see that one of the members of the Yancey Street gang, a younger member of the gang, is killed in the explosion. From here, Ben Grimm really just kind of freaks out, and he goes absolutely chaotic on Iron Man and Captain America, not in the sense that he becomes physically violent, but in the sense that he just starts screaming at them, that this war that they have caused, this civil war that they have started, has really kind of torn the superhero community in half, But not only that, this cost the lives of people who under normal circumstances would never have been involved in this in the first place. And so
Killed her in the middle of her own.
by both Captain America and Iron Man to join their respective sides. And Ben Grimm declines both offers. He says he will not join either side. He actually goes as far as to say the hell with him and that he's leaving the country. He doesn't even know if he's ever going to be back again.
Hawkeye keeps getting me on this guy. Damn, they got that shit at the last minute too.
Yeah.
So if you recall, when we had begun the Civil War storyline, we had talked about how Civil War Frontline was going to have some of the best storytelling out of all the comics that were released as part of the Civil War event. And Civil War Frontline issue number 5 really kind of stands the test of that. It really kind of gives us a fantastic set of events, especially when we're looking at the involvement of Sally Floyd and Ben Urich. And what we see as the comic begins to open is that Ben Urich is attempting to convince J. Jonah Jameson and Robbie Robertson that the Green Goblin has returned, but neither of them believe him. We really kind of see a flashback where we see the events after Ben Urich and Green Goblin came face to face, and the Green Goblin is really angry. Norman Osborn is really upset with Ben Urich and the Daily Bugle about the things they had written about him that had helped to lead to his incarceration. And we see that the Green Goblin really kind of indicates, not necessarily directly but indirectly, that he has plans to take vengeance against the Daily Bugle. From there, we switch to Sally Floyd, and Sally Floyd is in Chinatown. And what we see is that some individual approaches her from behind and really kind of follows her and talks to her. Now, this individual says that Sally Floyd does not know who he is, and Sally Floyd can't actually see him. But this individual really kind of gives us a very interesting set of events, really kind of has some great, conversation with Sally. And what we see is that this individual tells Sally that the story that she's going with, that all these underground superheroes are attempting to make contact with Captain America's team, is the wrong story to go with, because Captain America doesn't exist anymore. You know, that none of the people that are part of this team, that are part of Captain America's team, exist anymore. And this is really kind of pointing to the secret identities that Nick Fury had given to Captain America and Daredevil and the other members of his team that we had seen in previous events of Civil War. In addition, what we see is that this individual really kind of tells Sally Floyd that someone out there, someone who's presumably part of S.H.I.E.L.D., believes that she knows more than she does, that she does actually know how to get a hold of Captain America, and because of that, she's being followed. We then see Sally Floyd open her makeup kit and look in her mirror, and we see that someone is standing on a rooftop monitoring her. Now, whether or not this individual knows that she's actually having a conversation with the person behind her, or maybe just thinks her actions are suspicious, we don't really know. We simply know that someone is following her, and that in fact this individual was most likely the person that had tipped S.H.I.E.L.D. off to the previous meeting that she was discovered in, that we had talked about in the previous Civil War Frontline issue number 4 event. From there, we really kind of see this individual telling Sally Floyd that the problem with her story, the problem with this approach that she's taking, is that she's really kind of looking for a conspiracy where none exists. That she's really kind of taking the stance that there's got to be some kind of hidden hand, there's got to be some kind of person from the shadows that's manipulating all these events and really kind of setting things the way they are, and then in fact there is no hidden hand, there is no conspiracy, and that this is simply just the government attempting to create a bill to really kind of, or I guess passing a bill to really kind of regulate superheroes. The time has finally come when superheroes simply just can't act of their own accord, that there has to be some kind of rules laid down. But the problem is that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man and other members who are part of the pro-registration movement are really kind of screwing it up. We see that Sally Floyd attempts to turn around and ask this individual more questions, but he has disappeared before she can do that. What we also see is that kind of a switchback, I guess, to Ben Urich. And Ben Urich is again continuing to attempt to convince J. Jonah Jameson and Robbie Robertson that Green Goblin has returned. But then we see that one of the staffers appears and tells J. Jonah Jameson that he's confirmed with Iron Man and other maybe independent sources that the Green Goblin is still on the go. Now we know this is not the case. Of course, we saw that S.H.I.E.L.D. asked Green Goblin in a previous comic if he was willing to play by a new set of rules. And so this is really kind of the indication that while previously we may have felt a little bit sorry for Tony Stark. Previously, we may have looked at Tony Stark and said, we might be in kind of a bad situation because he's doing the best we can. This is when we see Tony Stark really kind of engaging in some very shady actions, really kind of engaging in some very shady things. At least that's the presumption that we're given. At this point, we don't actually know if Tony Stark has verified the fact that Norman Osborn is still in prison, if he's really kind of lied and made this statement. But given the fact that, as far as we can tell, S.H.I.E.L.D. released Green Goblin, this really kind of seems to be the case. Now, what we see is that Ben Urich really kind of begins to scream at J. Jonah Jameson. He really kind of, tells J. Jonah Jameson that he's a coward because he's not willing to look further into this whole Norman Osborn Green Goblin issue because he's afraid of Green Goblin. At this point, J. Jonah Jameson kind of calls out Ben Urich and asks him if he's finished, and when Ben Urich says yes, then J. Jonah Jameson fires him. Now from this point, we switch back to Sally Floyd, and she's with her editor, Neil Crawford. And Neil Crawford is really asking if she has any sources for the story that she is submitting. And the fact the story that she's submitting is the very story that she was told not to run, that there is some kind of conspiracy here, that there is some kind of hidden hand here, and that these superheroes are attempting to make contact with Captain America's team. Of course, she says that none of these superheroes are going to come forward
back
to
out and
verify
buy
this
the
information. And so the Daily Bugle
skin
really
real
just kind of
quick.
has to take it that it's absolutely true.
Yeah, I got one of my
What we
buddies
also see
playing
taking
it,
place
so.
is that Eric Marshall appears with several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. And if you recall our previous videos when we had talked about the early comics of Civil War Frontline and the instances where Robbie Baldwin was in prison, that Eric Marshall was one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, or the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent that had informed him that he had, that the connection between his brain and his superpowers had been lost, that he was under arrest and so on and so forth. Eric Marshall informs Sally Floyd that she was discovered, or she has been identified as having met with unregistered superheroes and did not come forward and report them. Now, Sally Floyd and Neil Crawford really kind of hide behind the Constitution here and really kind of say that they have, they're really kind of exonerated from any kind of charges of this caliber because the Constitution provides the press with the ability to, one, hide their sources so they can maintain a free flow of information without fear of prosecution.
Got the new Psylocke skin.
Because the freedom of the press is one of the last bastions of a free society. But we see that Eric Marshall combats this by saying that
I didn't get to equip it
anymore.
Fuck.
What we see is that Sally Floyd and Neil Crawford don't comply. They refuse to reveal their sources.
Bro, I'm so
and so
disappointed,
Eric
bro.
Marshall places Sally Floyd and Neil Crawford under arrest for, I guess, harboring unregistered superheroes or refusing to report them, and for acts of terrorism. Now, from here, we switch to Robbie Baldwin and She-Hulk, or Jennifer Walters acting as the lawyer for Robbie Baldwin. And what we see is that Robbie Baldwin's being transported to a new facility, and as they're moving along the way, She-Hulk really kind of tells him that this new facility is someplace called the Negative Zone. Now, the Negative Zone is a very important part of Marvel Comics because it appears off and on. It was actually something that first appeared in the Fantastic Four issue number 51 in 1966. And the Negative Zone is basically a parallel Earth. It's another dimension. And what we see is that a massive prison has been built inside the Negative Zone. And the purpose of this prison is to house all superheroes who refuse to register, or anyone who is found guilty of being an unregistered superhero. This may very well include individuals who are registered, but for some reason have lost their registration credentials. Now from here, we switch to the story of Joe. We really kind of get back into the
skin
story
I just got, guys.
of
Was it
Joe
worth
and
it,
the
you
super
think?
agent, a member of the Atlantis royal family. And what we see is that Wonder Man is really kind of filming an infomercial, really kind of filming a commercial designed to inform, I guess, the general community, the human population, of the relationship that will exist between superheroes and the government, in the sense that superheroes will basically be a kind of police force, and that the 50-state initiative, which is the intention of Reed Richards and S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man and the government to have a government-sanctioned superhero team in all 50 states, that it will really kind of work in a way to where superheroes will be a police force, that they will be a force for good, as opposed to, for the most part, vigilantes, which up to this point is how they've been perceived by society. And what we see is that once Wonder Man gets back to his location, that he meets with S.H.I.E.L.D. And S.H.I.E.L.D. really kind of performs some underhanded tactics here. Of course, they inform him about Joe, and we learn that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring Joe for several years because Joe had gone by several aliases, he had gone by several names, and that there was just something kind of off about him that really kind of caused red flags to pop up on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar. Now, initially, Wonder Man doesn't really see this as something that he needs to be involved in. It's really kind of something that's below him, and for the most part it is. But because of the fact that he has a relatively unique set of powers, because of the fact that he is, for the most part, and I guess exceeds the abilities that virtually all Atlanteans possess, that S.H.I.E.L.D. really kind of blackmails him into investigating Joe. They really kind of blackmail him into pursuing what is going on with Joe, where he's gone to, and so on and so forth. Now, the way they do this is really by telling Wonder Man that the history that Wonder Man has is that he's really kind of been embezzling money from charities, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to make it go away as long as Wonder Man will do what they ask. And the comic really kind of comes to an end where we see that Wonder Man's hands are more or less tied here, that unless he wants to face criminal charges for embezzlement, that he is actually going to have to act on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, while this isn't necessarily the most interesting part of the Civil War event, while it's not necessarily the most action-packed, it is one of the most important. And the reason why is because initially the idea was that
going
S.H.I.E.L.D. was
invisible.
going to work
Let me
with the
escape
superheroes,
from Groot's
that
ult.
the superhero community that was registered in S.H.I.E.L.D. and the federal government were really going to kind of collaborate with each other. But what we see is that S.H.I.E.L.D. is really kind of doing things the way they want to do it. They're really kind of doing things their own way. And that either superheroes can collaborate or they can face the possibility of being sent to the negative zone. And this is a very important aspect of the events of Civil War as we begin to move forward with the story.
Damn, they're saying the heroes can either collaborate or go to the negative zone. That's crazy as
So
hell.
Miss Marvel issue number 6 is a very well put together comic book, and in fact Miss Marvel is one of the premier superheroes in Marvel Comics, which is really kind of ironic because we've never really talked about her. We've never really had an in-depth Marvel Explained video about Miss Marvel, which is of course something that we will do. But what's really kind of interesting about Miss Marvel is, despite the fact that she's as powerful as she is, that she has effectively all the powers of Superman more or less in Marvel Comics, that she has flight, she has super strength, she has super speed, she has durability, and all that different kind of stuff. She's a character who's very complicated. She's a character that's always really kind of looking for acceptance. She's always really kind of looking for a way to establish herself as more than just kind of a sidekick to somebody else. And this was really kind of interesting when we saw her in the Avengers. But what we see as far as the Civil War event is that she is staunchly on the side of Iron Man. She really isn't one of these individuals that kind of wavers and is kind of unsure whether or not she's doing the right thing. While she does, she's not necessarily like militant in the sense that she is kind of imposing her will on people. She's one of these individuals that believes that it's ultimately going for the greater good. Now, as the story really kind of unfolds, what we're going to see going on here, what we're going to see kind of progressing, is that not everyone who is against the Superhuman Registration Act is openly against it. What I mean here is that there are some individuals who are working against Iron Man while pretending to be part of Iron Man's group. And as the story begins to unfold, we see that Miss Marvel and S.H.I.E.L.D. are attempting to track down a superhero named Prowler. Now, Prowler's really kind of interesting. Hobie Brown is one of these superheroes that isn't necessarily...
Prowler is Miles Morales' uncle, isn't it?
He doesn't really have any powers of his own. He actually uses technology to really kind of enhance himself, to really kind of make himself a superhero. And what we see is that Miss Marvel and S.H.I.E.L.D. are able to successfully capture him, and they take him back to Rikers Island for interrogation. Now, one of the things that I really enjoy about these comics is that Marvel was really kind of put in here more or less kind of an ability or the chance for us to look at these characters and to see what their inherent powers are, what kind of aliases they've had, and what stance they take with regards to superhuman registration. And this, I think, is a very important thing because as the Marvel Civil War event really kind of progresses, unless you're paying very close attention or unless we're doing something like we are here where we're kind of explaining the events as they progress, you might really kind of find yourself getting lost. You might really kind of find yourself being shuffled around and not really sure who stands for what or which side anybody's on. And so Marvel's really kind of giving this information, albeit it's really kind of confined to the characters in this comic book. And what we see as we continue along with this story is that Wonder Man meets with Carol Danvers as they are going to be heading to Stark Tower, and that they're actually kind of running late. And as they get to Stark Tower, we see that Julia Carpenter, who is one of the many women in Marvel Comics that will play the role of Spider-Woman, is meeting with them and really kind of, letting them know that Spider-Man himself is running late. Iron Man is running late. Iron Man finally arrives, and he really is kind of dishing out orders to people. As these individuals are part of the superhero recovery team, they're their roles are exactly what it sounds like. Their job is to go around with S.H.I.E.L.D. and to capture individuals who refuse to register. And what we see is, of course, he's really kind of applauding them that they have successfully been able to catch the Prowler. And we really kind of see Iron Man stating that Captain America's actions with regards to going underground, his guerrilla warfare tactics against S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man have really kind of spurred people on and have really kind of given those individuals who have chosen not to register kind of a rallying person so that they can really kind of make their own plans and hopefully come into contact with Captain America at some point in time, which is something that Iron Man is trying to keep from happening. One of the things that he assigns to Miss Marvel and to Wonder Man is to capture someone named Aranya. Now, we don't really know who Aranya is as far as these particular comics. We know that Aranya at some point played the role of Spider-Girl, but between 2004, 2005, when she made an appearance, and now, we don't really know what she's doing. I mean, she had a 12-issue limited run, but for the most part, she was a very obscure character in Marvel Comics to a degree. We really didn't see her pop up a whole lot. And Iron Man goes as far as to say this. He says that they have an idea of where she's operating from, they have an idea of what it is that she's doing, but they don't really know anything about her. They don't know what physical form she may take on, aside from the kind of insect form that we see in the hologram that he's presenting to them. Now, as far as Julia Carpenter, he assigns her the role of capturing Max Coolidge. And Max Coolidge goes by the name of Shroud, and he's able to use some kind of dark energy, I believe, to really kind of aid him while he's combating evil. And what we see as the comic really kind of continues is that Iron Man pulls Carol Danvers aside, pulls Miss Marvel aside, and begins to ask her about Captain America, about whether or not Captain America had ever tried to contact her. At this point, we really kind of jump back to a meeting that had taken place between Captain America and Carol Danvers. And Captain America is really kind of talking to her about how the law is unjust, and he's not necessarily going as far as to say, I want you on my side, although we know that that really is the case, that Miss Marvel would be an excellent ally for anyone to have, but he's really kind of making an argument to her that what's going on here just isn't really fair. But Miss Marvel goes as far as to say that the country is based on the idea of laws, and whether or not the laws are right or wrong, you have to follow them. Just because you disagree with the law doesn't mean it gives you the right to break it. If you disagree with the law, you should go through the political process of trying to get the law changed. From there, we jump back to Carol Danvers as she's speaking with Tony Stark, and she says that she doesn't really know where Captain America is. She doesn't really know what it is that he's doing, which for the most part is a true statement. Now, we see that she eventually meets up with Wonder Man, and the two of them begin their assignment of attempting to capture Aranya. Now from there we switch to Rikers Island, and we see that a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is interrogating Hobie Brown Prowler. And what's really kind of interesting here is this is when we begin to see that not everyone who is trying to defeat the Superhuman Registration Act is doing so in the same fashion as Captain America. We see that this individual is kind of interrogating Hobie Brown, and what we see is that he's talking, he really kind of brings up the idea that someone tipped Hobie Brown off. Someone told him that S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to be coming for him, and that they had arrived at his apartment about 5 minutes after he had left, fully in disguise. And he really kind of hounds him, he really kind of pushes towards him, he really kind of pulls out every stop in order to draw this information from him. He goes as far as to say that they'll drop him into a hole, he'll never see the light of day again, they'll take his family away, so on and so forth. And finally, Hobie Brown admits to the person that gave him the information that tipped him off. And what we see is that this person is Julia Carpenter. Now from there, we switch to Julia Carpenter, who's meeting with Max Coleridge. And she's really kind of trying to tell Max Coleridge that S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to come after them, that she is the one that's supposed to capture him, and that if she doesn't bring them in, then her cover is really going to kind of be blown. That S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be aware of the fact that she is more or less kind of a double agent, so to speak. And what we see is that Hobie Brown is not okay. That Max Coolidge is not okay with this. That Max Coolidge is he's really kind of against the idea of Julia Carpenter, I guess, both maybe revealing her identity and really kind of taking a stance that would put her in peril. And so he tells her, you need to take me in. Now, Julia Carpenter is avidly against this. Julia Carpenter really doesn't want to have to take Max in. And Max really kind of tries to rationalize with her and say that you have a daughter, you have more concern, you have more to worry about than I do. But ultimately, we see that Julia Carpenter turns against S.H.I.E.L.D. From this point moving forward, Julia Carpenter is now a fugitive, and she is branded that way by the S.H.I.E.L.D. files on her as an individual. From here, we transition back to Miss Marvel and Wonder Man, and we see that they're really kind of hunting around, they're really kind of looking for Aranya, they're in the general vicinity from where she's acting, but they don't really know where to find her at. They come across a restaurant called Chicken Cow, I believe, and I'm not really sure what kind of a restaurant this is supposed to be a play on, but I would most likely say it's like a KFC or a Chick-fil-A or something like that. But we see some witty banter between the two of them. We see that Miss Marvel says she hasn't eaten here in quite some time, and Wonder Man is a little flirty when he says he's kind of amazed that she's able to keep her figure despite the fact that she eats food like this. From here, we switch to the events that are going on inside the restaurant. For the most part, it doesn't really seem too crazy. It really kind of seems like a really slow moment in the comic, and we're really kind of expecting something more to happen. And something actually does. What we see is that a group of thieves break into the place and they begin to try the process of robbing it. And we see one of them point a gun at Miss Marvel, and she kind of laughs this off because, as we know, Miss Marvel would not be affected by a bullet. In addition, we see that one of the individuals really kind of begins to manifest themselves. They really kind of begin to present themselves as a superhero of sorts, although they're trying their best to keep it under control. Miss Marvel and Wonder Man are able to defeat the criminals with the slightest of ease, and then we see this individual break out and ask them, is there anybody that wants a piece of them? And then that's when it's revealed to us that this is in fact the person they've been looking for the entire time.
I was exiled from Asgard as a youth. Now,
So we have to go.
So I was a little bit hesitant about including Heroes for Hire as part of our Civil War discussion. And the whole reason for that is because, for the most part, the Heroes for Hire doesn't really do a whole lot in terms of progressing the main Civil War storyline, but what it does do is really kind of serve the purpose of showing us just how deep this rift between the superhero community goes. And we had talked about this when we began our conversation, our videos about the Civil War event. We had talked about how we will see stories like Civil War Frontline that will show us that there really isn't anyone that's really kind of being spared with regards to the Civil War event. That for the most part, everyone's kind of choosing sides. Now, to do a little backstory here, Heroes for Hire was originally a group that was founded under Luke Cage, and in fact, when Luke Cage first appeared in Marvel Comics, his comic book was titled Luke Cage Hero for Hire, and for the most part, that's exactly what he was. He was a person that people could go to if they needed something done, if they needed something accomplished. So think of the Heroes for Hire as a team, as a Marvel version of the A-Team. If there's anything that you need to have done, if there is a goal that you need accomplished, or simply something you need investigated, they would be the people you go to. Now, the team is kind of hit and miss when it comes to superpowers. Characters like Paladin, for example, have enhanced abilities, but they're only slightly above superhuman, whereas you have individuals like Colleen Wing, who really has no superpowers. She's just a very athletic individual. And then you kind of have people who are in the middle, like their leader, Misty, who has a bionic arm, but aside from that, there really isn't anything that she has that nobody else could gain just by physical training or anything along those lines. Now, as the comic book begins to open up, what we actually see here is really kind of an introduction to the team. We really kind of see some information here showing us how it was that the team came together, because this version of Heroes for Hire is actually the first iteration that we see during the events of Civil War. This Heroes for Hire issue number 1 is the newest version of this team. There have been different variations over time. Of course, Colleen and Misty were really kind of assistants, or really kind of, I guess, sidekicks to Luke Cage, but they weren't really the main stars. Now, in this comic, they are. And what's really kind of interesting about this version of Heroes for Hire is that, with the exception of maybe an individual like Paladin, or maybe Humbug and Shang-Chi, and possibly Orca, I'm not 100% sure where this stands, this team largely consists of women. Now, this is a very cool concept in Marvel Comics because for the most part, you don't really see teams that
Alright, no worries, bro. Take care of business, man.
Either it is kind of a
Be safe.
50-50 split or maybe a 60-40 split of men and women, or it is a larger proportional, I guess, ratio between men and women where there are more men than women. But you don't really see an instance where you see more women than men. And that's what makes this comic really kind of cool. That's what makes the Heroes for Hire, or at the very least this current version of Heroes for Hire, really kind of stand out. But again, these individuals don't really have a whole lot in terms of superpowers when it comes to the Marvel community as a whole. Now, once we get past the introduction phase, once we really kind of see some of the escapades that they got into, we see that Misty and Colleen are meeting with Spider-Man, Captain America, and Reed Richards, and they're really kind of enlisting the aid of Heroes for Hire to track down and capture Captain America. Now, the big kind of issue here, what's really kind of going on in the mind of Misty is she's concerned that not everything is what it seems to be, that their role will kind of be fulfilled as far as them being able to track down and possibly capture Captain America, but she's afraid that once that's done, they're going to be rounded up just like everybody else. Now, for the most part, they're in support of superhuman registration. They think this needs to happen. They think that it's about time that superheroes were held accountable. But again, she's really kind of concerned about this. In addition, her other concern is that they have individuals out there in the superhero community that are friends, that are allies of the Heroes for Hire group, and so she's a little hesitant about about tracking down these individuals, about really kind of tracking down their friends and turning them in for refusing to register. Not only that, Heroes for Hire, because of the nature of the work that they're in, they have a lot of contacts. They're largely a detective kind of team, and so it's very important that they can form contacts and not have to worry about those contacts maybe suffering some kind of I guess, reciprocation, maybe suffering some kind of hazard of being a contact for the Heroes for Hire. Now, I think that one of the most interesting parts and one of the most important parts about this whole conversation between Spider-Man and Reed Richards and Iron Man is when Misty brings up the idea of slavery. Now, Misty doesn't necessarily bring up this concept of slavery to really kind of bash them over the head, but what she says is that just because something is a law doesn't mean that it's okay. And in fact, some of the worst laws in history have been overturned by people openly defying them. And she really points at the idea of Susan B. Anthony, that in 1872, Susan B. Anthony had gone and voted for a congressman despite the fact that it was illegal for blacks to vote at the time, and that as time progressed, because of the backlash of this and because of other events that had taken place, that law was overturned. Now, Iron Man goes as far as to say that this isn't really kind of a black and white issue, that this isn't really a racial issue, that this is an issue of what's for the greater good. But we see that Colleen really kind of combats this and says that the issue here is that when you have a law that really kind of disenfranchises people of civil rights, that it will always end in a violent conflict of some sort. Ultimately, the group really kind of comes to terms with Captain America and his stance. I'm sorry, with Iron Man and his stance. They really kind of come to to an agreement where we see that Misty says that if they are going to do this, if they are going to really kind of try to undertake the role of capturing Captain America, she's going to need all the resources that Tony Stark has. That she's going to need all of the, I guess maybe the money at his disposal, not in the sense that they're going to use it all, but in the sense that there really can't be anything holding them back. There really can't be anything that gets in their way. And so Iron Man ultimately agrees to this and says that no matter what happens, that no matter what takes place, that they will be protected, that they will not have to be concerned about the idea of being turned in or of being, I guess, stabbed in the back once their task is complete. From here, we switch back to Chinatown, and we see that Misty and Black Cat and other members of the Heroes for Hire are kind of meeting together. And we see that Black Cat returns with some information saying that Vienna, a well-known supervillain in the Marvel community, is helping people escape the country. She's providing new passports, providing new identities, and the people are going underground because of it.
He's almost there.
Now, they don't exactly know where this is going on. They don't exactly know how this is happening, but they have a few ideas. One of which is to head to the shipyards, because it's the easiest way to leave the country. In addition, we see that Humbug is able to use his powers to talk to various insects in order to really kind of comb the streets and really kind of listen into what's going on, gain information, and ultimately discover where it is that Vienna is at. Now, Vienna is actually near the shipyard. She's actually kind of in a downtown underground area of Manhattan, and we see that she's meeting with various villains to really kind of provide them information they can use to leave. Now, the villains are really kind of a mishmash of different people that we've seen in Marvel Comics, and for the most part, we're really not going to go too in-depth into them. But we see that Heroes for Hire, we see that Misty and Humbug and Black Cat and Colleen and others are able to break into the facility, and they begin to fight these supervillains. Now, we ultimately see as things progress that for the most part, these supervillains get the upper hand on Heroes for Hire. But then we see that Paladin and Shang-Chi and Orca are arriving on the scene, and they're able to help turn things in support of the Heroes for Hire. Ultimately, Heroes for Hire is, of course, successful in defeating these supervillains, and we see kind of an interesting scenario going on here where Misty goes as far as to say that they have an upper hand on all of these superheroes, on Iron Man and Captain America and various people, because at the end of the day, they don't know who to trust. They don't know who they can go to, but that Heroes for Hire is not going to have that question, that they can trust each other, because for the most part, they exist as a cohesive family. So as we continue with Wolverine Volume 3, issue number 45, what we see is that, as with previous comics, this comic picks up from the previous events. Now, what's really kind of interesting here is that we see Wolverine and Namor the Submariner engaging in physical combat. The two of them are actually fighting, because as we saw with the previous comic, Namor the Submariner had really kind of appeared and made it apparent that he was the person that had, I guess, established all of these sleeper cells, or at the very least woke them up, so that they could engage in the activity or the investigation of trying to find the killer of Namorita. Now, here's what's really interesting when it comes to the idea of these Atlantean sleeper cells. For the most part, we don't know who put them there. We don't know how they got there. We don't know when they were there. We really have no idea at what point this whole project involving the Atlantean sleeper cells began. We don't know if maybe they were established within the first time that Namor the Submariner had inherited the throne of New Pangaea as the leader of the Atlantean kingdom. We don't know if maybe it was after the Illuminati were formed. We have no real clue as to when it was that this takes place. All we really know is that somewhere along the line, sleeper cells, Atlanteans who were masquerading as humans, began to move about on the surface, and we don't know what their purpose was. One of the really interesting things that we see when it comes to a comparison between the Atlanteans and humans is that the Atlanteans, for the most part, hate humans, and this is really kind of a cool aspect of their characters. Very rarely do we ever really see an instance where Atlanteans will have normal dealings with humans. They're very inhuman. They're very similar to the Inhumans in this way. The Inhumans, for the most part, really kind of exist off on their own. They really kind of exist totally separate. And under normal circumstances, Black Bolt would never really have any dealings with normal people. And in fact, his dealings with anyone outside of his own people, of the Inhumans and their own territory, is really kind of isolated to the Illuminati. With Namor the Submariner, it's the exact same way, but this is where the two get a little bit different. Where Black Bolt says he wants nothing to do with humans, Namor the Submariner at some point along the line seems to have sanctioned this kind of endeavor where he is really kind of using sleeper cells as a way to ensure that nothing really happens. Because these individuals are sleeper cells, they don't know that they are Atlanteans. They are just kind of woken up at some point in time. And so it's not as though they're kind of reporting information back to the Namor the Submariner. It's not as though they're kind of keeping him aware of events that they are unfolding here on the surface. They're just kind of there, or at least that's the perception that we're given of them. And so when you look at this idea of sleeper cells, the one thing to kind of bear in mind is that we have no idea how this started, we have no idea how long they've been there. And what we'll see as this comic really kind of progresses is that this is a point that Wolverine raises to Tony Stark. So as we continue with the comic, we of course see Namor the Submariner and Wolverine continuing to fight one another. And what's really kind of cool here is that Namor the Submariner and Wolverine are really kind of just in a knockout, drag down kind of brawl between one another. And for the most part, they're really kind of having an even fight. Now we see that Wolverine knocks Namor the Submariner down, and as he does, he goes to, of course, dress himself, and the two of them again begin to fight once more. Now from there, we kind of see some witty banter back and forth. We see the two of them kind of taunting one another. We see that Wolverine really kind of says that he expected better of Name of the Submariner because Name of the Submariner is royalty. He is the king. He's the leader of Atlantis, of the new Pangea territory for Atlanteans, and so he thought that he would have a little more strength, maybe a little more fight. At the same time, Name of the Submariner more or less says the same thing, that Wolverine has a reputation for kind of being a murderer, and he really kind of taunts him by asking if he murders people by boring them to death. In response to this, Wolverine uses his adamantium claws to impale Name of the Submariner. Now at this point, Janus attempts to come to the aid of Name of the Submariner, but Wolverine incapacitates him quite quickly. In fact, he actually takes off his breathing mask and really kind of exposes Janus to the oxygen-rich atmosphere. Now this is one of the inherent traits of Atlanteans in the sense that they can't breathe our normal oxygen. They have to have a sort of breathing apparatus that they use occasionally in order to allow them to survive on our surface. From here we see him throw one of their transformation darts into the neck of Paul, and Paul becomes incapacitated. And then we switch to this unknown woman who has apparently put one of their weapons to the throat of Nitro. Now this is really kind of a ruse. This is really kind of designed to keep Wolverine off of his toes, and we see that Name of the Submariner reemerges, shouts Imperious Rex, and then knocks Wolverine unconscious. Now one of the questions a lot of people have when it comes to Name of the Submariner is, what does Imperious Rex mean, or does it even mean anything? As far as I understand it, Imperious Rex has no real importance when it comes to Name of the Submariner. It is really kind of a battle cry. It's the equivalent of I guess maybe Thor using his hammer, or picking up his hammer and shouting Valhalla, or the Beard of Odin, or something along those lines, to really kind of, I guess maybe get himself rallied up, or to get other people rallied up for the upcoming conflict. And what we see is that Name of the Submariner and this unknown woman and Nitro really kind of begin to fade away as Wolverine becomes unconscious, and then Wolverine is knocked out entirely. Now from here, Wolverine comes to, and once he realizes that the two of them, or I'm sorry, that all three of them have taken off, he really kind of begins to try to pick up their scent. And the reason for this is, of course, Wolverine, one of his most prominent abilities is the ability to really...
Tried Warzone? It's literally COD Fortnite. True, yeah. It's just a battle royale. You've never played Warzone before?
And because Atlanteans are almost never on the surface,
you never played
it's not
Warzone?
only very easy for Wolverine to pick up their scent, it's also very easy.
Yeah, it's Call of Duty Fortnite, bro. It's first-person battle royale.
Instance where he's going to lose their scent because it's so unique. From here, we see that he's able to track their scent down to the water, and from there, he really loses the ability to track them further just because he doesn't have the ability to swim underwater. He calls for assistance from Iron Man, and Iron Man appears, and of course, Wolverine kind of talks to him and says, I need your ability, I need your assistance. I'm not able to travel underwater, and I need to track down Nitro from the hands of Name of the Submariner so that he can, effectively stand justice for the crimes that he's committed. At this point, we see that Iron Man has actually lent his suit to Wolverine, and Wolverine has a little bit of inner monologue here. He really kind of has an instance where he, really kind of expresses what he's thinking and what it was that led to Iron Man allowing him to use his armor. Initially, Iron Man didn't want to use it, or didn't want to do it. Iron Man did not want to give his armor to Wolverine, but Wolverine pointed out the fact that there are a handful of sleeper agents that have been found so far. And again, he points out the same thing that we had discussed earlier, that at some point along the line, these sleeper agents were installed by the Atlantean people, and so we don't really know where these sleeper agents are at. We don't know who they are. We have no idea who they could be. And so because of this, this is really an instance whereby they need to gain as much information as they possibly can. And so after this is kind of revealed by Wolverine, of course, he says that Iron Man allowed him to use his armor. At this point, we see that Wolverine has reached New Pangea, which is the home territory of all the Atlanteans, and is the one place in which all of them reside. What we also see is that he confronts, Name of the Submariner. And Name of the Submariner is initially not very receptive.
Saying Warzone has some Squid Game modes? I know Call of Duty or Fortnite does. I didn't know Warzone did.
Kind of plays on that. Wolverine really kind of plays on the idea that Name of the Submariner thinks he's Tony Stark, and he really kind of moves forward accordingly. What we see is that initially, Name of the Submariner is under the idea that to his eyes, Iron Man wants to take Nitro to allow Nitro to stand for his crimes, but it's not nearly going to be as vengeful or as justified as the actions that Name of the Submariner is going to take against him. In addition, we see that one of the things that's really kind of discussed here is that he had made a bargain, that he had really kind of told Nitro that if Nitro gives the necessary information, that he won't kill him. And so Wolverine is again trying to maintain this bargain. He's really trying to uphold his end of the deal. And this is really kind of important here, because this really kind of goes in line with the idea that Wolverine is a very honorable person. And what we see is that ultimately Wolverine, as he's kind of talking to Namor the Submariner, is Namor the Submariner says, you know, he killed my cousin. He killed one of the members of the royal family. And so why should I release him? You know, if you can give me one good reason, then I will let him go. And Wolverine says, I will give you 6 reasons. And of course, he reveals his cause. At this point, of course, Namor the Submariner realizes that it is Wolverine. He tells Janice to attack, but Wolverine is able to overpower Janice relatively fast, albeit due to the fact that the suit moves pretty slow compared to how we can normally move on the surface. From here, we again see that Namor the Submariner and Wolverine begin to attack each other, and the two of them fight for only a few moments or so. In addition, he takes one of the women who have attacked him on behalf of Namor the Submariner, and she really kind of pleads with him to kill her, because they're never going to let Namorita go. Wolverine's really kind of holding her hostage at this point. Wolverine's really kind of saying, if you don't give me Nitro, I'm going to kill this woman. But she doesn't mind dying, because to her, her loyalty is to Namor the Submariner. It is loyalty to the royal family. And this is really kind of the way that most Atlanteans kind of view the royal family of the Atlantean people. They're really kind of dogmatic in this sense. To them, honor is the most important thing, and the royal family is the most important thing. And this is really kind of a throwback, or kind of an allegory to the mindset of the Japanese people during World War II. So what we see is that Namor the Submariner is really kind of in a position where he doesn't want to see another one of his people die. He doesn't want to see another one of these people be killed. And so he asks the question of Wolverine, why is this murderer worth your word? And he says he's really not, but he made him a promise. He told him that if he is willing to give information that is necessary to really kind of highlight the bigger picture, highlight to what it was that allowed Nitro to detonate in the first place, then they'll go a little bit easier on him, I guess, or Wolverine just won't kill him outright. And so Namor really kind of takes note of this. Namor really says that, you know, you have come from the surface and trespassed on our property. You are going to effectively strip me of the justice that is deserved for the death of Namorita, but in the end, you have honor, which is something that I can respect. And so we see that Namor the Submariner has Wolverine and a few other people taken to the whereabouts of where Nitro is being held, where Nitro is kind of being interrogated. But what we see is that Nitro has killed the husband of the woman that Wolverine was going to kill, the person who was interrogating him. From here, she really kind of freaks out. The wife begins to kind of go insane and attempts to attack Nitro. But we see that ultimately Wolverine kind of gets in the way, is able to stop her, and is able to spare Nitro's life. Now, initially, Wolverine is ready to kind of take Nitro away, but he really kind of second guesses it. He says no more. This is really kind of the last straw for Wolverine. His idea was to take Nitro and to gain the information that was necessary to really kind of highlight the bigger picture and then hand Nitro over to S.H.I.E.L.D. But this is no longer going to be the case. He says no more bargains, no more victims, no more reprieves. And what he does is he hands Nitro over to Namor the Submariner. He really kind of grants Namor the Submariner the justice that they felt they were deserved. And this is a very important move on behalf of Wolverine, because what we see is that in response to this, Namor the Submariner meets with Wolverine and tells Wolverine that the information Wolverine was looking to get from Nitro in the first place had already been gathered, and that a company called Damage Control Incorporated had given Nitro the mutant hormone, the mutant growth hormone, that had really kind of contributed to him being able to detonate on such a scale. And so with this information, the comic really kind of becomes to an end, and we see that that Wolverine, we presume, is going to begin to go on a warpath a second time to try to find out more about this company and try to implement his own plans to bring this company down. So as we begin to come to a close involving the tie-ins of Civil War issue number 4, we transition to Cable and Deadpool issue number 31. Now, if you recall our discussion with Cable and Deadpool issue number 30, we had talked about how Cable and Deadpool had really kind of, I guess maybe had the very early formations of being opposed to one another, about how Deadpool had chosen the side of the government, he had chosen the pro-registration side, and Cable was really kind of leaning towards anti-registration, but at this point hadn't necessarily made his goals quite clear in the sense that we didn't know exactly where he stood. With Cable and Deadpool issue number 31, we get a more clear-cut instance of where Cable stands in terms of superhuman registration. In addition, we really kind of pick up with the end of Cable and Deadpool issue number 30, where we saw that Deadpool had confronted Captain America and his team. Now, as you'll notice with the comic book panel here, Goliath is alive. And the whole reason for this is because, as we know, this comic takes place chronologically, for the most part, before the events of Goliath's death. But as we'll see, the comic really kind of covers 3 different time spectrums, and what I mean by that is the comic initially starts out before the death of Goliath. It continues throughout Goliath's death, and then it ends after the death of Goliath. So it really kind of covers everything before, after, or before, during, and after the events of Civil War issue number 4. And what we see is that Deadpool is confronting and fighting all of Captain America's group in addition to Captain America, and for the most part, he's able to handle his own quite well. He's really kind of able to not necessarily go toe-to-toe physically with Hercules, but is able to outmaneuver him. The same thing goes for Goliath, and it's really kind of funny here because in classic Deadpool fashion, we really kind of see him continuing this element of what he considers to be an inner monologue, when in reality he's speaking outwardly. In addition, he's really kind of, I guess maybe narrating his own actions here. And this is really what kind of makes Deadpool funny in these comics. He really kind of sets the stage for himself and really kind of has a series of quick quips and one-liners. As the comic really kind of progresses and Deadpool continues to fight the team of Captain America eventually brings a conflict to an end, and he really kind of stops Hercules from effectively pummeling Deadpool. And he tells Hercules that Deadpool's really just kind of doing what's expected of him, and they really had always kind of known that at some point along the line, Deadpool was going to get involved in the Civil War event. Which side he was going to choose, they didn't really know. But Captain America really kind of indicates here that he always had kind of known that Deadpool would have chosen the pro-registration side most likely. But we see that Hercules' patience is really kind of wearing thin here, and that he really doesn't enjoy the presence of what he considers to be a jester like Deadpool. And then Captain America kind of asks the question, what should we do with him? From here, Cable appears, and Cable says it's fine if Hercules pummels Deadpool for a little while because Deadpool has a healing factor and that eventually he'll recover. From here we see that Cable confronts Deadpool and really kind of acknowledges the fact that the two of them are on opposite sides. And he actually goes as far as to try to bribe Deadpool and tell Deadpool that he'll double whatever it is that he's being paid to I guess, try to capture superheroes. Deadpool is a little hesitant here, and then Cable goes as far as to say that he'll give him a bigger badge than the one that he already has. And this is where Deadpool again has one of his funnier moments because he's really kind of torn here. The element or the idea of having a bigger badge is almost enough to turn him, but not quite.
Yeah, you know,
he
bro.
tries to fire some of his tranquilizers at Cable.
It's got
because of
MVP.
Cable's,
Doctor
gravimetric
Strange is
field.
goated.
The tranquilizers bounce off of him, and they actually end up hitting Deadpool instead. From here, Deadpool falls unconscious, and Captain America asks, how long will he be out for? And Cable replies, not nearly long enough. And so they ask, what should we do with him? And Cable says, get as much duct tape as you can and use one roll of duct tape for his mouth. And this is really kind of a funny element when it really kind of pays homage to how often Deadpool talks. Now from here, we see that Deadpool's really just kind of trying to struggle to get out of his bonds. He's really kind of trying to get, I guess maybe execute his escape. And the more he fights, the tighter the bonds become, the least likely it is that he's going to be able to escape. In addition, he acknowledges the fact that he has to go pee. And for the next few panels, this is really the only focus that he has, that he just really has to go to the bathroom, that he really has to go pee. And this is probably one of my favorite parts because it's classic Deadpool. This is classic Deadpool right here. This is simply just Deadpool struggling, duct tape to a chair. and he just really has to go pee. I don't really know how else to say that. It's one of my favorite parts when it comes to the Deadpool comics. But we see that Cable arrives, and Cable tells him the game has changed, that this is not really kind of a funny thing anymore. This is something that has to be taken a lot more seriously now. And he says that Goliath has been killed. Now, what's really kind of cool here is that Deadpool again really kind of acknowledges some of the events that had taken place before Civil War, despite the fact that Deadpool, for the most part, in the Cable and Deadpool comics, is really kind of off on his own, doing his own thing. And what we see is that, of course, Cable tells Deadpool that Thor killed one of our guys, killed Goliath, and Deadpool says that Thor was dead, and Cable says that someone forgot to tell him that, in addition to the fact that Thor was supposed to be one of the good guys, and someone didn't tell him that either. And from here, we really kind of see that Cable cuts Deadpool loose and says that they're basically going to be going on a mission. They're going to be transitioning. They're going to be going somewhere else. And Cable body slides the both of them to the White House. Now from here, he's in the Oval Office, and he's trying to converse with the president, tells the president to keep his guards down, to not allow the Secret Service to shoot at him, because if they do, the bullets will bounce off of him due to his gravimetric field, and it may very well assassinate the president. From here, this is one of the most important parts of the comic, and the reason why is because this gives us a firm understanding of where Cable stands regarding the Civil War event, but it's also a little bit of humor. Deadpool is still having to pee. He still has to use the bathroom, and so he eventually asks the president, "Where's the bathroom at?" And the president says that it's the third row down on the right. And so, of course, he has one of the Secret Service escort him there so that Deadpool can't really do anything fishy. From here, we see that Cable really is trying to plead with the president, trying to tell the president that while he is in support of superhuman registration, he is against the idea of the 50-state initiative. Now, if you recall our discussion with the Civil War frontline and the whole negative zone and whatnot, we had talked about how the 50-state initiative was an idea by Reed Richards and Iron Man and others to have a government-sanctioned superhero team in all 50 states. In addition, there would be a portal to the negative zone in all 50 states. And Cable's concern here is that this will really kind of lead to a totalitarian state where you will have a 50-state initiative that will start with the greatest intentions, and then eventually it'll turn into a police state, and that these superheroes will not exist to simply govern other superheroes. They won't exist to really kind of maintain law and order, that they will become oppressive. And he goes as far as to say that Cable's future, or Cable's life, Cable's past, is this present's future. And Cable really kind of comes with a warning, saying that if you continue down this road, if you continue what you're doing, the results are going to be something that will evolve into a real civil war. Because at this point, the Civil War conflict, such as it is really kind of a conflict between superheroes. It's really not that major of an event involving society as a whole. For the most part, normal humans haven't necessarily been impacted in the sense that they're able to continue going about their daily lives. They're able to continue their normal operations. They can go to work and they can talk to their kids and so on and so forth. Cable says that if this continues, this will result in a civil war that will affect everyone. It will not simply just affect your average superhero. But the president doesn't want to hear this, and the reason why is because the president says he's not too concerned about something that's going to happen 50 years away, that his concern is the voters in November. And this is kind of a tip of the hat to, or I guess maybe kind of a criticism of sorts, to politicians, in the sense that one of the biggest criticisms of modern day politicians is that they don't care about the future, they just care about getting reelected. What we see is that the Secret Service agents begin to start shooting at Cable, and Cable is able to deflect all of their bullets. In addition, we see the National Guard arrive, and the National Guard begins attacking Cable. But Cable accesses something called the InfoNet, which is basically all the electronic transmissions that exist on the planet Earth, and he begins downloading the contents of the Congressional Library into the minds of these soldiers. Now, it won't necessarily kill them. All it'll do is just simply keep their minds overwhelmed to the point that they are incapable of doing anything whatsoever. And this is when Cable again begins to really kind of, I guess maybe become a little more harsh with the president, where he says that this is not a joke, this is not some kind of a ruse or anything, this is a serious issue, and that what you're doing here is only going to lead to a horrible future, and that you have to stop now. And he says that, you know, that he'll be present, that Cable will be there, and that the president himself will be watching on as an elderly man when his successor is signing a treaty of surrender. And we would go as far as to presume that most likely what Cable means is that this civil war that will take place will most likely kind of be a civil war between superheroes and humanity, which is really kind of maybe a Days of Future Past-esque kind of concept. And if you guys remember our discussion about the Days of Future Past, we had talked about how the influence of the Days of Future Past would be seen in virtually every single crossover that would ever come after the Days of Future Past. And this is really kind of a homage to that. This is really kind of an instance where we kind of see Marvel pointing the finger and saying that the Days of Future Past timeline is not something that can't happen. It's not something that may never happen. It's entirely possible that it might. And so it's really kind of Marvel telling us that the possibility of a Days of Future Past kind of future is always there. Just because the events were thwarted by Kitty Pryde doesn't mean that it could never happen. From here we see that Deadpool arrives back after using the bathroom, and the president addresses Deadpool directly and asks Deadpool if he is a member of the pro-registration group, and Deadpool answers yes. And so the president says, your job now is to apprehend Cable, dead or alive. And this brings an end to Cable and Deadpool issue number 31. So Civil War issue number 5 is a very exciting comic book in the Civil War series. And the reason for this is because up until this comic book, you know, throughout all the tie-ins that we've seen throughout Civil War Frontline and even the main comic books, Civil War stories, we've really kind of seen this gradual build-up. We've really kind of seen this gradual increase, and we really kind of were given this indication that at the end of all this, there would be some major conflict that would take place. But it really kind of seemed to drag on. It really kind of seemed to be that Marvel was really providing us with more dialogue and more character development than actual action. I mean, we had seen action here and there. We especially saw action when we saw the whole conflict and the destruction of the Yancey Street area and the Thing leaving the country and so on and so forth. But Civil War issue number 5...
Yo, Johnson Hart, thanks for the follow, welcome in.
Where with previous Civil War issues, we really kind of slowly built into it. Civil War issue number 5 jumps off extremely fast. And what we see here is, if you recall Civil War issue number 4, we had talked about how Susan Storm had left Reed Richards. She had left his side, left Iron Man's side as part of the pro-registration movement. And Johnny Storm was really kind of coming to. Johnny Storm was really kind of coming out of his coma, coming out of his injuries, and really kind of healing. And so what we see is that Johnny Storm and Sue Storm are, of course, side by side with one another, and they are on the side of Captain America, and they're attempting to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. Now what we see is that as they're trying to get away, of course, Johnny Storm tells Sue Storm to make them invisible, and S.H.I.E.L.D., of course, adapts to this power, adapts to her ability to make anybody invisible by using infrared. And this is really kind of important because by them using infrared, of course, they can track them no matter where they go. From here, we transition to Stark Tower. And again, if you recall...
Yo, so Johnson Hart, do you play this game? Who do you play as?
Goliath, there would be a kind of changing of the guard where people would leave both sides. Some people would leave Iron Man's side and go to Captain America's side, and some people would leave Captain America's side and go to Iron Man's side. And while we saw that Sue Storm had left the side of Iron Man, how Johnny Storm had left the side of Iron Man to join Captain America's side, we see that Nighthawk and Stature are leaving Captain America's side to join Iron Man's side. Now they're meeting with Happy Hogan here, and of course Happy Hogan is the right-hand man of Tony Stark and has been for quite some time. But it's really kind of an interesting scenario here because under normal circumstances they would be meeting with Tony Stark, and Happy Hogan really kind of takes note of this and says that Tony Stark should have been here by now, and it's a little strange that he hasn't been. And what we do is we really kind of transition to the upstairs portion of Stark Tower, and we see that Tony Stark and Peter Parker are fighting one another. And again, to tie back into Civil War issue number 4, we had seen that, and even with issue number 3, that Peter Parker was really kind of developing these early feelings of questioning whether or not Tony Stark was right, whether or not superhuman registration was really the way to go. And where we had previously talked about Peter Parker really kind of developing these feelings and that it would evolve into something more, we really kind of see this coming to fruition. We see that Peter Parker, for the most part, is rebelling against Tony Stark, that he doesn't want to be part of this anymore, that he thinks that it's wrong, that he thinks that what's going on here is something that doesn't need to happen, because the idea of locking superheroes in the negative zone with no real trial, the idea of unleashing a clone of Thor, a cyborg, that resulted in the death of a fellow superhero is pretty much something that really indicates this has gone on far too long, and that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man are simply just in over their heads. What we also see is a little bit of discussion here, a little bit of rationale on both sides of them, and Iron Man is really kind of interesting here because, again, we get a little more in depth, we get a little more discussion here in terms of what Iron Man's perspective is on this. That Iron Man believes that the problem is that if superheroes are not regulated, if superheroes are not registered, that this will lead to some kind of huge problem. It'll lead to some kind of huge crisis, and that ultimately it will lead to the government really kind of regulating all superheroes. There will really not be any kind of a better system here. It won't simply be that some superheroes are registered if they choose to be, and those that don't will be arrested. It'll simply be that the government will ban all superheroes everywhere. And so this is really kind of the best scenario. Again, we really kind of see that Peter Parker and that Iron Man begin to come to blows again, and Iron Man really kind of says this is for the greater good. He says it's not just about you. He says, what about Aunt May? What about Mary Jane? And Peter Parker says that
yo, what up, Muhammad Omar? How you doing?
As safe as he can possibly make them. And then this is really kind of when Tony Stark realizes that there's no coming back for Peter Parker, that Peter Parker is in no way going to really kind of change his mind, that he is now irrevocably against the superhuman registration movement. And Iron Man goes as far as to say that he's disappointed in this, and Peter Parker of course responds by saying that he's not nearly as disappointed in, that Tony Stark is not nearly as disappointed in Peter Parker as Peter Parker is in himself. From here we see Peter Parker try to escape, but of course the glass is reinforced, and then we see S.H.I.E.L.D. arrive. Now initially,
I'm waiting for my brother to join here.
To stop S.H.I.E.L.D. from shooting at Peter Parker, not necessarily because he doesn't want to see Spider-Man killed, but because if the glass is destroyed, then Peter Parker will be able to escape.
Bathroom break, same. No worries, bro.
S.H.I.E.L.D. coming in and firing at Peter Parker, they destroy the glass, and Peter Parker is able to get away. We see that as a response to this, because Peter Parker, Spider-Man, is now able to escape and he's now kind of out on his own, that Maria Hill activates the new Thunderbolts protocol. And if we recall again our discussion about the previous Civil War events, we had talked about how the Baron Zemo-led group of the Thunderbolts had really kind of gone away, but some of those members stayed along, and when they stayed, they became part of the new Thunderbolts arrangement that was set up by S.H.I.E.L.D. So of course we see individuals like Taskmaster, we see Lady Deathstrike, we see Venom, we see various individuals who had previously been supervillains now fighting on behalf of the federal government. And this is something that will become very, very important, especially when we get into Civil War issue number 6. And what we see is that, of course, Spider-Man is underground now. Spider-Man is actually literally underground and is really kind of trying to figure out what to do next, trying to figure out what his next move is. And then we see that he's confronted by a couple supervillains who are members of the Thunderbolts, who of course are now released and are tasked with the goal of finding Spider-Man. We see that he's confronted by Jack-O-Lantern and by Jester. Now these villains weren't necessarily major villains in the realm of Marvel Comics as a whole. These were really kind of villains that were confined to Spider-Man comics, but they were very formidable villains nonetheless. Jack-O-Lantern was in a lot of ways kind of a spin-off of the Green Goblin, and Jester was really kind of a spin-off of, I guess maybe a combination of the Joker from DC Comics and the Green Goblin from Marvel Comics. We see that, for the most part, Peter Parker is really kind of caught unawares, and because of the fact that both of these villains are formidable in their own right, there really isn't a whole lot that Peter Parker can do against the both of them. Their intention, after they pretty much have kind of defeated him, is to kill him, but of course S.H.I.E.L.D. tells these individuals to stand down. Of course, they report that they have Peter Parker captured, and while S.H.I.E.L.D. is on their way to, I guess, to attain or to take Peter Parker into custody, we see that Jack-o'-lantern is killed. In addition, we don't really know who it was that did this. We simply know that someone is standing there and that someone has effectively rendered both the Jester and Jack-o'-lantern dead, more or less, that they've basically killed them. But what we see is that Peter Parker really kind of responds to this and says that, I know your face, you're that skull face guy. And this is really kind of an indication to us that this is Frank Castle, the Punisher. Now from here, we again switch back to Susan Storm and Johnny Storm, and we see that they have new disguises. And again, they kind of poke fun at the idea that Nick Fury had given them these kind of disguises that were a little strange in the sense that they're actually together now, that they are masquerading as husband and wife, which is a little strange considering that they're brother and sister. But the idea of Nick Fury in the Civil War event is really kind of intriguing here, and I think it's important that we touch on this. The Civil War event is, of course, one of the major events in Marvel Comics, and we don't see Nick Fury here. We see Nick Fury hinted at, we see Nick Fury discussed, but we don't actually really see Nick Fury proper in the sense that we see him talking to everybody else in person. And the reason for this is because there is a much larger and far more, I guess maybe, catastrophic event that's coming up in Marvel Comics after the Civil War that Nick Fury has really kind of uncovered, that he's really found the beginnings of. And so Nick Fury is really kind of off dealing with this while simultaneously doing the best he can to aid those individuals who are underground that are on Captain America's side. From here, of course, we see that Susan Storm and Johnny Storm arrive at Captain America's hideout at in Queens, I believe, and we really kind of get a little more detail on some of the characters that we haven't seen just yet. Of course, we see them talking about Cloak and Dagger and about how they had been captured. And we see that Captain America is a little frustrated here because they're essentially losing one man for every person that they gain. And so they're really not making any ground in terms of being able to match the numbers that are on the side of Tony Stark. Now, this next section is extremely important because what we see is that Hulkling, who is a shapeshifter and a member of the Young Avengers, offers to impersonate a staff of the Baxter Building and to gain the, I guess maybe the security blueprints for the Baxter Building itself. But we see that Captain America declines this offer and tells him that he has a much bigger job for him in Arizona. In addition, we see that he gives the task of going to, I guess, another goal of some sort to the Invisible Woman. Now we will see what the tasks are that Captain America gives to these individuals, but we won't learn about them until Civil War issue number 6. And so I would like you to pay very close attention or really kind of keep this in the back of your heads because these two things will become very important. In addition, we see that as they're conversing, as they're talking, the Punisher enters holding Peter Parker, and he really kind of tells Captain America or somebody in general that they need to get a medic so they can tend to Peter Parker. And what we kind of see here is that Captain America calls for Jane Foster to assist Peter Parker and to really kind of tend to his medical injuries, to really kind of tend to the injuries that he sustained as a result of fighting both Jester and Jack-o'-lantern. In addition, we really kind of see the group discussing what to do with Frank Castle. They're really not sure what side he's on. Maybe he's on the side of Captain America, maybe he's on the side of Iron Man, and Falcon goes as far as to ask the question, you know, which side are you on here? In addition, we see that Frank Castle chose the side
Where
of
am I
Captain
from?
America
I'm from America.
because Iron Man has allied himself
USA.
with supervillains, and this is not something that we've seen Captain America do yet. Iron Man really chose to ally himself only insofar that he would use the Thunderbolts as a means to an end, but Captain America has not chosen this road. Now, whether or not this is a road that Captain America chose because he simply didn't want to have anything to do with villains, or because he just simply didn't have access to him, is not necessarily something that we've been given yet, and I don't think that he actually goes into detail about this. In addition, they're really kind of debating as to whether or not they should allow Frank Castle to stay a part of their group. And what we learn here is that, if you recall in Civil War issue number 4, we had talked about how when Nighthawk and others were leaving Captain America's team, that there was a masked individual that was watching over everything. Now, the initial indication, and I think that Marvel had kind of played on this, was that this individual may have been Crossbones. We didn't really really know who he was. But then we learned that it was actually Frank Castle, and that Frank Castle had, in the background and in the shadows, kept multiple individuals off the scent.
My homie
Captain
Viper on
America's
with his
team,
girl,
and it
but they're
really
not
kind
joining.
of bailed them out of scenarios where they
Do one,
normally
they'll
would
probably
have been
come in after.
captured, albeit doing
Get
it
into
with
it.
kind of a hidden hand. And so people are really kind of hesitant about Frank Castle. They're really kind of unsure about Frank Castle because Frank Castle is an enigma in Marvel Comics. We know about him, but we don't really know what it is that he'll do. He is kind of like Deadpool in a lot of ways. Frank Castle has a moral code, and Frank Castle's code says that he kills villains everywhere, no matter what they're doing. But we don't necessarily know whether or not he's in a stable state of mind. We don't know if he is sane at this point in time,
gonna
because
call
a
my
large
brother,
portion of the
get him on a
superhero community
Facebook call.
considers him to be insane. Now, Luke Cage, of course, asks him, do we want to keep Frank Castle here? And Captain America simply says that he's thinking. But what we also see is that while all these individuals are meeting, someone is kind of hidden in a corner and is recording the entire event. Now from here, we see that Daredevil has been captured in Hell's Kitchen, and he's being taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D., but he's also kind of being escorted by Reed Richards. But before the transportation vehicle leaves for presumably the negative zone, we really kind of see Reed Richards talking with She-Hulk. And this is really kind of interesting here, because for the most part, we've never really seen an instance so far where Reed Richards is really kind of questioning this whole superhuman registration thing, and he's really not questioning this so far in the sense that he regrets getting involved. He's really just kind of questioning the motives and really kind of questioning the end result here. Of course, Reed Richards has used mathematical probability to determine the fact that this is the most rational course of action. But again, it really doesn't assuage his guilty conscience, because
Yeah, you don't have to keep the string pulled up, bro. It's all good.
Anyone in his family on his corner,
Yeah, but I like seeing your
Susan
perspective,
Storm,
though.
Johnny Storm, they've left for the side of Captain America.
You like how I'm listening to the Civil War, Marvel Civil War lore right now?
And so all that Reed Richards
Yeah,
really has
no, I'm digging
is
it. I'm
Valeria
listening to it.
Richards
Well, now
and
I'm not,
Franklin
so
Richards,
you call,
and
but
their kids. They really don't understand the stake,
Once I pull you
the
back up,
ramifications of what's going on at this point in time. And we see
So this
him
is-
really
this is
kind
just
of,
Civil War.
I guess,
This isn't-
discussing
this is like the
with,
comic Civil
She-Hulk's
War.
Right,
thoughts. He's really
right.
kind of
How it all
talking
started,
about
how it originally
how
began.
things are going. He's really kind of
yeah, it's
saying
much
he's
darker,
unsure
yo.
of what's
It's
going on.
much darker.
Oh yeah, it is.
Kind of assuages this and
I was
says
telling
that
Audrey
they're given
about
the
it.
future.
Trying to
They
catch
give
her
them a
up.
chance to continue their role as superheroes rather than allowing this kind of fear on behalf of society and the perception of superheroes bubble up to a point where it just kind of leads to this place where all superheroes are
We're mucking them.
entirely.
I'm supposed to be the Punisher. My bad, Muhammad. Muhammad wanted me to be the Punisher. You still here, Muhammad? He said that before I went to the bathroom for 5 minutes. Before I left.
So as we continue our discussion on the Civil War event, we're largely going to be sticking with the Civil War Frontline series regarding the tie-ins of Civil War issues number
Oof, got
5,
me.
6, and 7. And the reason for this is because while the other tie-ins give us a little bit of information, maybe some background, they're not nearly as important as these
Falling
other
back.
comics. And for the most part, they don't really give us a
They're
whole
on
lot
point
in
right
terms
now.
of progressing the Civil War event. If anything, they really kind of begin to wind down and really kind of begin to move towards this ultimate goal. And for the most part, the ultimate goal is something that we will see unfold. But the Civil War Frontline series is particularly important going forward until the series ends, because as we will see, it really kind of evolves into this whodunit kind of mystery scenario. And then with Civil War Frontline issue number 11, we ultimately really kind of get this big reveal of why it was the entire Civil War event happened.
Dang,
in
how
the
did they
first
kill me
place.
quicker than I
And
do
what we
that?
see
That's
as
crazy.
we move forward with Civil War Frontline issue number 6 is that Jim, who is a co-worker of Ben Urich, is really kind of talking to Ben Urich. And all Jim really does here is just kind of provide a little bit of maybe comedy, I guess. He really kind of talks about how he himself is considering registering. And of course, Ben Urich tells Jim that he doesn't really have a secret identity. But Jim really says that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't really know that. That S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't really know that he's not a superhero. He just simply just claimed to be a superhero who is obscure and has no real powers. And this whole reason for this is because the superheroes that are registered with S.H.I.E.L.D., they get a pension, they get a good salary, and the benefits of being a pro-registration member of S.H.I.E.L.D. is really just better than the situation that Jim's in right now. Again, this isn't necessarily something that we can take seriously, it's just kind of designed to give us a little bit of humor.
Damn, why does
What
it
we
take
also
so
see
long
is
to
that
get
in the
off?
background, Ben Urich is packing up his things, and Ben Urich is really just kind of, I guess maybe vacating his office. Jim doesn't necessarily catch on to this right off the bat, but then he really kind of picks up on it and asks Ben Urich if he's going somewhere, and Ben Urich replies by asking him what was his first clue. From here, we see that Ben Urich is leaving his office, and he runs into Robbie Robertson. And this is really kind of interesting. We see that Robbie Robertson asks Ben Urich where he's thinking and where he's going and what he's doing.
Damn.
And Ben Urich really kind of replies that J. Jonah Jameson had fired him. Now, Robbie Robertson replies that this is just the way J. Jonah Jameson is. It's just kind of the way he is as a person. And Ben Urich says that after the first 15 years or so, it was kind of funny, but it's not really funny anymore, and he's really kind of had enough of it. In addition, we really kind of see Ben Urich getting angry with Robbie Robertson because Ben Urich believes that this whole idea of the Green Goblin is an important.
You have 3, yeah, sure, bring him in. We'll have a full squad.
The Green Goblin that meets the eye, and that the Green Goblin.
I got me in 2, so we got 3 here.
And so Ben Urich is not necessarily going to take this as a very light thing. What we really kind of see here is that Robbie Robertson ultimately kind of strikes a deal with Ben Urich. And what he says is that the Daily Bugle exists to sell itself. The Daily Bugle exists to really kind of make money. And that if the Daily Bugle is not reporting the story of the time, which is the current Civil War and registration issue, then the Daily Bugle will lose money. But if Ben Urich is able to provide any kind of truth and verifiable proof that the Green Goblin story is something worth reporting, then Robbie Robertson will
Iron
put Ben
Fist
Urich
is
completely
cool.
in the face of J. Jonah Jameson, even if it means the two of them could potentially be fired for.
No
From
rank.
here,
We're just
we
doing quick play, bro.
transition to Sally Floyd. And what we see is that Sally Floyd is in some kind of undisclosed location, and the room that she
Yeah,
is
we're gonna
in,
stop it. We're gonna stop it.
this appears to be one of those rooms that's designed to, I guess maybe intimidate her, but she's not very intimidated by it. In addition, an anonymous voice comes over the intercom, really kind of speaking to her through one-way glass, and there's really kind of some witty banter here.
Well, yeah,
We,
Adam
of course, see
Warlock,
that
he was hired
this
for
voice is
it.
asking her questions like, who was the individual that tipped you off at the market in Chinatown, and so on and so forth. And we see that Sally Floyd is really just kind of providing some witty banter. She's really kind of providing sarcastic answers, and she's not taking this very seriously. In addition, what we also learn is that the person who's asking her these questions is Eric Marshall. And of course, we had discussed how Eric Marshall was one of the individuals that had arrested her in the first place. From here, we really kind of see the two of them argue back and forth, and we see that Eric Marshall attempting to establish himself as the authority figure, but Sally Floyd's really not having any of it. And she really kind of talks about how, she thought this was a free country, but it's really not the free country she thought it was, when members of the press can be arrested in violation of the Constitution. In addition, we really kind of get a little bit of backstory here between Eric Marshall and Sally Floyd. And we learn that, of course, Sally Floyd had done a lot of reporting and really kind of done a lot of investigating on Eric Marshall, and learned that Eric Marshall was part of the NSA, and that Eric Marshall...
You should try somebody other than Scarlet Witch, Andrew. You weren't doing that good with her.
Learned that Eric
No, yeah, I just said the same thing to myself.
No bullshit. I would have had like what? I would have had like 30 kills with Scarlet Witch.
And that Sally Floyd had
Everybody,
advances. And
no
so this
doubt.
possibly
I'm gonna bring in
indicates
some more
that the
too.
reason why Eric Marshall is being so tough
I'm a
on
lord
Sally
on
Floyd is really kind of a way of
Wanda,
getting
so.
back at her because she refused
Yeah,
to
my little
accept
brother's a little
his
new,
sexual advances.
level 7.
But what we
I got
also
some other,
see
I
here
got somebody
is that there was a
who's
second
plat.
person
I'm bringing in
behind
right
this
now
one-way
with us.
glass.
Oh, ankle.
And this
Oh,
person
yeah,
is
music.
the
Oh, my bad, bro.
Richards.
I
And
thought it
Reed
was a
Richards
random
tells
guy.
Eric
Nah,
Marshall
it's all
that he's
good.
interested in offering Sally Floyd a deal. And we see that Eric Marshall
Oh, my buddy's in ranked right now. All right, so we're gonna do one more match.
that they're interested in offering
play
him
with
a
him.
deal. From here, we switch back.
Hey, Andrew,
to
try,
Ben, and we see that Ben
who
Urich
should I
has
say
been
try?
assigned to
Try a
I'm
tank,
gonna-
bro.
critical plant
Try a
incident,
tank.
which was really kind of taking place at the same time that they were reporting it.
No.
And we
He
see that
needs a
Eric
character
Marshall
that he
says
knows.
that
He
Ben Urich is
needs
really
to stay
kind of
back
embedded here.
and learn the
Now, what
game.
it
Like,
means
he
when a
needs like a
reporter
character
is
he can shoot
embedded,
from
as I
far.
understand it, is that the reporter is in the midst of a conflict and is reporting the
Honestly, he
conflict
needs like
as it
Star-Lord,
unfolds.
you
And the
know,
purpose for this is
Punisher,
for the American people to really kind of get a non-biased
characters
report.
like
No,
of
Kenny
it.
Parker.
And
be Penny Parker because you can stay back and shoot with her.
As
Hold
opposed
the point.
to a biased report of what took place at the hands of whichever government agency was kind of, involved in this incident per se. In addition, we of course see this conflict really kind of going on. We see the Thing, and we see Daredevil and Goliath and Ant-Man and all these individuals fighting one another.
And I'll be damaged.
You really kind of see this from the perspective of Ben Urich, which is really kind of interesting.
Give shields.
Because again, this gives us kind of this understanding
I got this still with Wolverine. I'm gonna tear it up with Wolverine, bro.
These major fights go on.
Unless they got one tank. If they only got one tank, I'm gonna switch to Psylocke. But if they got two tanks, I'm Wolverine.
We see that Ben Urich is watching as Thor arrives, and we see, of course, that Thor kills.
What you want to do, Andrew, is you want to
this is really kind of
fucking stay around 25 meters away,
to witness, and even he himself,
and only use your bubble as a way to get more rings to shoot your right bumper. Hit your R1 button. Your R1 goes like really far, but your regular right R2 doesn't go that far. And that shield only lasts for 2 seconds. It's not as good of a shield as it is more for you to get your rings. God, Iron Man plucked his ass right out of the sky. That's a clip.
Between various superheroes, the relationship between some of the founding members.
Told you, I'm sick with Wolverine, bro. Plucked his ass right out of the sky immediately. Let him know what it was.
Something that's known only to them.
It's not gonna be a good day for you, Wolverine, or Iron Man.
Thor is one of the more prominent superheroes in the Marvel community. Everyone knows that the friendship between Thor and Goliath and Captain America and others dates back decades, and so it's really kind of a shock to see Thor attacking basically his own friends in such a ruthless and unquestionable way. From here, we transition to seeing Ben Urich interviewing Tony Stark. And Ben Urich is really kind of interviewing Tony Stark in two ways. The first way is, of course, he's asking questions about what went on, about why it is that Thor had attacked Captain America's team, about why Thor had been so ruthless and why Thor had killed someone.
Don't give a shit about his ult. I'm dead, though.
Here, he's really kind of dubious in terms of his answers, and really kind of tells Ben Urich that the only thing he can say is that in due course,
Venom is trash. I've been fighting for that guy for a while. He couldn't kill me.
I guess
I was weak when I fought him.
Other line of questioning, which involves the Green Goblin.
Tear that nigga up.
And
You
really
would
kind of
tear that
asked
nigga
Tony
up.
Stark why it is that he surrounded himself with such dangerous and, albeit criminally insane individuals like the Green Goblin. Why he would allow someone like the Green Goblin to be released. And then we see that Tony Stark really kind of refuses to answer this question and ultimately walks away. And so from here, we switch to Robbie Baldwin. And this is really kind of an interesting comic, really kind of an interesting set of circumstances. We, of course, see that Robbie Baldwin is now in the negative zone area, and is really kind of, maybe writing a note to his mother that we see, and really kind of talking to her about things that he sees as he's being transported throughout the negative zone. And he talks about how, in words of sarcasm, that this place is referred to as Fantasy Island, and that he can't really understand why so many of these people are homesick. And of course, again, this is a bit of sarcasm. And what this really kind of shows us is that these conditions in the negative zone are very harsh, are very cruel, I guess. These individuals are not really kind of receiving the necessary medical treatment for common illnesses or for injuries they sustain over the course of their apprehension, that instead, in a lot of ways, these individuals are being made to live like animals. And what we see is that Robbie Baldwin is taken to a location where he meets with Reed Richards. And this meeting between Robbie Baldwin and Reed Richards is really kind of interesting here, because we see, of course, that Reed Richards is really kind of trying to appeal to Robbie Baldwin, trying to tell Robbie Baldwin that they're interested in offering him a deal where he can, again, register himself and effectively be free of incarceration from the negative zone. But Robbie Baldwin doesn't really want to have anything to do with this. Robbie Baldwin doesn't really want to have anything to do with this entire superhuman registration movement, and doesn't want to register as a member of the SHIELD forces. In addition,
bro, that Iron Man sus,
really
bro.
See him,
if that Iron Man kills you, bro, watch his kill cam.
And Reed Richards goes as far as to say that Robbie Baldwin has really kind of changed. That Robbie Baldwin is really not the same kind of, individual that would listen to the other side, that he's really so entrenched in his ideologies that he refuses to accept that anybody else could possibly be right. But then we see that Reed Richards really kind of changes his tune, that he really kind of sings a different song, and he tells Robbie Baldwin that he will give Robbie Baldwin a chance to speak in front of Congress, to tell Robbie Baldwin, or to tell Congress his side of the story, to tell Congress what went on, and to really kind of give the American people a chance to see Robbie Baldwin.
No way!
For who he is.
I got the
Now,
Iron Man in
Robbie
this
Baldwin
guy.
is initially skeptical about this. He's initially, I guess, a little unsure about this, but ultimately he agrees and decides to take the opportunity to speak before Congress. From here, we transition to him being transported with She-Hulk, and She-Hulk is really kind of talking about his choice of attire is a terrible decision, and we see that Robbie Baldwin has chosen to wear his old Speedball costume. Now, the whole basis behind Robbie Baldwin choosing to do this is because he wants to show the American people that he is still a superhero, that he is still a good guy, and that the new Warriors are good people. But She-Hulk doesn't think this is a good idea.
I'm gonna rock
and the reason
Iron
for
Man.
this is because She-Hulk thinks this is Robbie Baldwin's chance to really kind of turn over a new leaf. To one, I guess really tell his side of the story, but two, to show people there is more to him than the perception that society has of him. That he is inherently a good person, that he was acting as best he knew how, and that the perception of him as being some sort of warmongering baby killer is not correct. But we see that Robbie Baldwin is opposed to this idea. In addition, Robbie Baldwin and She-Hulk are really kind of exiting the transit bus, and we see that security is far less lax than it's supposed to be. Because of the fact that Robbie Baldwin is in effect the most hated man in America at the moment, security should be multiple times what it is right now. And She-Hulk calls attention to this, saying that there's supposed to be more security than this, and something just doesn't seem right. In addition, as we see, an individual shouts Robbie Baldwin.
Stay up in like an out of the way, Andrew, like in an off angle. Don't be at the same angle we're on. You know what I'm saying? Make them look a different way to see you.
We again transition to Joe, and what we see is that Joe is now in his full Atlantean form. That he's
like also try to find cover up in the air. Even though you're up in the air, like see if you can find a pole or some type of
water, and really just kind of talking in his normal Atlantean language, which of course is something that we can't understand. And then we see that he exits the water and begins to walk along up here. Now this is really kind of an interesting scene, because what we also see is that Wonder Man is following him. And what we also see is that Wonder Man is informing, of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. that he has tracked down Joe, he has located Joe, and that he's really kind of trying to figure out what to do next. His initial inclination is to act directly, is to get involved with Joe, to somehow kind of, I guess, attempt to apprehend him or attempt to stop him, but we see that he's told not to by S.H.I.E.L.D., that he's simply told to just monitor Joe, to really just kind of keep track on him, to really just kind of surveil him, but to take no physical action, which of course Wonder Man agrees to do. What we also see is that Joe is heading towards a warehouse, and we don't really know what the purpose is at this point in time, but of course we see that Wonder Man is again continuing to follow Joe and continue to monitor him. But then we see that Wonder Man lands on the roof of the warehouse that Joe had entered, and when he looks inside, he calls for backup. And what we learn is that there's some kind of a delegation of multiple Atlantean forces meeting here, although at this time, we don't really know what their intention is.
That's better.
So as we continue with Civil War Frontline issue number 7, what we see is that the Daily Bugle is in full business mode. The area is pretty chaotic and everybody's really working on something. We see that individuals are calling other individuals.
We're fighting in the Room of Gold right now, it's fun.
So on and so forth. And the place is for the most part total pandemonium. It's really kind of what you would expect to see in a very busy newsroom. We see that Robbie Robertson is answering phone calls, he's putting various people on hold, and when Ben Urich calls, he answers it. And he asks Ben Urich where he is, and Ben Urich says that he is at the Capitol building where he was assigned by Robbie Robertson in order to cover the meeting between Speedball and Congress. And then we see that Robbie Robertson informs Ben Urich that there may be more to the story, that Ben Urich may be right about the story involving the Green Goblin, and that Robbie Robertson ran some of Ben Urich's concerns past Tony Stark, and Tony Stark clammed up. And with the experience that Robbie Robertson has in the news industry, that this is really kind of an indication to him that there really is something more going on involving this Green Goblin story. We then see that Robbie Robertson is really trying to figure out where Ben Urich is amongst all the chaos and amidst all the news media at the Capitol building. And Ben Urich, of course, points himself out and lets Robbie Robertson know where he's at. And then we see that Speedball and She-Hulk.
You know, me and you are tied, Andrew, 14-4.
Perspective of Ben Urich.
Oh, no way.
Again, this individual calls out the name of Speedball, and that he shoots him at point-blank range. And we see that that Ben Urich really tells Robbie Robertson that he was not the one that shot him, that he's not the one responsible for this. Now from here, we switch to Sally Floyd. And what we see with Sally Floyd is that she is still being held in an undisclosed location.
Your march is over?
And
where'd you march to?
this situation is really kind of
marching.
The way that this
My march is over too.
Unfolds, the way that it's given to us, it really seems as though she is crying, but not necessarily for any of the reasons that we would expect. She's not crying because she's afraid of being held indefinitely. She's not crying because of the whole Civil War, I guess, superhuman registration issue that's going on, or that she may or may not be released on bail. She's crying because she's an alcoholic and she needs some alcohol. From here, we see that an individual named Congressman Sykes enters her holding cell. And Congressman Sykes is really kind of an interesting character when it comes to Marvel Comics.
Yo, there we go.
Congressman Sykes
Damn, we got a full
really
squad.
kind of, I guess, rose to prominence in Marvel Comics after the events of House of M, and especially regarding his stance on mutant registration. And he's really kind of, I guess, maybe expanded his stance on mutant registration to the
I kind of want to be Moon Knight.
Act. And of course, he is pro-registration. And he's an individual
started
that
liking
Sally
Moon Knight.
Floyd has really had
Started liking Doctor Strange too.
They've really bumped heads quite a bit.
Started liking different characters, bro. Trying all these different challenges
on mutant registration.
The achievements.
We see that he hands her an envelope.
So the challenges are how you unlock different
until
skins?
he tells her when.
No, you do the achievements, you get blue coins. You use those blue coins to get skins.
He says that when she does look at the
Shit,
contents,
I
that she
need to
may
start
very
doing
well
stuff.
rethink her position, as she's really kind of taken this stance and really kind of made it, I guess, outright that she doesn't like Congressman Sykes at all. From here, we see that the two of them kind of begin to converse a little more, and Congressman Sykes says that he is very similar to Sally Floyd.
I can be a tank.
The two of them are both patriots. The two of them are both doing what they think is best for the United States. That they're doing what they think is the right thing to do. Congressman Sykes says that he believes the Registration Act is fair, and that it's the best and brightest hope for...
You say I'm good to be Moon Knight still?
The element of superheroes, with superheroes being held responsible for their actions, rather than really kind of turning a blind eye to what's perceived to be vigilantes in costume. In addition, we see that Congressman Sykes says he is going to get Sally Floyd out of being held, that he is going to allow her to be released. And when she asks why he would do this, he says because...
You try to make your portal, but you messed it up.
Any one thing that the two of them hold to be the most valuable thing is the Constitution. He talks about how when he was younger, he had served 3 tours in Vietnam, about how he had been injured in the line of duty, how he was a prisoner of war, and that he and some of his friends, some of whom were killed, had suffered and had really kind of endured this fate in order to ensure that people in the United States were able to maintain their right to free speech, that the members of the press were able to maintain their right to remain free from prosecution as they attempted to report information the best way they knew how. And that if there was any one thing that the two of them agreed on, that it's that one concept, that one aspect, that they hold the Constitution in the highest regard. We see that Sally Floyd really kind of believes this is a ruse, and she calls him out by claiming that this is a trick. We then see that Congressman Sykes tells her she can open the envelope, and when she does, the envelope reads, "You will accuse me of trying to trick you," at which point he replies to her and says, "Who is more predictable, me as a congressman, or you, considering that your answer was written on an envelope before you even opened it up?" And at that point, we see that Sally Floyd really kind of admits that she hates Congressman Sykes no more than she does right now.
Whoa, what the hell?
About her stance and her predictability and her outrage involving the superhuman registration movement. Now, what we also see is kind of a transition to Osborne Industries in New Jersey. And you see that Norman Osborn is meeting with some individual that we really can't see. We don't know who they are. This individual is really kind of cloaked in shadow. And this individual is providing Norman Osborn with a means to suppress the nanobots in his body. And if you recall, when Tony Stark and Reed Richards and Hank Pym began the process of enlisting the aid of supervillains to help round up superheroes who refuse to register, they installed in their bodies nanobots, and the nanobots would be a means of control. If these individuals chose to go rogue, or if they chose to simply not follow the instructions that were given to them, then the nanobots would initiate an electric shock, render the person unconscious, and they would then be collected by S.H.I.E.L.D. And this kind of substance that's being given to Norman Osborn is going to override that. It's going to take away the ability for the nanobots to effectively do their job, which will really kind of allow him to go rogue and to do his own thing and to really kind of operate outside of the parameters that have been specified for him by S.H.I.E.L.D. What we also see is that this individual seems to be somebody on the inside that neither Tony Stark or Reed Richards or Hank Pym or any of those guys will be prepared. They'll be completely caught unawares when they realize that the person that's betraying them is a person on the inside. From here, he again transferred to, or I guess, transitioned to the Capitol building, to Robbie Baldwin. And this portion of the comic, in my opinion, is one of the most well-written aspects of the entire Civil War event. For the most part, we don't get a whole lot regarding Speedball or Robbie Baldwin in terms of him, I guess, having any direct conversation. What we really kind of see here is that he's writing a letter to his mom, and the comic really kind of unfolds in a way, or this portion of the comic really kind of unfolds in a way where he's basically pouring his innermost thoughts and feelings regarding everything that's happened since Stamford, Connecticut. He talks about how he had intended to go before Congress, and he intended to lie. He intended to tell them whatever it was that he felt was the right thing to do. He intended to tell them something that would assuage his guilty conscience, that would absolve him of any feelings of guilt that he had over the issue in Stamford, Connecticut. And the reason
Thor can give light to everyone?
He really kind of regrets everything.
Certain people get lightning from
the fact that he developed superpowers.
Like Storm
the fact that he was
Captain.
even, part of the New Warriors, and he really kind of takes time to reflect on this. He really kind of takes time to look at his past.
That light might have been
talk about how he misses his dog, and how he and his dog used to sit on a particular position on the steps of their stairs, waiting for their dad to come home. He really kind of reflects about how
I just came from a spot
gave him a whole lot of attention, and his dad never really gave him a whole lot of attention. He really kind of talks about how he looks back on the past when he first developed his powers and became a member of the New Warriors. He talked about how when they first encountered Terrax, when they first encountered Thor, when they really kind of got carried away and when they were young and they were reckless and they were really kind of foolhardy. He talks about how he wanted to start a reality TV show, and that some of the other individuals didn't want to do it. They were really kind of hesitant to, but he really kind of pushed them, and he really kind of pushed them even further when they went into the home of various supervillains, one of which housed Nitro, and really kind of initiated the entire Civil War movement. And he talks about how this reality TV show would be their chance to really show what they were capable of, but that they ended up blowing it instead and initiated this entire event. He really kind of talks about how
a reality TV show is kind of low-key what started the Civil War, bro.
The New Warriors were at fault.
No way.
Yeah, they were following around mutants, and this one mutant blows up a school, and everybody saw it, and then they start, categorizing people, splits up teams, and people reveal identities.
We see She-Hulk, who's really kind of trying to understand what it is that Robbie Baldwin is saying, and he really kind of appears to be slipping in and out of consciousness. So as far as she can tell, he's slipping in and out of consciousness, and he really is kind of calling for his mom and really kind of speaking his thoughts outward, really kind of, I guess, speaking outside of his own mind about what it is that he's thinking. And he says that he really couldn't bring himself to say that the New Warriors were at fault, that the New Warriors had made a mistake, because if he did, then he'd have to admit that all of his friends are dead, that all the New Warriors, and that all those kids, and that all those people, that they're all dead because of him. And we really kind of see that his body begins to kind of convulse, that his body really kind of begins to jump up and down, that it really kind of begins to, I guess, maybe go through what appears to be a seizure, and then all these electrical discharges are taking place all around him. And then we really kind of see this bright flash of light.
Alright, I took Mikey off the team. He was complaining too much. I had to mute him too many times.
It's the ambulance partially.
Boy was complaining?
Yeah, about heals, about this, about that. He said some words you're not supposed to say. I'm just like, alright, I'm just gonna kick his ass out.
But what we see here is that something has happened. There's been some kind of incident that has taken place. between the time that we
That's all good.
we discussed
And
Joe
I did something about it.
Frontline
All
issue
that
number
matters.
6, and now there's apparently been some kind of attack that has taken place that has resulted in the death of all these Atlanteans, and what presumably is the death of Wonder Man. We of course see that the detectives Donna and Keith are investigating this entire situation.
I can't wait for them to start adding
again trying to figure out what's going on. They see that some of the weapons
Right.
belonging to these Atlanteans
Exactly.
are still around the
People can't be complaining all the time about everything.
have forensics lay down
Like it's everybody else's fault if they die. I'm not gonna play like that.
As best it can. We of course
I need a
see
good
that various
healer.
individuals are investigating the
Friendly neighborhood
Atlanteans themselves, and the question arises, why were all these Atlanteans meeting here in the first place? What were they doing here? What was going on here? But then of course we see that one of the paramedics discovers that Wonder Man is still alive. They then begin to kind of address him, really kind of begin to, I guess, tentatively ask him questions, despite the fact that he may very well be slipping out of consciousness or being in the last moments of his life. And then we get kind of a flashback to the events that took place between Civil War Frontline issue number 6 and issue number 7. And what we see is, of course, that Wonder Man is continuing to monitor the Atlanteans inside this warehouse as he's on the roof, and he keeps calling for backup from S.H.I.E.L.D. And then he looks behind him and sees that somebody is approaching and asks S.H.I.E.L.D. who this individual is, and S.H.I.E.L.D. says they haven't sent anyone yet. We then realize that this is the Green Goblin Norman Osborn. What we also see is that Norman Osborn lays waste to the entire warehouse and effectively kills all these Atlanteans. Now this is a very, very important thing, and the reason why is because we will see in later instances of Civil War Frontline that this causes a huge ramification, but that this also ties into the very ending of the Civil War series and why the entire Civil War series happened in the first place. What we also see is that Wonder Man is of course injured alongside the Atlanteans that are killed, and this really kind of brings us back to when the detectives first found him alongside these dead Atlanteans in the first place. Now, the actions of Norman Osborn here is something that I would like you to, again, kind of pay attention because it seems very uncharacteristic. For the most part, while Norman Osborn can sometimes be considered an insane individual, even when he's not the Green Goblin, the Green Goblin still has his own kind of agenda. He really kind of does his own thing. And it's very rare that we would ever see the Green Goblin arbitrarily attack Atlanteans knowing what the ramifications for this could possibly be. And so again, this is something I would like you to keep in the back of your head because this will become very important later on. From here, we again see that Keith and Donna
finally got
in this situation and really kind of talking about what's going on.
I just went on
And
6
Keith
kill
says
streak.
this
Let's
doesn't
go.
really make any sense.
Nice.
That this really could
My
not have been
Spider-Man,
done by
maybe?
Norman
Is that what
Osborn
this is?
because Norman Osborn is supposed to be in jail. And so the question is, if Norman Osborn is not in jail,
baby.
who let him out? And if he is out, then why is it that he's killing Atlanteans instead of going about his normal business, presumably, of attempting to attack Spider-Man? And Keith really kind of talks
Doesn't
about
matter.
how he's been on the force for like 20
So with Spider-Man, if you hit them with a web ball, then you can automatically like web grapple them without even having to really aim. As long as you hit them with one web ball, you can like pull them right to you, or you can pull yourself to them. But if you don't hit them with the web ball and you do the grapple, you pull yourself to them. Like if you hit them with the web ball, you go to them after you do the grapple. But if you don't hit them with the web ball and you do the grapple, you pull them to you. Then uppercut.
So
Oh, wow.
Civil
That
War
was-
Frontline issue number 8.
Man,
What
I
we
was shooting like a
see
stormtrooper,
is that where
right?
previously the
Web of it
involvement of
all.
Norman Osborn in this whole Atlantean incident seemed to really kind of be mysterious, seemed to really kind of be these disheveled and fragmented pieces of a puzzle. We begin to see that this puzzle really kind of begins to come together, and that we're slowly piecing together what's going on here. What we see is that Ben Urich is meeting with a friend of his named Danny, and Danny is part of the NYPD, and he's part of the costume division, meaning that his job is to essentially investigate crimes that have taken place where unregistered superheroes have been involved, and then report his findings to his superiors, who in turn may hand this information over to S.H.I.E.L.D. And what we really kind of see going on is that, of course, he's more or less kind of tipped Ben Urich off, and is kind of taking Ben Urich along the crime scene that's being investigated, where we had previously seen the death of multiple Atlanteans and the injuries that were sustained by Wonder Man. And what we see going on here is that Danny's really talking to Ben Urich about how things just don't add up. Some things just don't make sense. That for right now, the story is being issued as a warehouse fire. But Danny says that there's no way that this is a warehouse fire, that it's definitely not the case. And that SHIELD, or I'm sorry, the NYPD for the most part, really has no idea what it was. For the most part, SHIELD is kind of involved here in the sense that they're trying to get jurisdiction over this area. But because of the fact that it happened in New York, and because this is under the jurisdiction of the NYPD, it's really kind of a power struggle. The SHIELD is really kind of going to the district attorney's office to attempt to gain jurisdiction over this area, but for the time being, it belongs to the NYPD. What? We also see
I must have got it. Yeah, Loki got it.
Ben Urich asked Danny to kind of take him through what's going on here, to really kind of take him through what's being seen. And Danny says that, as best they can tell, it was some kind of a terrorist cell, but that all the people that were killed here were verified to be Atlanteans, and that the orange markers that are placed throughout this area indicate weapons of an unknown nature, but that they had passed the information off to one of their weapon analysis
I'm literally defending my
hey, I did my challenge. Let's go. Atlantean weapons at some time, although they don't really know who it is that really kind of set this up, and they're not exactly sure why they were here in the first place. In addition, the question that Ben Urich asks is, who would have the desire and the resources to pull off something like this? Who would go out of their way to attack effectively what amounts to a delegation of Atlanteans with ambiguous motives, and then try to cover it up as a warehouse fire? And then we see that Danny says that he's heard a rumor. Now, Ben Urich is a little frustrated here. He's really kind of asking Danny to spill the beans, but Danny says that he said a little bit too much. And then the two of them kind of engage in a cat and mouse game of sorts, where Danny says that he can give Ben the information, but Ben wants to know Danny wants to know what Ben has to offer in return. But Ben really just kind of says, give me the information, and Danny acquiesces. Danny says that, according to his contacts, Vanessa, a woman that we don't know, who was a dispatcher the night that the event happened, heard multiple transmissions over the radios from SHIELD, and that the indication or the information that's been gained is that this individual that caused all this pandemonium was the Green Goblin. And Ben Urich again asked this question, why would Norman Osborn do this? Why would Norman Osborn go out of his way and attack Atlanteans? It really just didn't make any sense. Danny indicates that he really kind of has a more juicy bit of information that will really kind of answer this question, but says that this time he really wants something in return. From here, we switch over to Sally Floyd, and we learn that in order for Ben Urich to gain the information that Danny had, that Ben Urich set up Sally on a blind date with Danny. But Sally's a little skeptical about this. She's not necessarily upset. Ben really kind of tells her that Danny's a really cool guy and that she'll enjoy the experience, and so she agrees and hangs up the phone. From here, we pick up with Sally Floyd, and what we see is that Sally Floyd is meeting with some unsavory individuals, but for the most part, they really kind of exist as contacts for her whenever she's trying to gain information.
I think it was Loki. Loki did it, copied him, and then
activities, and is able to kind of get an upper hand on authorities because she's able to gain information that is not immediately gain themselves. She's meeting with two individuals named Jerry and Doug, and as the two of them are kind of progressing, they're really kind of getting caught up on each other. They're really kind of getting caught up on what's been going on, and of course, she really has some lighthearted, flirtatious conversation with both Jerry and Doug. And then we see that she's introduced to a man named Steve. And Steve is really kind of a disheveled, sort of homeless guy that we really don't know anything about. But of course, Doug really kind of vouches for him and says that he's known Stevie for several years, and that Stevie has some information that Sally Floyd may find interesting. Sally Floyd, of course, asks Stevie about it, and Stevie says that he was out by the docks, and he saw a few individuals throw a body into the river, and then heard some sort of hushed conversation between the two of them. And they had mentioned things like an interaction between Sally Floyd and supposedly a man named Nick Fury. Now, this really kind of course, catches the attention of Sally Floyd, because to her knowledge, Nick Fury's missing. No one really knows where he is. And so it really kind of catch her by surprise, or really kind of be interesting if Nick Fury had somehow gone out of his way to speak directly with Sally Floyd, and to kind of give her an indication that, of course, she's being followed, and that there is not necessarily as much to this story as she believes is actually going on. We of course see that Stevie agrees to take her to the location.
Let's go. Thank you, Hulk.
He heard these conversations and saw the body being thrown in the water, but says he will only do it if she is willing to give him $50.
Why not use the Punisher? It's so much better. I was waiting for you to come back. I'll use the Punisher next match.
Doug whether or not this is something that's worth going
Spidey
to.
senses are tingling. Let's go.
He's known Stevie for a few years and that he's a trustworthy source.
25 kills. Look at that.
She'll agree only under the condition that it's $30 and she'll pay for the wings.
I don't know.
We see that we switch back to Ben Urich and Danny. And as the two of them are kind of talking, of course, Danny's asking questions about Sally Ford. He's really kind of interested in the woman that he's presumably going to go on a blind date with. And then we switch back to the more pressing topic, which is the information
we had 3 healers
that Danny
doing
has
10,000
regarding
apiece.
the
That's
involvement
crazy.
of Norman Osborn and why it is that he would have attacked Atlanteans. Danny asked Ben Urich.
Yeah, we really don't even need a DPS, bro. We're DPSing enough damage.
The stock market. Ben Urich says he is to a degree, but he's really not the kind of individual that would invest his money and really kind of play with it so frivolously.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Danny says that one of his shield liaisons says there's more going on with this Green Goblin
the lady will
than
understand,
meets the eye. And the way that he had heard it, there was a major problem as far as the inside situation involving Reed Richards and Iron Man and the whole shield issue. And the reason is that, of course, they had released these supervillains and had implanted in them nanobots, and these nanobots would be a way for them to regulate their behavior. And that was supposed to be the way that it was happening with the Green Goblin, but for some reason he's gone AWOL. And we see that Ben Urich, of course, says this couldn't have happened by accident. And Danny replies, that's what their liaison thought. And so they did some digging around, did some poking around. And this liaison, I guess, reported to Danny that someone had betrayed them from within, that someone set Norman Osborn free on purpose. And then we see that Danny's really kind of pointing to the idea that the whole basis of this is that somebody is capitalizing on this, somebody's making money on this. And the question was, who is the one that's manufacturing these nanobots? Who is the one that is producing this stuff in order for the government to use it as a means of controlling supervillains so that they can play out the role of capturing various superheroes? And he says the person that is the one supplying this kind of technology is, of course, Tony Stark. And Ben Urich's really kind of surprised by this. Ben Urich's a little skeptical.
Oh, they think they can sneak up on him?
Says that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That it wouldn't make much sense for Tony Stark to take the Green Goblin out of imprisonment to give him nanobots, only to turn around and reprogram the nanobots so that the Green Goblin could effectively go on a killing spree, killing Atlanteans, and then turn around and deny involvement and to act as if nothing makes sense or he has no idea what's going on. And then Danny counters this by saying that if, for example,
Andrew, fall back when you're low health like that, bro.
War between the United States and the Atlanteans, who are the people that would benefit from this? And that it would be the arms manufacturers. And then he asked the question, what if the entire Civil War incident was all about money? From here, we switch back to Sally Floyd, and we see that Sally Floyd is again following Stevie. And Stevie's really kind of just talking to her, some lighthearted conversation, nothing too major.
I don't know why I rushed up in there like that.
He promised Doug that he would keep an eye on Sally Floyd, make sure that she stayed safe as they were moving through the ports. And then, of course, they arrive at the warehouse, or I guess at the shack, where Stevie says that he had heard some whispered discussions and so on. And what we see here is that as the two of them are beginning to enter the shack, that Sally Floyd realizes that there's really no one here. And she thinks that maybe it's some kind of a setup, maybe it's some kind of a trap, but then when she opens the door, she sees that Captain Shield is there, and it's revealed that Stevie is in fact Steve Rogers. From here, we switch over to the story of Speedball, to Robbie Baldwin, and what we see is, of course, that Maria Hill is really kind of investigating and really kind of pressing and interrogating She-Hulk. And the reason for this is because the circumstances involving Robbie Baldwin's presumable attempted escape, despite the fact that he didn't make it that far away and was found unconscious, is questionable because it's left She-Hulk injured. And there are very few things that could actually injure She-Hulk. And even Jennifer Walters herself is a little confused about this situation. Is really kind of unsure about what's going on. Of course, at the moment, she's been temporarily blinded. And she talks to Maria Hill about how there are very few few things that could actually blind her. There are very few things that could actually injure her. And she herself is really
Nice, good kill.
scared and confused. And that if there was anything she had to offer, any kind of information that would effectively help Maria Hill come to a conclusion as to what's going on, she would of course hand that information over. From here we switch to the perspective of Jennifer Walters during the presumable incident that took place in the ambulance. And she was talking about how Robbie Baldwin was jumping in and out of consciousness, how he kept calling for his mother, and he wasn't really sure what was going on, and Jennifer Walters maybe thought that he was suffering from some state of psychosis or some sort of mental breakdown, and that there were a series of electrical charges. There was some kind of electrical buildup, and then it came from everywhere inside the ambulance. And that Jennifer Walters' inherent ability, when she can transform into She-Hulk, that it gives her enhanced abilities, one of which is being able to observe the blinding flash of light of a nuclear explosion from 2 miles away. But whatever it was that happened inside that ambulance was so bright that it actually caused her to temporarily go blind, and that she thinks that what had happened is that some of her power had been siphoned away, that some of her energy had been taken away from her, and that nothing like that had ever happened. Maria Hill is immediately skeptical about this. She believes that maybe somebody, possibly with the involvement of She-Hulk, had attempted to help Robbie Baldwin escape from custody. She-Hulk, of course, says this is preposterous, and that if this is the argument that Maria Hill is making, Maria Hill has no real justification for holding her hand. But Maria Hill says that because the situation is more or less perceived to be an attempted escape attempt at the hands of somebody else helping Robbie Baldwin, that she can in fact hold Jennifer Walters for a prolonged amount of time, for 3 days. What we also see is that Maria Hill is meeting with her assistant, and her assistant tells her that there's a little more bad news in addition to what's happened so far, that there's going to be a congressional hearing involving the issue regarding Robbie Baldwin being shot, and that Congress is really kind of looking at the idea that perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had really kind of allowed security to be more lax. They had taken away the normal amount of security that had been there in the hopes that someone would shoot Robbie Baldwin and that he would in fact die. In addition, we learned that Robbie Baldwin's older cellmate that he had had before he was transferred to the negative zone, was a man named Hickey, and that this individual had escaped his prison cell. No one knows where he is, but what we actually see is that he's the custodian in the hallway cleaning where Maria Hill and her assistant are talking. From here, Maria Hill transitions over to a conversation with Reed Richards, and we see that Reed Richards is for the most part examining Robbie Baldwin, and she asks what's going on, if he has any kind of hypothesis, any kind of information on what it was that happened with Robbie Baldwin inside the ambulance. And Reed Richards says for the most part he has no real idea. That to the best of his knowledge, that maybe there's some kind of instance going on where dormant mutant powers are awake, or dormant superpowers are awakening inside of him, where for whatever reason he is now more powerful than he was before, but they don't know exactly how it works. They don't know exactly what the effects will be if he'll be more powerful now than he was before. From here, we transition over to
shot the raccoon right in the face, bro. He said, "This
Joe
is
the Atlantean." And
shotgun him right in the head.
Of course, that we see a kind of TV advertisement source where they're talking about some of the combative actions that have been taking place, about the Civil War kind of being fought on the streets of various cities, and some of the injuries that have gone on. They talk about Wonder Man, who of course is still recovering from his injuries as a result of the attack at the warehouse on the docks, and of course the news media is reporting this as a warehouse fire, as it's been reported to them by the authorities. But then what we also learn is that there is a delegation of Atlanteans that are going to be speaking publicly on the surface, and this is a very rare thing. In fact, I don't think this has ever happened before. And the entire event is really kind of being hosted by the superhumans of Europe, She, and these individuals are really kind of providing them a place to air their grievances, because what we really kind of see going on is that
Andrew, once you get to level 10, you can run rank.
Looking to, at the very least, recover the bodies of those individuals who were killed in the warehouse. But before any of the grievances can actually be aired, before the Atlanteans can really kind of get too far into their discussions, we see that Norman Osborn the head of the Atlanteans.
I didn't do that challenge. I only did enough achievements so I get the Psylocke skin.
From here, the Atlantean delegation...
And I did everything I needed to do. I had like 5 achievements I had to do, but I did them.
Superhero group, Superhumans of
You get a good amount of those
tries
currency
to
coins?
plead with the Atlanteans.
You get 100.
God, these names are
This was a
just
mistake. And of course, we see Norman Osborn is really kind of panicking here and really kind of stuttering and says that he didn't do it, that he swears it wasn't his fault.
Oh, so good. Anymore, this guy's name is Negro. Like for me, Rose.
So as the Civil War event begins to wind down to a close, we pick up with Civil War Frontline issue number 9, and what we see here is that Sally Floyd is being granted an interview by Captain America, and this is not something that we've seen yet. Since the very beginning of Civil War, since Captain America was able to overpower the SHIELD forces led by Maria Hill and go underground, we have not seen...
Bro, it's crazy that SHIELD forces are led by a person named Maria Hill.
His stance regarding the Civil War registration or his position as the leader of the underground movement. And what we see here is that as the interview kind of progresses, that Sally Floyd is very disheartened by what she's hearing, because what she's hearing is really kind of the opposite of what you would expect to hear from Captain America. And what I would like you guys to do is pay very close attention to the things that he is saying, because these will become particularly important as we get to the end of Civil War and the final confrontation between the forces of Captain America and the forces of Tony Stark. And so what we see here is that Sally Floyd begins by asking him what it is that he's trying to convey, what it is that he's trying to say, and what it was that happened that caused him to turn against SHIELD. We see that Captain America replies by saying that he didn't turn against SHIELD, that he asked for time to review this policy, to review the Superhuman Registration Act before it went into implementation, but that they didn't give him time to, that cooler heads really kind of needed to prevail here, that people really kind of needed to take some time to really kind of calm down after the events of Stamford, Connecticut, and not rush into a kind of foolhardy move. And he really kind of makes the argument that this is no longer the country that he vowed to defend, that the United States is kind of becoming this split down the middle territory between red and blue, and that it's really kind of more of the divided states of America instead of the United States of America. And Sally Floyd really kind of replies to this by saying that she had always thought the United States had kind of been a split of red and blue. There were always people who had held these absolute political allegiances, and that was one of the things that really kind of made the United States an interesting talking point among other people across the world. And that if some kind of situation arose whereby Captain America deviated from his normal standard of being duty-bound, his normal standard of defending the rule of law, that it could potentially result in a civil war, especially if other individuals followed his lead. And Captain America replies by saying that war is anything but civil, and that it's the last resort of the desperate, and that that's where we are right now. He talks about how for 60 years
the only way you
he
could
had kind
stop
of
me
been
is with
looked
your
to by the
ultimate
federal
pussy.
government to be the, I guess, the defender of freedom. And this is really kind of interesting here, because Captain America is really kind of presenting himself as the last bastion of freedom in the United States at the moment, that he's really kind of the last righteous individual, and that everybody else is really kind of leading the way towards this World War II Nazi Germany kind of society. And he says that he sees what happens when an insane idea gets out of hand. He talks about the kind of things that he saw during World War II and how Adolf Hitler was able to assuage the minds of individuals towards an insane cause, and he was able to somehow rally all these individuals towards persecuting millions of individuals under a single ideology. And then we see that it's just one bad idea. He really says that this one bad idea can really cause things to spiral down into this horrible place that nobody had really envisioned anybody, the nation itself, actually going into. Sally Floyd is really kind of not necessarily buying that. She tells Captain America that she really kind of wants to be spared these comparisons between Nazi Germany, and that she's really not buying into this kind of propaganda that he's spilling. She says that if he recalls correctly, that a lot of the German soldiers who fought during World War II were simply just soldiers following orders, and that the patriots, they were in effect patriots fighting for the wrong cause. And Captain America replies, that's exactly his point. And he asks what it is that Miss Floyd is really kind of trying to establish. He asks Sally Floyd what it is that she's really kind of trying to say. And what she says is that war, the winner of war, is not necessarily anyone in particular. That war is not about who's right. That war is about who's left, who it is that survives. And the survivors are the ones that really kind of define what the history is going to be. Captain America replies that she's being a little simplistic, but she says that she really thought there was going to be some kind of a story here. She really thought that maybe there was going to be this idea of Captain America having some sort of philosophical belief or something more, I guess, concrete, than simply just presenting himself as this sort of freedom-based messiah with this perspective that everybody except for him is wrong. And what we see is that Sally Floyd initially had been given 15 minutes by Captain America, but she only chose to take 5 and decides to leave to head to her date with Danny. What we see now is we kind of switch over to Ben Urich and Peter Parker, and the two of them are really kind of investigating the claims that had been passed on to Danny or passed on to Ben Urich by Danny, that Tony Stark may very well have had a hand and is really kind of the moving force behind the Civil War movement, that he is really kind of doing this for the purpose of financial gain. Peter Parker and Ben Urich have really kind of installed a worm of some kind onto the accounting firm's computers of Tony Stark, and are investigating the financial gains that he's made over the years. Are kind of investigating the money that he's pulled in as a result of the actions that have started since the beginning of Civil War. And what we see here is that Peter Parker is pointing out the idea of money that is really kind of spiked up, that while Tony Stark has several subsidiaries, that none of these subsidiaries are generating money out of the blue. The company has somehow come into a lot of money that
we all did badly.
Has made has really kind of I guess skyrocketed.
For Viper did good
before Civil War. But they don't really know where it's coming from. There's really no trail here. There's no finger they can point to and say, this money is coming from somewhere else. Again, Ben Urich is a little hesitant to believe that Tony Stark is really kind of manipulating.
What do you say you're going to do real quick?
For the purposes of gaining money, and goes as far as to say this to Peter
Viper. What'd you say?
He doesn't think that Tony Stark would manipulate the lives of individuals for personal financial gain. And Peter Parker says that he used to believe this.
Only 5 minutes.
Tony Stark started
how long does it take?
From here, we transition over to the Avengers Tower, and what we see is that Reed Richards and Radioactive Man are investigating the nanobots in the bloodstream of Norman Osborn, and they see that the nanobots have been reprogrammed, that something is entirely different. The question is raised by Radioactive Man if it's possible that his own body chemistry, that Norman Osborn's own body chemistry had altered the programming of the nanobots that were put inside his body, and Reed Richards says no, this isn't the case, that somebody has actually given him something to either suppress these nanobots or to reprogram these nanobots, but that it had to have been somebody from within. And Reed Richards tells Radioactive Man that he needs to investigate what's going on here. He needs to look into what's happening, because Miss Marvel arrives and informs them that they've picked up movement off the Atlantic coast from Virginia down to Florida, and it appears as though the Atlanteans are really, I guess, making preparations to wage war against the United States, although nothing's really happened yet. And what we see is that with Radioactive Man having been tasked by Reed Richards to investigate this issue of the nanoprobes, that no one is above investigation, that Radioactive Man is to investigate everybody, which includes Tony Stark, Reed Richards, Hank Pym, anybody who could have had access to these nanoprobes. What we also see is that Tony Stark pulls Reed Richards aside and asks to speak with him privately. And Reed Richards is of course a little hesitant due to the fact that there's so much going on at the moment, but of course he grants Tony Stark the time to speak. Reed Richards really kind of talks about how what's going on here, the attack of the Green Goblin on the Atlanteans, has really come at such a terrible time, because the attack on the Atlanteans could be considered by the Atlanteans an act of war, and if they choose to go to war with the United States at such a fractured point when the superhero community is so divided, that it could lead to a total disaster and could very well result in the total destruction of the United States, as there would really be no superheroes who could band together and to fight off the Atlanteans. But then we see that Reed Richards of course talks to Tony Stark and tells him that he's considering going and seeing.
I still can't even explain like how it felt.
Namor,
Like
the
even my
Submariner
explanation
personally,
doesn't do it
to
justice.
really kind of investigate what it was that was going on. And then, of course, we see Tony Stark telling Reed Richards that he knows who the traitor is, and that he's known since the beginning. From here, we switch to the Raft, which, of course, is the prison where individuals with superpowers are being housed. And we see that, of course, Robbie Baldwin is being held back in captivity again. From here, we see that there appears to be some kind of prison break that is being organized by Razor Fist and other individuals, and that the prison break involves using Robbie Baldwin as a human shield. What we see is that while some of the taunting is taking place, while some of the individuals are really giving Robbie Baldwin a hard time, that Razor Fist physically grabs Robbie Baldwin and appears to hold him hostage. What we also see is that Diamond Head has grabbed the 2 guards that were escorting Robbie Baldwin as Razor Fist was holding him hostage as a means of a diversion, and kills both of the guards. We then see that Crimson Dynamo, Justine Hammer, is able to infiltrate the offices of the guards that are monitoring this situation, incapacitate the both of them, and orchestrate the release of all the prisoners within the raft. We then see that the prison break commences the exact way that you think it would, where the prisoners are sort of running around and everybody's acting kind of in a crazy and pandemonium way, but ultimately, as Razor Fist is taking Robbie Baldwin, that he injures him. And Robbie Baldwin complains, of course, that Razor Fist had injured him, and Razor Fist asks, "Do you think that I care?" And Robbie Baldwin says no, that he likes it. And then we see a sudden explosion within the raft, and from there, everybody who was involved in the riot is completely incapacitated. SHIELD guards arrive on the scene and are able to apprehend Justine Hammer as well as the other individuals who are now unconscious, and we see that Robbie Baldwin is sitting within his cell and says he's been thinking a lot about the Registration Act, and that he's come to a decision and that he wants to know where to sign. So as we continue on with our discussions on the Civil War tie-ins, we of course pick up with Wolverine with Volume 3, issue number 46. And of course in issue number 45, we had talked about how Nitro had been handed over to Namor the Submariner and the Atlanteans in order for them to exact their retribution against him for the death of Namor.
Yo, Andrew, do you want to go to the practice range and 1v1 me?
Done is given Wolverine the information that he was looking for.
Yeah.
He of course tells Wolverine that Damage Control Incorporated were the ones that had given Nitro the mutant growth hormone that was used to allow him to inflict so much damage in Stamford, Connecticut. And Wolverine's also informed that the CEO of the company is a man named Walter Delkin. And so what Wolverine does is he goes to the headquarters of the Damage Control Incorporated and asks to see Walter. Now Wolverine is taken to I guess the main office of the building, but he's not actually meeting with Walter Delkin in this instance.
Not even the practice range?
He meets with a woman named Anne-Marie Hope, and Anne-Marie says that she's the president of the company. And what this means is that Damage Control Incorporated, or the subsidiary of Damage Control Incorporated, in which she's in charge of, is the company she has control of. But because Walter Delkin owns that company along with a multitude of others, Walter Delkin is the CEO.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
So again, he is the top authority here.
There's no ultimate. Don't use your ultimate. No ultimates allowed.
To explain why it is he's here. And what Wolverine does is he shows her the mutant growth hormone that he had taken from Nitro. And what Wolverine tells Anne-Marie is that, of course, he had taken this from Nitro, which is, I guess, a drug of sorts that gives normal humans abilities and enhances the abilities of
those adamantium claws!
And he says that this was given to Nitro in order for Nitro to, I guess, use his power to cause a massive amount of damage and to start the entire situation that led to the Superhuman Registration Act in the first place. But what this seems interesting here, what makes this kind of a surprise, is that Anne-Marie seems as though she didn't know this. It seems as though she had no idea this was actually taking place. And in fact, she goes as far as to explain to Wolverine that the recession had hit her company very hard. And so Walter Delkin and his Wolverine's investors had bought the controlling stake of her company. And so while she is the president of the company, she's more or less a figurehead here. And that all the power rests in the hands of Walter Delkin. And that Walter Delkin had eventually made his way into the position of CEO. But before she's able to explain too much further, we see that Walter Delkin joins both her and Wolverine.
That was super close.
Walter Delkin tells her is to stop talking,
Go heal.
and that Wolverine needs to get out of here. But again, Wolverine refuses to leave. Wolverine doesn't go. Of course, his intention here is to perhaps maybe exact some kind of revenge on Walter Delkin.
New characters?
Now, what Walter Delkin tells Wolverine is that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response time for a 911 call is 3 minutes, and that he had called 3.5 minutes ago. And so again, Wolverine talks about how the idea here is to initially leave, but it seems as though he has an ulterior motive here. Maybe there's some kind of a plan that he had that we're not entirely aware of. What we learn is that Wolverine, as he was going through the company, or I guess going through the building, had installed some kind of a data transmitter, a device that would allow him to capture various forms of information.
I didn't realize
and
that
what we learn as he transitions to Forge's workshop is that this data transmitter was designed
We're fighting in the practice range
from Damage Control Incorporated, and that the information that was given to, I guess, that was obtained on this data miner tells us what's been going on as far as Damage Control Incorporated's involvement with the Superhuman, I guess, Registration Act. And what we learn here is that Damage Control Incorporated have been given a contract by the federal government for the purpose of cleaning up after superheroes and villains whenever it was that they engaged in conflicts. But from the time Damage Control Incorporated had first been given the contract, they had basically been instigating a set of situations whereby superheroes and villains would engage in confrontation when they normally wouldn't.
Double kill off your asses.
The passage of the Superhuman Registration Act gold mine. It meant that they would be the ones who would be given the contract for cleaning up after superheroes. They would be the ones given the contract for making sure that superheroes are trained, for making sure that superheroes are prepared for the role that they will have to undertake as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And so this would be a very lucrative situation. And so what Forge more or less tells
I would have let you guys just 1v1. We'll take turns.
Is that this is all about money. This is all about Damage Control Incorporated using their contract
me versus you, Andrew. Ready?
As they possibly can.
All right, ready.
And Wolverine's very angry about this. Wolverine's very upset because what he tells us is that he's seen this kind of thing before. He's seen that whenever there's any kind of a conflict, there's always going to be people who are going to try to profit off of that conflict. And this is yet another instance. But again, when he tells Forge what it is that he wants to do, Forge says that this is not as simple as just going after one man.
My health
that if
my health wasn't full.
Killed, that something's going to happen whereby another person will simply just take his place. Wolverine says he's already thought about this, and he says that just like anything else, just like going after some kind of artificial program or artificial entity, in the end, the only thing you can do is simply just chop it down to pieces to the point that it just can't reconstitute itself. And this is when we see Wolverine going through these actions, going through this plan. What Wolverine initially does here is he goes to the storage warehouse for a lot of the equipment that
now I'm ready.
You're coming to attack me.
All right, ready?
Destroys the equipment. What he also does is he travels to a bank in Grand Cayman, and what he does with this bank is he effectively forces them to surrender their, I guess, assets in terms of what Damage Control Incorporated is holding overseas. Again, this may very well be an instance of Damage Control
Andrew, the human shield.
Tax shelters in order to avoid taxation.
Oh shit!
But again, the head of the bank tells Wolverine that this is not a very simple thing. This is that even if Wolverine is able to take away the funds that Damage Control Incorporated has, that those funds are insured, and so in the end, it's not going to make any difference that the money is going back to Damage Control
Alright, you two fight each other now.
and they're going to continue about their business. But what we see is that once Wolverine is successfully able to seize the money that Damage Control Incorporated has in Grand Cayman, then he goes after their I guess, West Haven Mutual Fund. He goes after the insurance company that is insuring the money that Damage Control Incorporated has set aside. Now, from here,
Viper, me versus you.
To Damage Control Incorporated with Walter Delkin, and Walter Delkin is, of course, talking to one of his aides, and his aide is saying that again, another one of their assets has been attacked. Another one of their assets is liquidating all of the holdings of Damage Control Incorporated stock, which is in effect driving down the value of the company, which of course will result in the existing investors pulling out, and most likely the company resulting in having to go bankrupt. But of course, what we see Walter Delkin doing is organizing a situation, organizing a set of circumstances whereby they can force whoever this individual is that is sabotaging their assets into a trap. And of course, again, at this time, they don't know that it's Wolverine. Now from here, what we learn is that Walter Delkin, by a mishmash of using, I guess, public relations as well as finance, more or less goes public in saying that they have purchased the building for a new headquarters. As we learn, it's actually a trap that's been set up by Walter Delkin. Of course, Wolverine buys into it. When he arrives at the building, he's immediately ambushed by several individuals using Stark Tech that are, I guess, attempting to eliminate Wolverine. But what we also learn with this story is that in addition to the armor and technology that they also have weapons on their arms that are composed of adamantium, which is, of course, as Wolverine.
Yo, I like Iron Fist. I actually really enjoyed using it as a character.
Similar to how a diamond can only cut another diamond. And so as Wolverine is going against these foes, one of the individuals uses the blade on the top of his hand to begin the process of severing Wolverine's head off, which of course is where this particular comic comes to an end. Now from here, we pick up with Wolverine Volume 3, issue number 47. And with issue number 47, of course, we pick up directly where we left off with issue number 46, which is of course the conflict between Wolverine and these henchmen. And Wolverine, as he is going through this, seems to have been defeated. It seems as though, as these individuals are telling us, that his head is hanging on by a thread, and so Wolverine is no longer a threat to them. Of course, they begin celebrating and they begin, relishing in the fact that they have presumably killed Wolverine, when they turn to the third member of their team who had apparently been killed by Wolverine. Now, of course, as they try to tell him to hang in there, as they try to tell him to keep himself, keep himself alive, it appears as though he's trying to tell them something. Initially, they can't make out what it is, but once they get close enough to hear what it is that he's saying, someone behind them pipes up and says that that this individual that was laying unconscious was saying, "Watch out behind you." And at this point, we learn that Wolverine is now joined with Janice as well as another one of the Atlanteans. And from here, we see, of course, that Janice, alongside this blonde Atlantean, are able to fight with Wolverine in order to take out these other henchmen, in order to take out these other individuals. Now, initially, Wolverine, once he heals himself, jumps back into the fray again, but almost immediately after he jumps into the conflict, we see that the group is joined by Robert Reynolds, by the Sentry, who, of course, is fighting on the side of Iron Man here. And the Sentry tells Wolverine to stand down. He tells Wolverine that he doesn't need to engage in any action here. Of course, Wolverine says that, again, he's on a much larger crusade than anything that is as trivial as revenge, but for the most part, Robert Reynolds is again carrying out the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. And so Robert Reynolds and Wolverine get into a hand-to-hand conflict. Now, this is a very interesting situation here, because what we have is a being as powerful as Robert Reynolds, who is in effect able to do almost anything the Incredible Hulk is able to do, who's going toe-to-toe with Wolverine, who can heal from pretty much anything. And so the question becomes, what would happen? Who would come out on top? Now, of course, as the story continues and as this comic continues, we inevitably see that Wolverine is, I guess, taken over by Robert Reynolds and is defeated. And in the end, he's taken captive by S.H.I.E.L.D. and taken to the main S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, where he's confronted by Maria Hill. Now, Maria Hill tells Wolverine that, again, that he's made a mistake here, that he's fighting on the wrong side, that the right side here is to fight on the side of Iron Man, and that in the end, the idea here of him going after Walter Delkin is a stopgap measure. That there's no real effort here. There's nothing to really be gained here. That even if Walter Delkin was killed, that Damage Control Incorporated would continue to go on, and that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be the ones to make sure that that happens. In addition, we also see her, I guess, maybe egging on Wolverine a little bit, almost mocking him, telling him that, again, there's nowhere for him to go, that the entire situation here has been set up in such a way to where he is at the behest of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Wolverine confronts this. Wolverine says that he's going to slice through the shackles that have been placed on his arms. He's in turn going to take Maria Hill's sidearm, and that he's going to escape. And Maria Hill says that this is not going to happen, and the reason is because the collar that he has around his neck keeps him from being able to use his powers. And Wolverine responds by telling her that this is the mistake that everybody makes. And when she asks him what it is, he says says the mistake is assuming that his claws are a superpower. At this point, Wolverine's claws break loose out of the shackles, and he's able to escape his binds, and then takes Maria Hill hostage, as well as takes her gun. And so what he does is simply blow a hole in one of the windows and then jump out. And so from here, we of course see that as Wolverine is making his way to the bottom, that he is landing in New York.
Andrew, try Doctor Strange.
At this point, we transition back to Damage Control Incorporated to Anne-Marie as well as Walter Delkin. And it seems as though Anne-Marie is confronting Walter Delkin and trying to find a way to force him out, to oust him as the CEO. Of course, she's citing the fact that the company's hemorrhaging money, and that under the leadership of Walter Delkin, the company appears to be faring for the worst, to the point that it's almost at the verge of bankruptcy. But of course, Walter Delkin says that he's not going to step down, that the only way that he would step down is over his cold dead body, which of course we see Wolverine willing to oblige when he makes himself known to everybody in the room. Now at this point, Wolverine and Walter Delkin get into this kind of discussion back and forth. Walter Delkin says that if Wolverine's intention is to kill him, then he better do it quickly. And Wolverine, of course, says that he has every reason to kill Walter Delkin. Of course, Walter Delkin's actions resulted in Nitro destroying a large portion of Stamford, Connecticut, which of course led to the implementation and the introduction of the Superhuman Registration Act. But before either of them actually engage in a conflict, Walter Delkin consumes some of the mutant growth hormones and gives himself abilities. And with these abilities, he begins engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Wolverine. Now, initially, we don't really know what powers it is that he gets. We don't know exactly what kind of abilities he gains, but it seems that for the most part, he has the ability to go toe-to-toe physically with Wolverine, that he gains some measure of enhanced strength, some kind of super strength. But again, on the streets of New York City, Walter Delkin and Wolverine begin going against one another. They begin fighting one another and engaging in hand-to-hand combat. And the fight seems quite brutal, and it seems quite even. We of course see that Wolverine is simply just pummeling Walter Delkin, but Walter Delkin is also getting hits in as well. But again, as the conflict continues, Wolverine begins to gain the upper hand. And when he begins to gain the upper hand, he has Walter Delkin in a position whereby he's able to kill him. But what we learn is that Wolverine has actually, almost the entire time, been talking to Miriam, who of course is the mother of one of the children who had been killed in Stamford, Connecticut, and the person who had been on the side, or I guess who had spat in the face of Tony Stark earlier in the Civil War event. And so we ultimately see that Wolverine kills Walter Delkin. And when he does, he of course talking to Miriam, says that he doesn't really regret this one thing. And while he regrets a lot of the mistakes that he's made, while he regrets a lot of the things that he's done, this is one thing that he believes he's done right, which of course brings an end to the Wolverine portion of the Civil War event. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and bring this video to an end. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, let me know, and I will catch you guys later. Peace. So as we pick up with Civil War Part 6, what we're going to find is this build-up, this lead-up to the finale of the Civil War event. Of course, we'll see that as this comic comes to a close, that we'll see that we're led to the very beginning of this major confrontation between Captain America's side and Iron Man's side. But what we're also going to get is this explanation, a little bit of information in terms of how it was that this whole Civil War Superhuman Registration Act even started. That Congress didn't simply just arbitrarily say we should pass this bill, that there was a catalyst to passing this bill. There was someone who came along and said this bill should be passed, or should be introduced to Congress so that it can pass. But what we see as we start this story is that we're at a SHIELD base in Arizona. And at this SHIELD base, we of course pick up with Hank Pym and Maria Hill. And what Hank Pym and Maria Hill are doing is analyzing these engineered superheroes, making sure that they're functioning the way that they were designed to do, to ensure that no further incidents like what happened with Thor take place. And what Hank Pym tells us here is that the superheroes, actions, or the view of the superheroes has to be restored within the eyes of humanity, that people need to begin trusting superheroes again. And so having these superheroes, the ones who have been engineered, and to have them have fake identities to make them seem as though they're normal people,
I got sedated by
towards allowing humanity to have its faith restored in superheroes. And that again, these are all going to be part of the big push. They're all going to be part of the 50-state initiative. And so again, with this story, this seems a little underhanded with regards to the actions of Hank Pym. Hank Pym and Maria Hill, of course, are basically telling us that they're going to trick humanity into believing that these engineered superheroes are actual people, and they're simply not going to tell humanity the truth. Now, whether or not this is something that will backfire or something we don't know at the moment, and again, it may never be explained to us, but as we continue with this story, we of course see that Hank Pym is called away by one of the SHIELD agents when he's informed there's a problem with one of the superheroes that has been engineered. So of course we see that Hank Pym leaves.
How's the games? It's going good. We're having fun doing some quick play. We did some achievements.
The superheroes that are currently functioning correctly. At this point,
not pretty much a full squad right now.
With
you and me, Thor. Let's go.
Continuing his work, his reprogramming on the cyborg version of Thor. And what Reed Richards is doing is he's conversing directly with Tony Stark. Now, of course, Tony Stark is currently outside of the Baxter building and they're just using a comm system in order to talk to one another. But of course, Tony Stark asks Reed Richards how the reprogramming is coming along.
Oh, because I got
Richards says that they've been in surgery for quite some time. They've been working on this for quite some time. That of course, that the reprogramming should keep the cyborg version of Thor from killing anybody else, but that the actions of the cyborg version of Thor in killing Bill Foster is of course.
No, we got this. We got this.
So what he also does is he asks Tony Stark how everything's coming along on the street level in terms of the crime that's supposedly supposed to be going down. And what Tony Stark says is that the propaganda map that had been created by Reed Richards seems to be.
No, stay on the point. Do not leave that point.
At an all-time low.
Not walk off the circle.
Seems to be going in a much better
direction.
They got me, bro. He also asked Reed Richards about his meeting with the president, and Reed Richards says that he specifically told the president he would only become part of the actual 50-state initiative when it launched if Johnny Storm and Susan Storm were being kept from any kind of prosecution. And of course, when Tony Stark asked Reed Richards what the president's response was,
so bad.
Reed Richards says the president gave him 12 immunities, which he can use for any individual. And of course, we know that
how do you only hit 25% of your shots?
Or to Johnny Storm and to Susan Storm. But as we continue with this story, we pick
up
again inside of the Baxter building, but in a different part of the building. And what we learn here is that we're currently following the actions of Frank Castle. And Frank Castle is infiltrating the Baxter building, but the way that he's doing it is very intriguing. What Frank Castle tells us is that the security system of the Baxter building was designed by Reed Richards in such a way to where it would basically function in the same capacity as the immune system. In the sense that whenever the blue bubbles, so these blue spheres,
what's good, Flashman? How you doing, bro? Happy Sunday.
To be there, they would immediately attack. And so the suit that Frank Castle is currently wearing is something he had stolen from Tony Stark, which allows him to move through the security system without actually being detected. And so from here, we pick up with both Captain America and Frank Castle as the two of them are communicating back and forth. And Captain America says that, or I guess informs us that the whole reason for Frank Castle being here is that he's going to gain some information on prison complex number 42, which is of course the complex where the majority of superheroes and supervillains who are anti-registration are being housed in the negative zone.
I unlocked the Psylocke skin. I got the new Psylocke skin, where she's in like that one piece, like the classic outfit.
Wants to know how much room they have to move around, how it's accessed, all the information that Frank Castle can possibly get, which of course Frank Castle is successful in being able to get for Captain America. And so from here we transition to Atlantis with Susan Storm meeting with.
I gotta use my jump.
Yes, sir.
What she's doing here, or at least as is explained to us, is she's looking to gain the forces of Name of the Submariner for the team.
Hey, you know what kind of man I am now, huh?
Name of the Submariner is initially.
Might as well play as her, bro. Talk about it. Be about it.
Also reluctant to assist here. And the reason why is because
she does a nice little sidestep.
He feels that the idea of
Dance
Captain America
Revolution
sending an emissary rather than Captain America coming here himself is an insult in the sense that if Captain America is going to ask for aid from the direct ruler of Atlantis, then Captain America himself, as the leader of the Secret Avengers, should be the one to be here and ask for that aid. But what he also tells Susan Storm is that he believes Susan Storm has an affection for him.
Get warrior, bro. They've been calling me that, dog, before they started saying that for Gat. Oh shit, I just jumped in the hole, bro, for no fucking reason, bro.
But Name of the Submariner says he can detect the vibrations of her beating heart and the water, and that her heart is beating faster than it should. Now, whether or not this is because she genuinely does have an interest in Name of the Submariner, or because he's simply just attributing her erratic heartbeat to her nervousness.
I did, bro. Look at that.
Interest in Name of the Submariner is not something that's explicitly explained to us. But I would go as far as to say that given the relationship between Susan Storm and Reed Richards as team tenuous as it is at the moment, that it may very well be that she does or did have an interest in knowing the submariner that she had never acted on, and of course doesn't intend to act on at this point in time. From here, we pick up with Captain America and the Secret Avengers once more, and of course we see that Captain America tells us that Name of the Submariner had turned down the offer of Captain America to extend aid to their forces. And so it seems as though, for the most part, the forces of Tony Stark and Reed Richards and S.H.I.E.L.D. vastly outnumber the forces of Captain America's team. But what we also see here is that Captain America is informing, or I guess speaking with the Secret Avengers, with Falcon and others, and telling them that Frank Castle was able to gain information about Prison 42. He was able to get them the schematics for the building, and that what they're going to be basically doing is launching a campaign to free all of the captured superheroes and supervillains within the complex. What he tells us is that the initiative is going to begin moving in such a direction that it's going to launch basically in a very short amount of time, and so their window is constantly getting smaller and smaller for when they can actually jump into this opportunity of freeing all these captured superheroes and supervillains. But what we also see is that they only have a couple of the codes regarding how to access the prison system on Rikers Island, because again, at the moment, the only method for access to the Prison 42 complex is at Rikers Island. But part of the 50-state initiative includes having access to the negative zone prison from one major prison system in all 50 states. And of course, Captain America and his team are trying to keep this from happening. And so as we continue with the story, we of course see one of the interesting concepts when we see that Diamondback brings in a couple of supervillains. And what these supervillains tell Captain America is that the supervillain community has just as much, if not more, to fear from what's going on with this 50-state initiative than the superheroes do. The superheroes could choose to they could simply just make themselves a part of S.H.I.E.L.D., but the supervillains will most likely not have this same opportunity. But before either of these supervillains are able to actually join Captain America, they're immediately shot to death by Frank Castle with no questions asked. And so what Captain America does is he immediately attacks Frank Castle. And Frank Castle says that they were bad guys, that they were killers, and they were...
Damn, that's cool, yo. So all the bad guys are joining Captain America because of the Superhero Registration Act. They're with the rebellion. So as they come up to try to join Captain America, Punisher's with Captain America, so Punisher just starts shooting them immediately.
That he won't fight against
and then Captain America starts fighting the Punisher, like, hey, what the hell?
Relinquishes his fighting against Frank Castle and simply tells somebody to take Frank Castle away, to get Frank Castle out of here. We see that, of course, that Spider-Man explains that the whole reason why Frank Castle wouldn't fight Captain America is because Frank Castle believed that maybe he had enrolled or he had become part of the Vietnam War to basically walk the same path as Captain America did, to make himself equal to Captain America. And of course, Captain America says no. He says this is wrong.
Yo, Iron Fist is crazy with his freaking regen. This is nuts.
And so at this point, we transition to Stamford, Connecticut.
He's a degenerate regenerate.
Why it was that the entire superhero had been initiated in the first place. We see that Reed Richards and Tony Stark are meeting with Miriam, and I guess one of the mothers of the children who was killed during Stamford, Connecticut. And what Miriam tells us here is that it was her idea to launch, I guess, the Superhuman Registration Act, to get Tony Stark to launch the, I guess, the 50-state initiative.
Yeah,
that she's basically the one who was behind all of this, that she was the mastermind. She was the reason why the bill went before Congress. She's the reason why Tony Stark, Reed Richards, and Hank Pym had sided with the bill. And so what this does is give us some very important insight into just how deep this whole Superhuman Registration Act goes. And from here we transition to the North Pole, to Doctor Strange's sanctuary. And Doctor Strange is visited by the Watcher. And the Watcher asks Doctor Strange how long he's been here, how long it's been since he has eaten. And Doctor Strange says basically since the beginning of the Civil War that he really hasn't had
so our boy
can
get S.H.I.E.L.D. all the way up to 300.
The reason why he's done this is because
he can actually go past
is that hopefully his fasting will allow the Civil War to come to an end with as little bloodshed as possible. But what Doctor Strange also tells us here is a very important thing. He tells us that there's no right or wrong in this debate, that neither side is correct.
I think there's already a show about Iron Fist, isn't there?
Perspective. And this is one of the most
I've never even heard of him until
Civil War, in the sense that in the end, it all simply just
but
comes
he's
down
not
to
nearly this cool.
How you view the argument of freedom versus security. And so again,
and the shows, they like Disneyfy why
with
the
this
comic book
concept,
characters
the
a little
idea
bit.
of trying to stay out of things, and the recognition that sometimes there is no right decision here. There is no right way to decide who's right or who's wrong. And so from here, we transition to Riker's Island. And as we continue with the story, we of course see that the Invisible Woman is able to help the Secret Avengers enter Riker's Island when she was able
Wanda,
to make them invisible. And so again, what Black Panther, who is joining the story, says is that of course he and Storm were with the Secret Avengers.
Try to get back
the
up in
time.
there
He had
real
always
quick.
sided with them, and that they'll do everything they can in order to ensure that the Secret Avengers come out on top here. But before they do this too much further, of course, Spider-Man says that his spider sense is going absolutely haywire, that it's going completely nuts. And what we see is that on the other side of the door that they are facing, when it opens up, pours out the entire forces of Tony Stark as well as the Thunderbolts. And so again, we basically have this confrontation. We have this situation where we have Captain America's team and Tony Stark's team beginning to face off with one another. From here, we see that Tony Stark says that they were aware of the actions of Captain America the entire time. They knew exactly what their plan was because they've had a mole within Captain America's secret.
Wow, that was a close call.
And Captain America says he knows who it is, that he knows it's Kira, and they've known about her for quite some time. But he says that Tony Stark's not the only person that has a spy on the other side. And what's revealed to us here is that Hank Pym is not actually
Wanda,
Hank Pym.
again,
That Hank
Wanda.
Pym is Hulkling. He is a
Hides in the
shapeshifter.
corner like
And
a
that he
cockroach.
has replaced Hank
Yeah, I
Pym
hate Wanda, bro.
The story will be picked up with Hank Pym and Maria Hill in Arizona. Now, what we can most likely derive from this is that the SHIELD agent who adhered to Hank Pym and told him there was a problem with one of the superheroes was in fact Hulkling in disguise. And once he was able to get Hank Pym by himself, he was able to overpower and incapacitate Hank Pym and then take his place. And Reed Richards realizes this is a massive problem. That if Hulkling was able to access or able to replace Hank Pym and able to copy the voice patterns of Hank Pym, then he's had full authority to everything that Reed Richards and Tony Stark has. And so what we realize is that all the cells are opening up inside of Prison 42, and all the prisoners who were previously being held captive have now been released. And so the forces are basically at an equal point now, where both teams have the same number of people, and both teams are quite capable. And so as the story comes to an end, we see Captain America telling Tony Stark and Reed Richards to close their eyes, because this might hurt.
Let's go.
With that being said, we're going to go ahead and bring this video to an end. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Wanda in
If you
here
do, let me know.
again? Get her
We'll catch you
out
guys
of
later.
here.
Peace.
Heal up. Damage reduction. What's going on?
So Civil War Frontline issue number 10 is one of the final two tie-ins of the Civil War event. And what we'll see is that this event,
that's
this
just
comic
still
book really
not-
takes
that
place
was crazy.
before the event.
I was going to get health.
Issue number 7, but as it progresses, it will actually pick up during the events of Civil War issue
Wanda,
number 7.
you
And what we
Wanda,
see is that
you
Sally Floyd is meeting with Miss Marvel, and that Miss Marvel has met with Sally Floyd to simply set the record straight. And what we learn here is that Miss Marvel is actually the individual, the liaison for S.H.I.E.L.D. that has been passing information to both Sally Floyd and the NYPD. And what we see is that Miss Marvel confirms with Sally Floyd that someone has been,
come on,
I guess maybe
this is
involved on the inside
We're too
with
good.
altering the programming of Norman
We're just the
Osborn.
best.
She says that she
I'm
has
chopping
a
them up now.
record,
You're getting
a
a roll
condensed
going.
record of the modifications that were made to Norman Osborn's nanite controllers, and that she was helping Reed Richards determine
Viper,
what time these nanite
007.
controllers were activated and who it was that had access to
Ooh,
Norman
11 and
Osborn
5?
during
Come
these
on, that's not
times.
bad.
In addition,
Are
we
you doing
get a
better? You're doing
flashback
good.
to just after the
17,
meeting between
4.
Tony Stark and Reed Richards about the possibility of a traitor and the identity
Try
of this
Black
traitor.
Panther, bro.
And what
I
we
guarantee
see
you'll
is
love
that
Black
Tony Stark
Panther.
informs his
You know,
immediate team that
I
there is a traitor
I'm really
within their
fucking with
midst,
Iron
and that
Fist.
after analyzing Norman
Okay.
Osborn's samples before and after he was detained
I'm just kidding.
and was released, that someone had made modifications to this. Now, initially, the question from Miss Marvel is who this individual is, but Tony Stark says that they've identified who this individual is, but because of reasons of national security, that Tony Stark can't tell them. From here, we see that Hank Pym freaks out, and he begins to scream at Tony Stark and tells Tony Stark that they've been with him since the beginning, and that there's really no reason why Tony Stark should not be able to tell them that Hank Pym feels like if anyone has earned the trust of Tony Stark, it's been these immediate individuals that have been with him and at his side since the beginning of Civil War. From here, we transition back to the meeting with Sally Floyd and Miss Marvel, and Miss Marvel says that they didn't say who this individual was, that they didn't say who the particular traitor was. What we also see is that Sally Floyd begins to sort of question what's going on here. She says it doesn't make sense. Why would Tony Stark and Reed Richards confirm the existence of a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. and then not tell anybody who the traitor is? And she goes as far as to speculate whether or not it could be Robert Reynolds the Sentry, and that it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Why would they even suggest that there would be a reason for someone to conspire with Norman Osborn? Miss Marvel says that there really isn't a reason for this, and she can't think of anybody on their side that would conspire with Norman Osborn, but then says that she has to leave in order to keep her cover from being blown. From here, we see that Sally Floyd looks at the envelope, the piece of paper that had been given to her, and is stunned to see that it is really just that simple, that this piece of information has revealed to them, or revealed to her, the person who is behind the tampering of Norman Osborn's nanites. From here, we see her contact Ben Urich, and she says that she has stumbled across a large piece of information involving Tony Stark, which of course tells us that Tony Stark appears to have been the hidden hand behind the adjustment to Norman Osborn's nanite programming. But what we also see is that Ben Urich intends to tell Sally Floyd about his findings involving the Stark market adjustments that have been made and the financial gains that Tony Stark has made since the beginning of the Civil War event. The two of them agree to meet at Times Square by 6 o'clock, but Ben Urich adjusts this time and says that he will meet her at 6:15 as there's something that he needs to do first. From here, we see that Ben Urich arrives at the Daily Bugle and interrupts an editorial meeting between J. Jonah Jameson and Robbie Robertson. And what we see is that Ben Urich tells J. Jonah Jameson that he has stumbled across what may very well be the biggest story to have ever been uncovered by anybody.
You gotta look where you're jumping, bro. Just jumping onto the nothingness.
Not set up for the
I looked through and I'm like, nope, not going through that.
And financially, for publishing this
you're learning.
Ben Urich is putting in his immediate resignation. He is quitting his job on the spot.
That was our own teammate's portal too.
Ben Urich feels torn. Ben Urich is kind of in a position where he wants to ensure this story gets published. He wants to ensure this story is put out there, or at the very least, that the information is made available. But he doesn't want to do it in a way that would jeopardize the Daily Bugle financially and legally. And so we see that Robbie Robertson attempts to assuage Ben Urich from quitting, but then we see that J. Jonah Jameson cuts off Robbie Robertson and tells him to be quiet. And then he tells everyone except for Ben Urich to leave. Once everybody's out of the room, we see that J. Jonah Jameson says he understands Ben's position, that Ben is a fine reporter, and that he understands when someone has made up their mind. From here, we see that Ben Urich and J. Jonah Jameson part ways, and J. Jonah Jameson is sad to see that Ben Urich is leaving. At this point, we transition back to Tony Stark, and what we see is that Tony Stark is watching a news broadcast where the report is of a swell, a sort of upsurge in terms of the mobilization of Atlanteans along the Atlantic coast, but that there's no real no real way to determine the size of this particular force or just how much power this force has. And the question that's being asked here, and the sort of argument that's being produced here, is that Tony Stark has pushed the United States towards a conflict with Atlantis by virtue of allowing the Green Goblin loose, and then the Green Goblin attacks against the Atlanteans. And we of course see that Reed Richards speaks with Tony Stark for a minute and tells Tony Stark that he had chose this road, he had chose this path, and to stay the course, presuming that it'll probably all work out in the end. From here, we switch to Times Square at around 6:15 p.m. and we see that Ben Urich is meeting with Sally Floyd. And as the two of them are getting ready to exchange information, we then pick up with the events of Civil War issue number 7, where the conflict between Captain America's forces and Iron Man's forces has spread to the streets of New York City. And we see various individuals such as Venom and Daredevil, as well as Radioactive Man and others engaging in conflict with one another. We see that there are a multitude of explosions in the background, all sorts of damage is being done, and as a result, Typeface is presumed to have been killed in the conflict. We also see that Ben Urich and Sally Floyd head for the subway station to sort of take refuge against all the conflict and all the action and the explosions that are going on. And after the two of them are able to catch their breath and they are assuming they're in a safe location, they exchange information. And what they learn is that both of them have come to the same conclusion. And we see that Ben Urich tells Sally Floyd that he believes that he knows the real reasons behind the entire Civil War event. From here, we transition to Robbie Baldwin at Cumberland Federal Correctional Institute. And what we see here is that Robbie Baldwin is actually meeting with the individual that had shot him. Robbie Baldwin's not being held here, and Robbie Baldwin has actually been released. But the individual that had shot him is, of course, the father of one of the children that had been killed in Stamford, Connecticut. And initially, he's under the impression that he's going to be questioned and he demands an attorney, but once he enters the room, he realizes he's going to be meeting with Robbie Baldwin. From here, we see a great segment in the comic whereby this father begins to scream at Robbie Baldwin and tells Robbie Baldwin that his wife had died years ago and the only person he really had left in his life was his daughter, and now she's been taken away from him, and the only thing he has left in his life is his hatred for Robbie Baldwin. But for the most part, Robbie Baldwin really has no sympathy for this individual because the actions of this man have led to Robbie Baldwin being in a position where he constantly has bullet shrapnel pressing against the nerves in his spine, and so as a result, he's in pain 24 hours a day. And so what we see is that Robbie Baldwin meets with a man after burning his costume, burning his old speedball costume. And this man is presumably building or has built a new suit for Robbie Baldwin. And this new suit is a very grotesque and torturous looking kind of suit. This suit is filled with a multitude of various spikes, some of which are longer than others. And what we see here is that the initial impression on behalf of this individual who has built this suit is that this suit is going to be used to torture someone. This suit is going to be used to inflict a massive amount of pain on somebody else. And when he asks who this individual is supposed to be, who this individual is that Robbie Baldwin intends to inflict so much pain on, Robbie Baldwin says that it's going to be he himself. From here, the suit maker decides that he doesn't want to have any part of this, that he doesn't want to be involved in this, and Robbie Baldwin says that either you can help me with this, or I can end your life. And so this man ends up helping Robbie Baldwin put the suit on. The suit itself actually has 612 spikes. These spikes will dig directly into the body of Robbie Baldwin, and they will cause extreme physical pain. And 60 of these spikes are longer than the other ones. The 612 spikes represent the total number of people who were killed in Stamford, Connecticut. And the 60 spikes that are longer than the others represent the 60 children that were killed in Stamford, Connecticut. But what we see is that as a result of this extreme physical pain that Robbie Baldwin has put himself through, that his powers are now under his control, telling us that his powers only manifest when his body is in extreme physical pain, when extreme external stimuli has really kind of stimulated the powers that he has developed so far. And we see that Robbie Baldwin changes his name, and that he's no longer considering himself to be Robbie Baldwin. He's no longer considering himself to be Speedball, that he has changed his name to Penance.
Yeah, we've got to attack Storm when she's up there.
Yeah.
So Civil War Frontline issue number 11 brings an end to the main Civil War conflict, that is to say, the events that have been bubbling up to the ultimate conflict between Captain America and Iron Man. And the way this story is told, I would go as far as to say, makes it one of the absolute best stories ever told in Marvel Comics, and probably one of the best comic books that I've ever read in Marvel Comics. The story picks up after the events of the conflict between Captain America's forces and Iron Man's forces, and the surrender of Captain America. And the story is told from the perspective, again, of Sally Floyd and Ben Urich. And what we see here is that after the event's over, after everything is all said and done, that everybody begins to come out of hiding. All the normal civilians, all the unpowered individuals come out of hiding and attempt to figure out what all's going on. And then we see the total devastation that was wrought at the hands of these superheroes as they engaged in this final battle of the Civil War. And what we see is that for the most part, a large portion of Manhattan is devastated. It's not necessarily totally obliterated, but there's enough damage to be going on with. And from here, we switch back to listening to either Sally Floyd or Ben Urich describe what's going on here, describe this perspective, the view of these events from the perspective of your normal, average, everyday person. And the reality here, the understanding, and I guess the decision that people have come to is that something has to change. Something needs to be done here. That all this conflict really did is underscore the necessity for the Superhuman Registration Act. It was to underscore the need for superhumans to somehow not necessarily have their personal identities made public, but for there to be some way that superheroes have to be held accountable. Because this very instance could very well mark the beginning of a much darker future for the world. That if superheroes are allowed to remain unchecked, if those individuals who remain underground as part of the anti-registration movement continue to come into conflict with those who are in support of the superhuman registration,
15 seconds.
It's going to produce more conflicts just like these. It's going to produce more problems just like these. In addition, we see that either Sally Floyd or Ben Urich is talking to us about how when Captain America had surrendered, that either superheroes were rounded up, the remaining superheroes were rounded up by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man's forces,
Let's go!
Ran away. And we
No,
see
wait.
that for the most part, history, as she says it,
thought we did
will
it.
say that people dodged a bullet, that the American
I thought we were supposed to stop it.
and the world as a whole had
Oh
dodged
yeah, I
a
guess we
bullet
were
by
escorting it because
Captain
nobody was
America
like on point
effectively
to escort
surrendering
it.
by
We
the
were just
Civil War
fighting.
conflict coming to an
Escort,
end.
George.
But Sally
I was
Floyd says
escorting
that
a little
there was
bit, but
really
I was the
no time
only
to
one.
ponder this concept. There was really no time to think about this because they were too busy trying to put out fires, too busy trying to focus on getting problems remedied, getting the situation or the city back to a state of normalcy, to really focus on exactly how it is that future generations
I think
will
still that was
view
the best.
results of this
the
Civil
most
War
eliminations I
conflict.
got in one
What
shot.
we also learn here is that the death toll of the fight in Manhattan
Punisher's
was
crazy.
53 people, and only 6 of them were superpowered people.
Oh yeah,
now, this
give
is
me my
extremely important when
Iron
it comes to the
Fist
Civil
again.
War conflict, because for the most part, both sides, at least for the brunt of the conflict, were fighting on behalf of what they thought was right. But throughout the entire Civil War conflict, there was very little, I guess, recognition or very little credence given to the necessity of ensuring that normal humans stayed safe. And we saw this throughout the entire conflict. We saw this as things progressed, as things became more and more serious. From the time that Nitro self-detonated and destroyed a big portion of Stamford, Connecticut, to the time that we ended this Civil War conflict, we never really saw a lot of discussion on how is this going to affect the average person. How does the average person view this? We knew that a majority of people sided with superhuman registration, but for the most part, the story focused on the superheroes. And that, in and of itself, is really the defining aspect, really the defining point of the mindset of those who were leading the superhuman and the anti-superhuman registration movement. From here, we see that Sally Floyd and Ben Urich are at the raft at Rikers Island. And of course, as we had previously discussed, the raft is the location where they keep superpowered individuals in order to, I guess, provide an adequate form of, I guess, either security or maybe just attainment for these individuals. And what we see here is that for the most part, Captain America's not that upset. He's not that sorry about his stance regarding the Civil War event. He recognizes that there are some things that he could have done different. He recognizes that there was a possibility that he could have met with Tony Stark and other individuals to really kind of find a peaceful altercation, as a peaceful resolution to this entire Civil War event. But instead, he went headstrong and decided to fight on the side of freedom. But for Captain America, he feels as though he fought the right fight. He apologizes over the fact that there was so much damage done, and that to a degree the perception of him and other superheroes may very well have been betrayed as far as their actions go and how they're viewed by humanity. But at the end of the day, he still stands staunch as a supporter of freedom and believes that he was fighting on the right side. From here, we see that Sally Floyd has had enough, and Sally Floyd absolutely let Steve Rogers have it. And this, I would say, points out the inherent flaw the fundamental issue with Steve Rogers fighting in the 21st century, despite the fact that he was discovered in the 1960s and a majority of his experience regarding worldwide conflict and war took place during World War II. Sally Floyd says that Captain America has no real understanding of what America is about, that he doesn't understand what America is. She asked him if he knows what MySpace is, because at the time of Civil War, MySpace was still a relatively popular form of social media. And Captain America says he doesn't understand what this line of questioning has to do with anything. Sally Floyd says she understands that, but asks Captain America to bear with her. She asks him who won the World Series last year, or who won American Idol last year. And Captain America is not able to understand any of these questions, or at the very least is not able to answer any of these questions. And this is the flaw that Sally Floyd points out, that Captain America, despite the fact that he argues to be on behalf of freedom, that he argues to be on the behalf of the American citizenry, doesn't really know anything about America. And this, again, is the inherent flaw of Captain America. Captain America was a World War II era fighter. He was a fantastic soldier, and he was a great beacon of freedom in the world at the time. But from the 1960s, when Captain America was rediscovered, up until this current point, Captain America never moved on. Captain America never got over the fact that things had changed. When Captain America was fighting in World War II, and even then during the early days when he first reappeared in Marvel Comics, villains for the most part...
Bro, as soon as you said 8-0, I died.
...very unimportant regards to what the rest of the world as a whole in terms of what it is they wanted to achieve. Very rarely did you ever find villains that were willing to go to the extreme in order to achieve their goals. Periodically you would, but most villains for the most part were very simple, and they were very basic, and they were very comedic. And this is Marvel's way of telling us that these days are gone, that these things are past. If you recall our discussion on Ultron, we had talked about how the Masters of Evil was really kind of being portrayed as this antiquated form of villainry in Marvel Comics. This really touches on that yet again, that Captain America holds himself to an ideology that is no longer existent, that the days are gone when supervillains are effectively bank robbers, when supervillains are attempting to carry out these laughable goals, that supervillains now are extreme, that supervillains now are willing to kill people, kill multitudes of people in order to achieve their goals.
Nice, let's go!
In this day and age, you have superheroes that are far beyond the capabilities of anything that Captain America is capable of doing. That you have superheroes that are so powerful that they are a threat to not just the planet Earth, but the universe as a whole. And that maybe, just maybe, the necessity for a Superhuman Registration Act was there. That, if anything, the conflict between Captain America and Iron Man proved that there is a necessity for some form of superhuman registration, because the superhumans are allowed to fight one another, and they are allowed to engage in conflict like this, with this kind of destruction. Then what would future generations do? What kind of lawlessness would the world be looking at if there's no way to hold superheroes accountable for their actions? From here, we see that Ben Urich and Sally Floyd leave Captain America to his thoughts, and Ben Urich is a little surprised to see that Sally Floyd had taken the stance that she did, that she had been so harsh on Captain America. But Sally Floyd's not very apologetic for it, and feels as though these were words that Captain America needed to hear, that either Captain America can step into the 21st century, or he's going to become a relic. He's going to become this symbol of an antiquated time in humanity that doesn't really apply to society anymore. From here we get this sort of...
Bro, I gotta go with Moon Knight, bro.
...was that Sally Floyd and Ben Urich were going to meet with Iron Man 10 days after their meeting with Captain America, and it was a chance for them to gather their information and to present their findings to Tony Stark. And over the course of this 10 days, we learned that Ben Urich and Sally Floyd had, of course, quit their positions with their respective newspapers, and they had started their own news reporting agency called Frontlines.com. We, of course, see that Danny and Sally Floyd are together. We see that Century, Robert Reynolds, comes out in support of superhuman registration.
Yeah, it went from like
Ben Urich and Sally Floyd still maintain contact with those individuals who are underground, with those individuals that are doing what they can to, I guess, maybe circumvent the goals of the pro-registration movement. What we also see is that, for the most part, society is trying to get things cleaned up. Society is trying to piece things together. But we also learned that there has been about a 38% increase in the number of people who have chosen to register. And the reason for this is because the United States is teetering on the edge of war with the Atlanteans, because the Atlanteans have not forgotten the actions of Norman Osborn at the loading docks. The Atlanteans have not forgotten the actions of Nitro in Stamford, Connecticut, despite the fact that justice had been served on Nitro regarding the fact that he had killed Namorita. we see, of course, that things are still a little shaky, that things are still a little rough, that the amount of security that's being imposed on society as a whole is something more than people had ever expected, despite the fact that it's being imposed on both superheroes, villains, and normal people. We also see, of course, that some of the superheroes, various individuals gather to offer their condolences and offer their well wishes to those who were killed in the Civil War conflict and are passing on. From here, we see that Sally Floyd and Ben Urich are meeting with Tony Stark, and of course, they state that they have a meeting with Tony Stark when they arrive.
This is crazy. That was crazy.
But we also see
yeah, we whooped them.
Sally Floyd to simply
we beat the crap out. I went 22-2.
Doesn't need to go on the kind of tirade and the kind of rant that she had gone on when they had met with Captain America.
Wow,
what
actually.
What we see here is effectively a piecing together, the puzzle coming together regarding the actions of Tony Stark during Civil War, because we knew that Tony Stark had engaged in some rather unsavory actions by the time Civil War issue number 7 came around, but we didn't know how all this fit together. We didn't know exactly what it was he was doing or what the end result of all this was. Now, what we see is that when Ben Urich and Sally Floyd are meeting with Tony Stark says that they are welcome to ask him whatever they want, that he has nothing to hide. And Ben Urich tells Tony Stark to remember that he said that, and Sally Floyd begins with a recap of these Civil War events. Sally Floyd, of course, tells us that 612 people were killed in the incident at Stamford, Connecticut, and that as a result, a dubious bill was proposed to Congress, and it was passed almost overnight, and that individuals that were in violation of this law were hauled off and they were thrown into the negative zone with extremely harsh conditions, despite the fact that so little time had passed that a lot of these superheroes who were debating the merits of the law really had no time to debate it properly. They effectively had to either side with it or go against it, and there was no real chance to argue the merits of whether or not this law was appropriate. What we also see is her telling us that the pro-registration leaders of the superhuman community had gone with releasing various supervillains and intended to use these supervillains as a means to track down superheroes who had refused to register, and that some of these supervillains, specifically Norman Osborn, had somehow gone rogue, and that they had basically committed actions, in effect, attacking the Atlanteans and put the United States on par with almost going to war with the Atlanteans. It really set us down the path to the brink of war with a whole different culture. She goes as far as to say that you wouldn't think it could get any worse, but that Sally Floyd and Ben Urich have uncovered the fact that there was a traitor within the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. Now, Tony Stark really tries to jump on this and say that there will always be wild exaggerations and rumors, but Ben Urich stops him and says that they have documented proof. They have a schematic that indicates that there was a presence of re-engineered nanites in the blood of Norman Osborn, and that it was put there by person or persons unknown, effectively telling us that someone had altered the nanites in Norman Osborn's body to allow him to operate outside of the parameters that had been specified for all supervillains that were working as part of the Thunderbolts under S.H.I.E.L.D. What we see is Sally Floyd and Ben Urich asking why someone would do that. Why would someone allow themselves or ally themselves with someone as unstable as Norman Osborn and then allow Norman Osborn to effectively go rogue and act within his own accordance? What we see is that Tony Stark says that this is wrong, that there will always be superheroes, or there will always be supervillains, rather, that will attempt to go rogue, but they will never be successful. That, for the most part, the supervillains will always be under control of S.H.I.E.L.D. And then we see that Ben Urich says that he agrees with Tony Stark, that he believes that Tony Stark is right here, and he says the biggest misdirection is the one that hides in plain sight. He says the Green Goblin had never left the control of Tony Stark, that Tony Stark himself is the traitor. And this is when we get the explanation of what was going on with the Green Goblin. Ben Urich goes on to say that the most obvious question was why a man with Osborn's physical strength would make his way, or use a pistol, as a means to assassinate or attempt to assassinate a member of the Atlantean delegation. Because a pistol would really not do anything to damage an Atlantean. The Atlantean physiology is such that they are far beyond what a normal human is able to do. They are more durable, they are stronger, they're faster, and so it wouldn't make any sense that Norman Osborn would choose to use a pistol to attack an Atlantean. In addition, we see how Norman Osborn, having supreme physical strength well beyond a normal person, was subdued by the police. And again, this doesn't make any sense, that Norman Osborn could have easily overpowered the police. Now, what we also see is Ben Urich talking about how when guess Norman Osborn was being interviewed by Donna and Keith, who of course were the detectives that we were following during the story of Joe, that every time he tried to tell them what was going on, every time he tried to tell them that someone was controlling him, he would begin foaming at the mouth and he would be unable to do so. And then we get the pieces put together. We get the pieces established for us, and we understand what it was that Tony Stark was doing. That the actions of Nitro, in effect causing the incident at Stamford, Connecticut, set off a chain reaction. And this chain reaction would mean that somewhere along the line, somewhere later on down the line, that eventually people would come into conflict, that the superhero community would be split. And the only way to really stop this, the only way to really keep this from happening was to initiate the entire Civil War event by means of setting up the Superhuman Registration Act, forcing superhumans to register. Now, Tony Stark did not expect there was going to be so much anti-registration sentiment on behalf of various superheroes, and so to counter for this, he released Norman Osborn and adjusted the programming of Norman Osborn's nanites. With Norman Osborn's nanites programming adjusted, Norman Osborn would now be controlled by Tony Stark. Tony Stark had Norman Osborn attack the Atlanteans. By virtue of the Atlanteans being attacked, the Atlanteans would threaten war against the superhero community and the United States as a whole. And so in response to this, both normal humans and the superhumans, with regards to the idea of going to war with the Atlanteans, would band together for a common goal, and it would effectively end the Civil War. Now, of course, Sally Floyd says that, in a very sarcastic way, that she thinks that he did what he did for the greater good, that she applauds him for his actions. But of course, Tony Stark realizes she's being sarcastic, and he tells her to leave. Now, this is a very important part of the Civil War event, and the reason why is because the actions of Tony Stark may be looked at by some people as questionable. They may be looked at by some people as outright heinous, that he effectively manipulated all the events of the Civil War in order to basically band the superhero community together against a common cause by almost bringing the United States as a whole to brink with Atlantis, to war with Atlantis. Tony Stark didn't know if it was going to happen. Tony Stark took a gamble here. Tony Stark rolled the dice, had Norman Osborn attack the Atlanteans, and then hoped the Atlanteans wouldn't immediately attack the United States and go to war with us. And so we see that with Tony Stark here, depending on how you view him as an individual, depending on what your moral compass is, you may say that he's right, that he made the right decision here. He took what was in effect a fractured superhero community and banded the superhero community together against an external cause. He took this perception of humanity's view of superheroes and managed to eliminate this for a moment while everyone banded together against a single cause. But then you could look at Tony Stark and say that Tony Stark is a manipulator, that Tony Stark manipulated circumstances, that there's no real justification for his actions. Now from here, of course, we see that Sally Floyd and Ben Urich leave, and they inform Tony Stark that they are not going to make this public. They are not going to tell anybody what's going on. And this is really an intelligent move on their behalf. And the reason why is because if this information got out, if people learned that the end result of the superhuman movement, the Superhuman Registration Act, came to what it was because Tony Stark had manipulated everything, people would lose faith. People wouldn't believe that they had actually banded together for a good cause. They would look at the current circumstances as a result of manipulation, and they would walk away from this ideology of working together, which of course would most likely set the superhero community right back down the path of open civil war, but also leave the United States open and I guess possibly being able to be conquered by the Atlanteans if the United States as a whole went to war with the Atlanteans. Tony Stark feels guilty as a result of this. He recognizes that so much destruction has been wrought, that billions of dollars worth of damage have been inflicted on Manhattan as well as various other cities around the United States, that 50 some odd people are now dead, all because he had manipulated things and effectively done what he did for the greater good. From here, we see that the comic book comes to an end, and we're left with this idea, with this question in our heads of, did Tony Stark actually do the right thing? And from here, we bring an end to the story of Civil War. with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed this whole Civil War series. I had a great time putting it together. And if you guys have any suggestions or criticisms, any things you guys would like me to do in order to, I guess, maybe look at things from a different perspective, or when it comes to future storylines to make changes, and feel free to let me know. And I will catch you guys later.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
No! Issue number 7 brings an end to the main Civil War conflict, that is to say, these skirmishes and battles that have been going on between Captain America's forces and Iron Man's forces. And it does it in a way where we basically see the sort of last-ditch effort, the sort of final battle at the Alamo, so to speak. And as the comic opens up, we of course see that Captain America shouts his signature phrase, "Avengers Assemble." And from this point until the end of the conflict, the battle will basically be total pandemonium. We see that as these individuals are fighting, as Bishop is fighting Vision, as Captain America is attempting to stop Bishop, as Radioactive Man is fighting Hulkling, and of course Iron Man is continuing his attempt to thwart the efforts of Captain America's forces, that S.H.I.E.L.D. is attempting to lock down the teleportation field between Rikers Island and the Negative Zone, and that this shutdown will commence in about 5 seconds. From here we transition to T'Challa, to Black Panther, and Dagger, and what we see is that Black Panther is attempting to override the sequence that S.H.I.E.L.D. has initiated, but there's a 69-digit code that he can't quite remember. From here, of course, we see that Spider-Man is fighting against Iron Man, which is really sort of this, event that's been building up. We see that, for the most part, Spider-Man's trying to get some retribution for the previous conflict that Iron Man and Spider-Man had previously had. But before Spider-Man is able to launch a full-on strike against Iron Man, he is stopped by Lady Deathstrike and Venom. From here, we switch to Maria Hill and one of her, S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. And this S.H.I.E.L.D. operative is telling Maria Hill that Black Panther is attempting to override their secrets, and that he's rerouting the bridge to the Baxter building. We see that Maria Hill tells him that this needs to be shut down, and then we see that Black Panther tells Dagger that S.H.I.E.L.D. is onto them, and that they've got about 10 seconds before they close the portal to the Baxter building.
So we gotta do this
Cloak, and tells Cloak that he needs to initiate the biggest teleport that he's ever initiated before, that he effectively needs to teleport everybody out of this Negative Zone area and back to someplace out in the open air, back to Earth.
No!
You see that he's a little hesitant about this. Cloak isn't really sure
He just got off
if
the
he wants
point
to
is
do
all.
this, because this will be the biggest attempt, and it may be something that might kill him.
right.
But Dagger says that if he doesn't do this, that they're all going to be stuck in the Negative Zone, and they'll all be arrested and taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. We see that Cloak is able to pull in everybody who is fighting in the Negative Zone and teleport them to Manhattan, where they're dropped above the skies of the New York City skyline. We see that Captain America calls on everybody,
I should have
both
been
on Iron Man's
tanked.
side and on his own side, who is capable of flight, to catch those individuals who would not be able to withstand the fall to the streets of New York. From here, we see that the fight begins again, and that again the entire conflict dissolves into total pandemonium. We see that Iron Man calls on various street-level police and individuals to try to clear the area of civilians. And of course we see that the fight continues with Iron Man once again. What we also see is that as this conflict continues, we see that Spider-Man is fighting various individuals. He's fighting Reed Richards. He's fighting people in such a way that it catches Reed Richards by surprise, just by his, sheer agility and his ability to dodge the, the stretching arms, the attempts of Reed Richards to ensnare Spider-Man. What we also see is that Captain America is locked in
I can
combat
switch my
with
guns?
both Lady
I didn't know I
Deathstrike
had a shotgun.
and Venom
What the
in
fuck?
addition to Taskmaster.
Shotgun's really good at close range.
And for the most
Yeah,
part,
I
Captain America
under the
is
ground.
highly
I just added
outclassed by
something
these
to my
individuals.
arsenal.
He's
I
simply
was
not
already doing
able
well.
to fight all 4 of them at one time.
Let's
and
go.
where
Alright.
it appears
Alright,
that
shotty.
Lady Deathstrike is prepared to deal the killing blow, that Captain
Mommy.
America is saved saved by the arrival of Namor the Submariner and his Atlanteans. From here, the fight begins again, but then we see that Iron Man calls on his own reinforcements, who arrive in the form of Thor, or the cyborg version of Thor, as well as all of the other engineered superheroes that were created by Reed Richards. From here, again, the fight continues, and once again, I guess dissolves into total pandemonium, that it's total chaos in the streets of Manhattan, that there isn't a whole lot that can be done by the police or really anybody other than the superheroes to attempt to end this entire fight. What we also see is that Captain America and Tony Stark are fighting each other once more, which again is a continuation of their fight during at the chemical plant. But Vision arrives and is able to disable the armor of Iron Man for a short amount of time. From here we see that Captain America begins to absolutely pummel Tony Stark. The cyborg version of Thor attempts to assist Iron Man as he's being pummeled by Captain America, but then we see that Hercules steps in and begins to fight Thor. In addition, we see that Ben Grimm arrives, and Ben Grimm is able to, I guess, assist the side of Captain America's forces in their attempt to defeat the forces of Iron Man. And so what we see here is that for the most part, aside from mutants, that all hands are on deck when it comes to this conflict. And so this is the reason why, for the most part, the entire state of Manhattan, the entire area of Manhattan is in almost total pandemonium. We see that Taskmaster attempts to shoot Susan Storm, but instead shoots Reed Richards, because Reed Richards had, I guess, jumped in front of this killing blow in order to ensure that Susan Storm stayed safe. In response to this, Susan Storm absolutely crushes Taskmaster using her ability to create force fields, and uses it in an offensive way as opposed to a defensive way. From here, we transition back to Hercules and the cyborg version of Thor, and what we see is one of the things that we had previously talked about, where very few people are able to actually wield the hammer of Thor, and Hercules is one of those individuals. Hercules, wielding the hammer of Thor, is able to destroy the cyborg version of Thor by smashing its head in. From here, we switch back to Captain America and Iron Man, and Captain America is continuing this relentless pummel of Tony Stark. We see that he's continuing to absolutely thrash Tony Stark up and down, and it's a total reversal of the conflict that we had seen when the two of them had fought at the chemical plant. Because during the chemical plant fight, we had seen that for the most part, Captain America was being absolutely pummeled by Tony Stark. But in this circumstance, we see it's the exact opposite. But then we see that various individuals jump in and stop Captain America. And some of these individuals are firefighters, some are police, some are EMS, and others are just random civilians that don't want to see Captain America stoop to this level. As Captain America is being held back by these individuals, he tells them to stop. He says that he doesn't want to hurt
Who's taking care of their supports?
Says that it's a little
Thor is great at taking out supports.
Here, we transition to the entire, the entirety of the destruction that has taken place in Manhattan, and that in this entire conflict, this entire battle, the end of this war that's gone on, that Manhattan has been completely ravaged by this conflict between these superheroes, and Captain America realizes
Mommy,
this.
I like your PS5
Captain
controller.
America tells his team that they're wrong, that Iron Man's forces are right, that they're not fighting for the people anymore, that they're simply just fighting. And Captain America lays down his arms. He effectively surrenders to S.H.I.E.L.D. And this is a very important part of the Civil War event. One, because of course, this is Captain America laying down his arms and effectively giving up, which pretty much ends the entire resistance for the most part as far as Captain America leading it. But what we also see here is that to a degree, Captain America is coming to his senses. But what we will see during Civil War Frontline issues number 10 and 11 is that Captain America hasn't necessarily come to an understanding in terms of realizing that he is 100% wrong. But what we see here is that with Captain America surrendering, that it's not Captain America that's being arrested, that it's actually Steve Rogers that's being arrested. And Captain America says this is a totally different thing. From here, we transition to a letter that is being written by Reed Richards to Susan Storm.
That's the most broken
and he tells Susan Storm that it's been 2 weeks since the battle took place.
His R1 where he breaks out the minigun.
In the wake of Captain America's surrender, that various individuals, various heroes have accepted illness. That various heroes
trying to only go
have
with
gone
one
to S.H.I.E.L.D.
death,
and either registered
but I just got my
or
second
asked to be
KO.
exonerated of their crimes by virtue of registering. What we also see here is that as Reed Richards is talking to Susan Storm, or I guess writing this letter to Susan
They
Storm,
wasted my ult,
he
bro.
says
They
that he
wrapped me
felt
up
it was
just as I was about to
appropriate
ult. I would have
discuss
ulted on
their
every single
future,
one of them.
to discuss what was going to go on with the two of them. And this is really an appeal by Reed Richards to tell Susan Storm,
Look at us, 22,
just how
23,
sorry
24
he is,
kills.
that he feels as though he had severely messed up, that he had put the wrong things first. We see him talk about how the superhero initiative has gone through, that the 50-state initiative is now in effect, meaning that there are superhero teams in all 50 states. We see him talking about how some of these superheroes have been individuals that were created through the efforts of Reed Richards, him, and Tony Stark.
Damn, they got me again, a third time. Mantis of all
that humanity has in superheroes. We see that the Negative Zone, which was a controversial prison, which had very harsh conditions, that it was met with applause when people finally went public with it. When S.H.I.E.L.D. finally said that there is a place where they are taking superheroes who refuse to register, and it is outside the planet Earth. Now this is a very big thing, because what this means is that humanity is in effect celebrating the idea that superheroes who refuse to register are basically being exiled.
Yo, we got the Jeff
Earth
just sitting back AFK right
what
now.
we also see here is that, of course, there's always going to be this sort of split. There's always going to be this attempt to ensure that various superheroes who have eluded S.H.I.E.L.D. but are still part of the underground will eventually be rounded up. They will eventually be captured, and they will eventually have to stand for their actions of being against the registration movement. What we also do is we switch to the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, which of course houses the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters above New York City. And we see that Tony Stark is speaking with Miss Sharp. And if you recall our discussions during the previous events of Civil War, we had talked about how Miss Sharp was one of the individuals that had been a major proponent, had been a major supporter of the Superhuman Registration Act. And we see that Tony Stark has been appointed to the position of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and that Maria Hill has been demoted to the position of Deputy Commander. And in response to this, we see that as a bit of degradation, maybe as a bit of us, those of us who read this comic or read the Civil War series and hated Maria Hill so much during this series, that she is asked by Tony Stark to fetch some coffee along with cream and sugar for both Tony Stark and Miss Sharp. From here, we see that Tony Stark is talking to Miss Sharp about this entire Civil War movement, this entire war that's gone on, about how they have effectively won, and about how this 50-state initiative and the Thunderbolts becoming part of the 50-state initiative by virtue of operating out of Colorado will begin to restore this faith in superheroes that humanity had for the most part previously lost, and that there will really always be this sort of struggle. There will really always be this element of people who, for some reason, will develop powers later on and may very well choose to become supervillains or may become superheroes but choose not to register, and that
bro, we want them 37 kills. What?
That S.H.I.E.L.D. will deal with.
Oh my god, bro.
Ultimately, we begin to
If you're only 12%
accuracy,
accuracy, you gotta be more accurate, bro. You might have to fix your sensitivity.
Miss Sharp tells Tony Stark
Yeah,
that she believes that he's a
think
good
I do.
man, and that he's done all
Usually
these
I
things
just
for
go
the
up
greater good,
like
and that hopefully
2
all
notches
this
each
will
time.
lead to humanity
They'll go up like 5 or 10 points or
having
whatever it
its
is on
restored
vertical and
in the
horizontal.
superhero community as
A little bit. You know what I'm saying? See how it plays and then go up again a little bit.
Stop shooting.
That's crazy. 37-4. That was nuts. Y'all Punisher.
I'm not judging.
God of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Oh, Lady Cobra wants to be Punisher. Show you how it's done. Try Winter Soldier, bro. You might like him.
Wants to be.
Oh yeah, Squirrel Girl's good.
What's going on,
Winter
guys?
Soldier?
This is Rob. If you guys enjoy my content, make sure you hit the subscribe button and make sure you hit that little bell so you never miss out on my sexy voice. So after months of speculating, after months of postponements and so on, we're finally getting around to doing the Infinity Gauntlet storyline, and I am so perspective of Thanos and Mephisto on some unknown planet. And we have previously talked about Mephisto. We've mentioned Mephisto, and again, we're not going to go too in-depth into his character here, but Mephisto is a cosmic entity for the most part, an abstract of cards.
I'm gonna watch something about the War of Iron Fist.
But he is a very powerful character in his own right. But given the fact that Thanos currently has the Infinity Gauntlet, Mephisto really has no...
Apparently he's immortal, he keeps talking about, which I never knew.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Friends have saved my life far more times than weapons. Even so, it's always nice to...
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and if you're enjoying the content that I'm uploading onto my channel, Matt Fraction's doing with like the Immortal Iron Fist, or at least what he did. It only ran for 24 issues. It wasn't a really lengthy series. It's not like it went on for 100 some odd issues. It was pretty short, but it was basically like a wholesale reworking of the Iron Fist mythos. And the reason why, you know, as we kind of get into this origin is because this origin story was kind of dated. And it was really just kind of Matt Fraction saying, hey, look, we're just going to rehash the origin and we're just going to throw it out there. And that's usually what Marvel does. One of the things, when it comes to origin stories of characters in comic books, one of the things that differentiates Marvel from DC is that a lot of times DC has like timeless characters, right? They have legacy characters, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and those origin stories almost always stay the same. The only real exception to that right now is what Greg Rucka is doing with Wonder Woman, where he's basically going back with the story, the lies, the truth, and Year One, where he's basically going back through and he's just kind of like redoing the whole origin story of Wonder Woman, probably for the upcoming movie with Gal Gadot. But the idea here is that with Iron Fist, with Marvel Comics, Marvel doesn't usually do that, right? Like Marvel will sit down and they'll say, okay, DC will release secret origins, where it's like, hey guys, here's a 3-page origin story of this character for those who don't deserve like a whole origin in and of themselves in their own comic books. With Marvel, they're just like, hey, this character's been around for 30 years, so just go read the old origin story by Stan Lee or Jack Kirby or Roy Thomas or something like that. Go read the old origin stories from way back then. They don't usually retell origins. Sometimes they will, but they usually don't. They'll just say like, the X-Men have been around for so long, the origin story of the X-Men is just the same. Charles Xavier made the team at one point along the line, and you don't really see like an updated origin for it. It's kind of weird. It could cause some issues in terms of like updating characters for the modern times. But what Matt Fraction does with this is he says, okay, look, here's the origin story of Iron Fist Danny Rand, and then with the Immortal Iron Fist story, it's basically reinvigorating and building the whole landscape. And so we'll kind of get to that once we actually get into Immortal Iron Fist itself. But for the origin story, what we do here is we just kind of pick up with Iron Fist, more or less going across like this test, really just undergoing this test with regards to the city of Kunlun, or I guess Kunlun, however you want to pronounce it. But the idea is that he's more or less proving his worth to be a member of the Immortal City. Now, the reason behind this is because of the fact that with Kunlun, it's like one of these mystical cities that you can't really access through normal means. And what I mean by that is Kunlun is effectively a pocket dimension. That's really what it is. For those of you guys who don't know, in Marvel Comics, you have like the main universe, right? That's just where all the main stuff takes place. But you have these little pocket dimensions like Asgard, Kunlun, the realm of Mephisto, also known as Hell. So you have these different little realms and territories that you can access, but you usually have to go through a portal. You can't, it's not like crossing the street. It's not like walking into a building, you know, it's not like going into another country. You can only access it through certain means. Now, in terms of how that's done, we'll basically get to that once we get to the Immortal Iron Fist, because Matt Fraction basically revamped that entire system, and so it wouldn't really make any sense to tell you how to do it and then turn around and say, now that doesn't matter. And so we're just going to kind of cross that bridge when we get to it. But for the most part, the whole combat scene, the whole training situation isn't wildly important. It's just kind of giving us something to do, or at least showing us while Danny Rand's what he's doing at the time while he's going back over his origin. And really, that aspect of the origin is what I want to focus on. So what we do is we pick up really with Heather Rand, with Wendell Rand, and Danny himself. Of course, Wendell Rand being the father. Now, Danny Rand, really on this trip with his parents alongside Harold Meacham, is designed for the purpose of Wendell Rand trying to re-access Kunlun. You know, the idea that Wendell Rand had accessed it somewhere along the line, and the result is that he's trying to find a way back. Now, Wendell Rand himself is a business partner alongside Harold Meacham, and Rand, I guess Harold and Meacham Incorporated, or Rand Incorporated, and it's the idea that they basically run a joint company together. The issue with this is that Harold Meacham's motivations are very selfish, but they're twofold in the sense that one, he wants to marry Heather Rand, like he wants her to himself, but he also wants to get rid of Wendell Rand so that Harold can have the company all to his own. It's classic greed, and that was really the way these stories were written back then, because remember, this is just a reimagining of the old Roy Thomas story from way back in the 1970s when Iron Fist first showed up. And so because of that, this is really just kind of the idea that it kind of falls in line with those stories the way they were written back then. So some aspects might be a little bit hokey, but the point will get across in the sense that where, you know, Wendell Rand Rand kind of slips on a piece of ice, and he basically reaches out to Harold Meacham to save him. Harold Meacham says no, and he basically just allows Wendell Rand to fall to his death. Now, in response to this, of course, we pick up with the most logical scenario, right? I mean, you got Danny Rand freaking out, you have Heather Rand freaking out, but the funny thing about this is that we're told again, Harold's entire motivation in this particular instance is to marry Heather, to say, hey, look, now I have you all to myself, come to me. And that's one of the dated aspects of this story. It's like, you wouldn't really see something like this right now in Marvel Comics, because people would look at that and say, what a stupid motivation. But back in the 1960s and back in the 1970s, that was just the way comics were written. They were written for a simpler time. They didn't really have like these huge, grandiose, major, difficult plot threads, but they were popular. People liked them. That's why the X-Men were so huge, because this story predates the the whole Uncanny X-Men story, as it was written by Chris Claremont. And so Chris Claremont kind of ushered in that age of Marvel Comics with soap opera-like stories, with plot threads that would go on for 5 years before they were ever resolved. And so the idea here is that with Danny Rand basically making his escape alongside Heather, really just kind of running away from Harold Meacham, Harold's idea is fine. If you want to go, then go. And the reason why is because there's no reason to believe that either Heather or Danny would survive. They're basically in the Himalayas, like they're out in the middle of no man's land. I mean, whether it's the animals in the area or whether it is the environment, they're gonna die regardless. They'll die from the elements, they'll die because they're eaten, and we see this come to fruition with a pack of wolves. Of course, where Heather tries to retreat with her son, they eventually come across a bridge, and of course, like any good parent, she says, go, run, just keep on running, and she tries to hold the wolves off. Now, of course, Heather's killed in the process, and it's at this point that Danny Rand
I got like everybody in this room in here.
Of Kunlun. Now, we're not really told how they get there, and we're not told how he gets to Kunlun. Instead, all we do is just pick up in the city of Kunlun proper. It's really just this place they access, and so because of this, we end up joining with this idea of Danny Rand going through his training session. Now, something that I want to kind of point out here is this notion that back in the 70s when Kunlun first popped up, that it really was just like a place you could go to. But that's the caveat to all this, is Matt Fraction's going to come back, and he's basically going to say none of that's really the case anymore. That none of that is the case of the city of Kunlun, that you can't simply just go through and walk to it, that it's this sort of this city that you kind of have to access by virtue of a portal or something like that. It's one of the 7 mystical cities of heaven, something like that. We'll get into that once we get into Immortal Iron Fist. But the fact remains, the training sessions of Danny Rand were wildly intense. I mean, from the youngest age, when he was like basically a child, he was put through the rigors. I mean, his head was shaved. He was very militant. He was trained in some of the most prodigious forms of martial arts. It got to the point where he was probably one of the greatest martial artists on the planet. The issue with this is that as time progressed, his hankering for revenge remained. He wanted to see Harold Meacham destroyed. He wanted to bring everything down around him. The other half of this is that he still had a desire to improve himself for more power. Now, one motivated the other. It's really what was done with this whole particular story, in the sense that with Danny Rand, his motivation for defeating Harold Meacham was his motivation for becoming a better fighter. It's not like he wanted to be a better fighter just for the sole purpose of improving himself because he just wanted to see how far he could go. It was all motivated by revenge. That was really the driving force behind this. But the more that he learned, the more he wanted to know, the more he wanted to learn, the better he wanted to become. And that was really one of the things where he just kind of stood out as one of the most prodigious fighters within the realm of Kunlun, really as one of their best warriors. And so what had happened was he had went to the head of the city of Kunlun, a guy by the name of UT, and said, I want the greatest test that you guys have to offer. And the greatest test came in the form of the dragon lord known as Shu Lao. At least the thing is, that's how you pronounce it. But the idea is that Shu Lao was a dragon that basically protected its molten heart. And if somebody were to be able to defeat the dragon, they would in turn be able to access the molten heart and in turn make themselves the Iron Fist. And that's exactly what happens. Where Danny Rand defeats this dragon, basically takes
Danny Rand defeats the dragon and then gets the Iron Fist powers.
Here, he basically goes into the dragon's molten heart and begins punching his way through and essentially accessing these powers. Now, something to point out here is that Danny Rand's abilities are not really external. The molten heart of Shu Lao essentially allowed him to basically channel his inner energies, and that's really what the Iron Fist is. The Iron Fist is not an external power source that he draws on. It's Danny Rand channeling his own energies.
It's
and then
channeling your energy. Dragon Heart unlocked the energy within him.
They also grant super strength to a degree, different things like that. But his Iron Fist is not like this all-encompassing thing that destroys everything it comes across. He can knock out like Colossus, for example, but that's about the extent of it. It's not like he could punch a hole through Captain America's shield. It's not like he could dent adamantium or something like that. He can't shatter Thor's hammer. It's just designed to make Danny Rand formidable. And that was really the basis behind this. Danny Rand was not designed to be some cosmic level character. He wasn't designed to have the Iron Fist and then go on to be like a member of the Avengers that saves the world from like some Celestials or Galactus or something like that. It was never anything like that. He was designed to be a street level character. That's one of the reasons why he was rolled over alongside Luke Cage and became heroes for hire. he's a great fighter, but at the end of the day, he's no Captain America. And so because of this, what this story does, it kind of fast tracks a little bit to the.
All right, after this match, I'll do that.
Origin story, Scythe was no big player. He was a small time guy. What had happened is Harold Meacham had learned that Danny Rand had survived, that Danny Rand had returned to New York, and the intention of Danny Rand was to kill Meacham. And so because of this kind of gives a little bit of a flashback where after this new training session we had at the beginning of the story, this whole, instance where he's facing off against these various foes, he's proving his worth, he's given the option by UT to basically stay in Kunlun, eat of the fruit of the immortals, and basically stay there forever. Like, never leave Kunlun, but live for eternity. However, Danny Rand's desire for revenge sent him right back to New York. He basically said, no, I don't want to stay here. Now, the cool thing about this, and the reason why this is being done by Fraction, the reason why this origin story is being updated is because of the fact that this is going to basically be the basis behind everything that Matt Fraction does, where he's essentially going to revisit this origin story, and he's going to say Danny Rand was not the first Iron Fist. Danny Rand's father, Wendell Rand, had a huge role to play in his discovery of Kunlun. There was a lot more than him just saying, I was there once and now I want to go back. It was never like that. There was a lot more going on to all that. That's why I say, Fraction's run of the Immortal Iron Fist is huge because it grabs so many elements and it really just kind of brings them all together and makes this cohesive story that expands on everything that we know. It's almost like a miniature toned down version of what Jeff Johns did for the Green Lantern. So again, Danny Rand's able to defeat Scythe quick, fast, and in a hurry. We see him, of course, using his Iron Fist for the purpose of defeating Scythe. Again, it's not a great big huge deal here. It's basically just Danny Rand, or at least the origin story, kind of picking up with his own individual adventures back in the 1970s and 1980s when he eventually went on to fight Harold Meacham, defeat Harold Meacham, and then eventually become part of the Heroes for Hire alongside Luke Cage. But yeah, this should give you a pretty good idea of where his character's coming from. But again, this is just kind of like a building block. This is just a small point, and then everything will build on top of this, and it gets really cool when we get to like the 7 cities of heaven, because then we basically find out about like all these different fighters from these different cities that are almost basically like Danny Rand. It's almost like the equivalent of Danny Rand from these different cities. It's like from Harry
Potter. What up, Kaylin? Long time no see. How you been?
Different houses. I don't remember what they were, but yeah, those 2 houses that showed up during the whole tournament thing. It was really cool. The interesting, the way it all played out. But if you guys are new here to Comics Explain, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like and yeah, leave a comment down below. Let me know how you guys feel about Iron Fists on Netflix, because I'm really hyped. I'm really excited to see what direction they go in. I feel it'll be a lot like this, where it's very grounded, but I think it'll be pretty awesome in terms of how it all ends up going down. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob. If you guys enjoy my content, make sure you hit the subscribe button and make sure you hit that little bell so you never miss out on my sexy videos. So one of the most requested things after the Infinity Gauntlet here on my YouTube channel was the Age of Ultron. And this makes sense because next year, Avengers 2 Age of Ultron comes out. Now the one thing you guys also need to keep in mind is that Avengers 2 Age of Ultron is only using the name. It's not going to be based around the story of Age of Ultron for a few reasons. One, because the Age of Ultron story largely revolves around the actions of Susan Storm and Wolverine, neither of which Marvel has the rights to within the realm of making movies. Now, one thing I'd like you guys to pay attention to as we're going through this story is that the Age of Ultron, in a lot of ways, is very reminiscent to the Days of Future Past. And the reason for this is because it's really cool discussion about Days of Future Past. We have talked about how it was a landmark story when it first came out, and it was a huge deal. One of the reasons why it was such a big deal was because it gave to us this idea of a very dark and dystopian future, a very bleak outlook, which is something we hadn't really seen before. With the Crooked World in Marvel UK, we had kind of delved into alternate realities, but we hadn't really seen anything on the.
I don't think that's cooperative. Hurry up.
The Iron Fist awaits your command.
Hi, I'm Jesse, and you're watching JL's Comics. Thanks for pressing play. Today I'm talking about Cloak and Dagger, the character duo created by Bill Mann Logan.
I'm just saying, I'm not
Height of the
impressed
war
with
on
this guy
drugs in the early
using
1980s. They've always fallen
Punisher.
somewhere around the B-level character range, but that doesn't make their story any less interesting. Remember the live-action TV series set to premiere on Disney ABC's Freeform show in June of 2018.
Oh yeah, he's not doing good.
To brush up on your knowledge of this character.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Today, of course, we're talking about Cloak and Dagger. That would be Ty Johnson and Tandy Bowen, respectively. They were created by Bill Mantlo, Ed Hannigan, all the way back in 1982. And as I said in the intro, it was at a time when the drug epidemic was reaching massive proportions. It was
I'm gonna back us out, take a bathroom break.
Nancy Reagan's Just Say No campaign.
I say use the bathroom.
So what we're gonna do with this video, as we do with these history and origin videos on the channel, is talk about the publication history, people behind the characters. We'll talk about their biographical history, where they come from, and their
Oh, I got
origin. And then
MVP.
at the end, we'll wrap up nicely with some key issues and some books if you're interested in reading more about the characters, some things that would be important to their story. So in Marvel Age number 6, Bill Mantlo tells of a time when he visited Ellis Island, and he says that they embodied the tone of all that fear, misery, hunger, and longing that had haunted me on Ellis Island, and in fact that island itself plays an important part
Oh
in the
yeah?
origin. We'll get
Caitlin
to that
says
in a
sure,
moment.
G.
Co-creator Ed
Yo,
Hannigan
Caitlin, have you
said,
played
"I think
this
they were
game
just
yet?
different enough to appeal to fans, and they weren't the usual
This
crime
is
fighters.
Marvel Rivals.
The
This is
home
the
was
best
one
game
way
of all
they
time,
always
bro.
took into
Download it.
account
It's free.
adolescents. They were a male-female combo, but one that wasn't the main hero with the other sidekick, so they were unique. Also, they didn't engage in the usual wisecracking pattern, so they were a bit more serious, which...
Yeah, right now we're also
Spider-Man.
watching
And the third
YouTube
quote is
videos
from
learning the
Bill
backstory
Mantlo's
for the different
brother. He
characters
says
in this
Bill
game.
was also pleased
I'm gonna
that
use the
Cloak and
bathroom. I'll be
Dagger
right back.
featured an interracial relationship between characters who were urban
Oh, you
inner
can't?
city
That sucks.
residents.
Why not?
Bill worshipped New York City, and the Cloak and Dagger storyline echoed his sentiments. On more than one occasion, he did tell me that Cloak
Oh,
and
you're not
Dagger
allowed?
was his proudest accomplishment. So Cloak and Dagger come from two
rating
very
for the
different
game is 12
backgrounds.
and up.
Cloak himself, referring to Tyrone, was
Parents
streetwise. He was a boy with a
like
starving
to play
problem. He grew
online
up in the
games, I'm
ghetto in
guessing?
Boston. Tandy came
Probably
from
played it
a
for the single
more
player, but
privileged socialite background,
can't
and
play it
both
'cause
of them
multiplayer.
decided to run away from those upbringings. They both escaped, running to New York City. They're very young and naive kids, teenagers. They were hoping that could just get there and have a fresh start. So they get there, and they're immediately preyed upon by the mob, by people in the drug trade. And that ties into Spectacular Spider-Man issue number 64, which is where they first appear. Spider-Man's swinging through the streets, and he encounters this man who's in distress, and he tells him that he got into debt. The man was forced to work in the illicit drug trade, experimentation. We find out later that this man named Simon Marshall is actually a pharmacist. But immediately that's when Spider-Man meets Cloak and Dagger, and Cloak says, "We have come for you," referring to the pharmacist. Right away they duel. Spider-Man thinks this man is being chased down by these villains, so he wants to protect him. But he discovers right away that they both have respectively powers of light and dark. In the midst of the battle, daggers of light fly from the woman's fingertips, and they melt into the bloodstream of Simon Marshall, which kills him. And Parker learns later of Simon Marshall's mob dealings from a friend at the Bugle. That's when he finds out that his lair was on Ellis Island. Remember I told you that was important to the story. And it was raided, and the police found the bodies of all these dead kids whose bodies had been riddled with drugs. Spidey goes there to investigate, swings in on a chute made out of webs, and he finds Cloak and Dagger in the midst of interrogating some mobsters. And it's here that we learn that Cloak and Dagger were also a part of those child experimentations, but somehow they survived, somehow they escaped. He says, "We were alive because something in our body chemistry made us different from the others. We don't know what yet." The pharmacist's prescription drugs interacted with the difference to turn them into Cloak and Dagger. And it's also here that we learn that Cloak and Dagger are more vigilante than hero. It's not justice we want, Spider-Man. It's vengeance. These men must die. In fact, all of those kids were their friends. Those were the only people they knew basically in the city, but they had died at the hands of the men that they were going after. With Spider-Man trying to be a moral compass and an authority figure for these kids. That's what they were, kids at the time. He says, "That'll make you criminals, just like the men you're after." The next year, 1983, they have a 4-issue miniseries based on their popularity. And we learn right away, when they escaped from the pharmacist in Ellis Island, they sought shelter in Hell's Kitchen in Father Delgado's church. And that's where they basically formed their base of operations, and from there they staged their war on drugs. And Father Delgado continues to play a role role in the lives of Tandy and Tyrone, and he is one of those characters like Spider-Man who is sort of a father figure and tries to play moral compass to them, asking them about their vigilantism. And then later in Marvel Team Up Annual number 6, we actually revisit the time when Spider-Man first met Cloak and Dagger. The mobsters are actually trying to create a new Cloak and Dagger by resynthesizing that same drug the pharmacist had made. It's in this issue that the New Mutants are actually leaving for home from a Broadway performance of Cats, no less, when they're attacked, and Rob and Ron and Roberto are actually hit, bullets flying everywhere. The two were actually carried off by the criminals, and they were intended to be the latest kids exposed to the experimental pharmaceuticals. Spider-Man explains to them that teenage mutants must have body chemistries that are very unique too, and that's where we first get this question that Cloak and Dagger might have this mutant latency in their genes. It's what that is first proposed. Dagger's exposed to the drug again while they're dueling, and her powers go into overload, and it takes Dagger to help bring her back. Really a nice quote here: the darkness and the light dispel each other, leaving them as they were. And it's here I want to bring up an interesting point to you. The relationship between Cloak and Dagger is actually symbiotic. Cloak needs Dagger's light to help feed and calm this hunger within him, and it's called the Dark Force and something else, and I'll touch on that in a moment. Without Dagger's light, Cloak would basically be this monster. He consume all of life's energy, and conversely,
this game's not that big. It's only 50 gigabytes.
Dagger's body would just build up and it would just explode.
So no way it's gonna have a virus either. You download it from the Epic Store on your PC.
Selling this light into the void of Cloak, into this hungry darkness. In New Mutants number 23,
somebody said their parents won't let them download it because they said it might have a virus.
Human beings, their powers are transferred over to Sunspot and
they're just trying to.
Cloak was actually
hey, after this I got
that he would lose Dagger this time. He thought that the only unifying quality was their powers, because remember they did come from those disparate backgrounds, and that wasn't the case. She had to make them feel better. In the next issue, issue number 24, that same question that was raised in Marvel Team Up Annual 6 is raised again by Professor X, and their origin here is updated, where Professor X says that the pharmacist's drug interacted with the children's DNA matrix, triggering a gradual, ongoing mutation in their fundamental genetic
Oh yeah, if you have an old PC, it's not gonna.
Terry Austin was
you don't have an Xbox or a PlayStation?
Though as a writer, he further updates their origin to say that hunger within Cloak in the Dark Force is a malevolent being called the Predator. So instead of him fighting this dark hunger, he's actually fighting to hold this Predator at bay. In the Predator and Prey graphic novel by Bill Mantlo, you get to learn more about Predator. In 1991, the last issue of the ongoing series is published, and it's here that it's revealed by the demon Despair.
Somebody's mic is screwed up.
Created Cloak and Dagger. He said he created a light form and a dark form that both bonded with Cloak and Dagger. And it's finally in 2010's Cloak and Dagger special, was a one-shot, that their origin is tweaked once again. Instead of them being mutants, we learned that they're actually mutates, meaning that the drug mutated their DNA rather than it activating something within a latent power within their DNA structure, as Professor X initially thought. And now they've continued to be in Spider-Man lore. They met the Beyonder, who stripped them of their powers for a while. They were instrumental in defeating Carnage in the Maximum Carnage event. They played a role in Spider Island. They've been in
we have 0 healers on the team
up until now, when they will transcend comic books and their animated appearances to be in a live-action show. So now, with your newly on knowledge of Cloak and Dagger, you get to go to the show, you get to read about them, and you'll know much more information about them, understand their motivations and their backstory. Those key issues I mentioned to you: Spectacular Spider-Man issue number 64, Cloak and Dagger number 1 was the first miniseries. If you want to read about their origin, that'd be Cloak and Dagger issue number 4. They did have an ongoing that was in 1985. Issue number 6 of that ongoing is the first full appearance of the Predator. When that ongoing ended, it switched over to Strange Tales. Strange Tales 1, 1987, first appearance of Lord Light, and issue number 8 is the first appearance of Mr. Jip, who was created by Terry Austin. And he really did that so that Cloak and Dagger wouldn't always be fighting drug lords. Terry Austin said that readers might have gotten tired of seeing them always going up against drug dealers, and honestly, the drug dealers weren't really much of a threat to them. And also, I'd recommend if
what up, TD?
Marvel Age number 6, where you get to hear from the creators themselves about the characters. And incidentally, that Marvel Age number 6 has a depiction of Beta Ray Bill, which predates his first appearance from Thor 237. And then, of course, if you're a cover collector, Mike Choi, Mark Brooks, J. Scott Campbell all have some really amazing variant covers out there. So that's it. Thanks for watching. And if you know something about Cloak and Dagger that you think would be helpful for others watching, please go ahead and leave it in the comment section down below. And if you like this type of video and it's your first time here,
Greetings, true believers, and welcome to another spectacular episode of History of the Marvel Universe. This week we're looking at the origins of Cloak and Dagger. Our story begins in Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man number 64 in 1982. Everyone's favorite wall crawler was swinging through the city when he heard a man on a rooftop screaming for help. Leaping down to investigate, Spidey discovered that the man was named Simon Marshall, a former pharmacist who was recruited by the mob to create addictive new drugs. Seemingly horrified by what he had done, Marshall begged Spider-Man to take him to the district attorney so he could confess. However, they were soon set upon by the mysterious Cloak and Dagger. Spider-Man charged at Cloak, who enveloped him in his cape, trapping the hero in a frigid void of complete darkness. Dagger, meanwhile, pursued Simon Marshall, throwing knives seemingly made of light, leaving no wound but proving fatal nonetheless. Spidey managed to free himself from the darkness within Cloak and battled the two vigilantes. Dagger's light knives followed Spider-Man, who nimbly avoided them until Cloak teleported next to him, holding him in place long enough for one dagger to pass through Spider-Man, incapacitating him long enough for the two to escape. Spider-Man made it home to recover, and the following day, in his civilian identity of Peter Parker, traveled to the Daily Bugle. There he learned more about Simon Marshall from the Bugle's chief researcher, Mac Stennin. Mac explained that the police had learned of Marshall's activities from an informant earlier that year. They launched a raid of Marshall's base of operations on Ellis Island, but they were too late, and were met with a sight too horrible for words. Over a dozen dead children, runaways the mob had abducted and used as lab rats for their designer drugs. Changing again to Spider-Man, Peter traveled to Ellis Island to search for clues. Here he found that Cloak and Dagger had captured and tied up all of Marshall's mob cohorts. As it turns out of all the kids that Marshall had tested
Says you cooking them, do a flip.
On and left for dead.
Oh yeah, some good old-fashioned Marvel history.
Something
Figure some good background noise. Get a little background on
and Dagger.
Different heroes we don't know about.
Spider-Man exclaimed that if he had known what had happened, he would have helped the two vigilantes get justice.
So far we've learned about Iron Fist and now Cloak and Dagger. We've learned a little bit about the Civil War as well.
The mobsters grabbed a shard of glass from the broken skylight and used it to cut through his bonds. Using that same shard, he held Dagger hostage and the criminals began their escape. However, Cloak teleported behind them, using his power of darkness to obscure their vision, giving Spider-Man the opportunity to rescue Dagger. The mobsters ran through the darkness, desperate to escape, inadvertently running right into Cloak.
Yeah, bro, we don't even need a proper team composition.
In the dark dimension under his cape, only to release them once he pointed the exit towards a window 5 stories.
Oh, I'm so close to
causing
level
the
10.
mobsters to fall to their deaths. Their mission completed, Cloak and Dagger disappeared into
Alright,
the
so you
darkness,
got somebody to bring
later
in?
Reappearing in Spectacular Spider-Man number 69
Yeah, we won,
and
bro.
number 70. The two vigilantes
Always.
continued their war
It's not
on
even a
drugs
question.
by attacking a gang that had been selling to children. After interrogating their leader, they learned that the gang's supplier was the elderly crime lord known as Silvermane. After striking out into the rainy night, the pair were again met by the Spectacular Spider-Man. Spidey points out that they had already taken out the ones responsible
Say you're the GOAT.
for what had happened to
Appreciate
them, and while Cloak was determined to continue their crusade,
I don't think he's on anymore.
Dagger seemed more reluctant. When the two reveal they intend to go after Silvermane, Spider-Man, having encountered
Hi
the
there.
crime lord
Hey there, hi
before,
there.
tries to stop them to prevent them from getting in over their heads. However, with the powers of darkness and light, Cloak and Dagger defeated Spider-Man and escaped again. Deciding
Cloak and
to find
Dagger
Silvermane
defeated
before
Spider-Man?
Cloak and Dagger, Spider-Man visited Police Captain
In their
Jean
first
DeWolf,
appearance.
who reminded him
In their first appearance in the Spider-Man issue in 1982, bro. Cloak and Dagger defeat Spider-Man. Spider-Man locks Cloak in his cloak, and then they have to fight in like a dark dimension or something.
Number 180. In order to find Silverman's current whereabouts, Spider-Man infiltrated the stronghold of
Yo,
the King of Crime.
Mighty Lion, as I live and breathe. Welcome in, brother.
Aware of Cloak and Dagger,
Glad you're breathing.
also claimed
Glad you're
that
living.
he himself had never been involved with the drug trade. Clearly, more than
Let's go in, Thor. Mighty Lion, who are your favorite Marvel characters?
Spider-Man with Silverman's address. Spidey traveled there intending to intercept Cloak and
What Marvel characters do you want to see me play as, Mighty Lion?
to their destination.
Let me show you the list.
Two teenage vigilantes battled Silverman's gang, and while Spidey
Basically name somebody, bro.
murdering the bedridden old crime lord, even going so far as to take
Maybe Thor.
Dagger's attacks for him, in the end, Cloak convinced Dagger to cut Silverman's precious
More of a DC guy? True, okay, fair enough.
disappeared again.
You like Thor? Okay, fuck yeah.
See that Cloak is dedicated to the path they've set themselves on, while Dagger
Oh yeah, happy New Year, Mighty Lion, and Merry Christmas, bro.
Meanwhile, barely clinging to
Hope you had a good happy holidays.
His body was sealed up and brought elsewhere for a final desperate gambit. The elderly Czar's brain and vital organs were transferred into a bionic body. Hungry for vengeance, the cyborg
Come around the outside on
struck out in search of Cloak and Dagger. His first targets, however, were the gang members who betrayed his name to the two vigilantes. But before he could enact his revenge, Spider-Man arrived and challenged him.
Hey, we gotta target Iron Man.
I'm fighting Iron Fist right now.
Battle in the subway tunnels below New York City, but they were
Beat his
interrupted
ass.
by Cloak and Dagger, who sought to take down Silvermane permanently. A goal they seemingly achieved when Dagger's light knives penetrated his metal armor.
Captain America in here.
Shorted out the precious circuitry that kept him alive. When Cloak and Dagger next
America's
appeared in
ass.
He's
Spectacular
running.
Spider-Man number 81 and 82, we learned more about their powers. While the darkness inside Cloak drains the light and heat from anything caught inside it, it's also able to...
So they can't even leave their door, bro. We're bullying them.
Drug addictions, something that Dagger
They can't even come outside.
also capable of. The two continued their quest of punishing drug dealers and healing their victims, and Spider-Man next met them when his spider sense led him to an apartment filled with beaten junkies. In traditional superhero fashion, a misunderstanding led to a scuffle until Dagger revealed that the victims were like that when she and Cloak arrived. In fact, the one responsible for the brutal attack was none other than the Punisher, who was on the trail
Boom. Captain America is dead.
the Kingpin.
Next we got Winter Soldier.
This would mean that in the earlier issue, Kingpin lied about not being involved in the drug trade, which is honestly not
Iron Man,
surprising.
Iron Man.
Cloak and Dagger went after Kingpin as well. with
We got Iron
Spider-Man
Fist.
gang.
Iron Fist is dead.
At the same time, the Punisher infiltrated the Kingpin stronghold
Tyler
and challenged him, even going so far as to hold his wife Vanessa hostage. This did not work out well for him, however, as when the other vigilantes reached Kingpin's chamber,
Iron Man up here.
they had a badly beaten Punisher and their
Holy
target nowhere
shit,
to
Captain
be
America's
seen.
shield
After that, Cloak and
reflected
Dagger
my
starred in
ultimate and put it on me.
self-titled
Yeah, it deflects it, bro. It not only cancels it, it deflects it.
teen heroes took shelter in
It deflected it and put it right on me.
What's your ult? Who are you right now?
Story to the priest, Father
I'm
Francis
Groot.
Xavier
Oh, that's pretty
Delgado,
cool.
who allowed them to stay.
That's cool
We
that it
also got
deflected it like that.
confirmation here on something that was hinted at earlier.
This is a PvP 6v6.
Target Iron
He
Man.
subsisted
Yo, Andrew,
on
target Iron Man.
heat and light he drains from his victims.
Alright, hold on, I'm fighting Captain America.
Dagger
He says he's fighting Captain America right now.
to satiate Cloak's hunger.
Ah, he got me. He's on the car.
A character named Bridget O'Reilly, a police
I killed Iron
detective, tells
Fist.
Cloak and Dagger
I got
about a
Iron Man.
former
Iron Man's gone.
employee named
They're all
Dwayne
dead, bro. We can just bully them outside their base again.
They're on point.
Oh, they're on point?
They're on point.
That's still here.
I'm still in front of their spawn. People are just slowly coming out. I'm beating them
Now
down.
they're back. They're done.
Getting there before her.
Alright, I'm coming to the spawn. I'm coming
I'm probably gonna die now.
Yeah, look at the capture in the
Come
middle.
on, come on.
Dude, it was red.
Cloak pulled Hellman into his darkness. Cloak then briefly left his companion, not wishing to feed off of her light hand.
Where are they?
But he eventually released Hellman to O'Reilly and
Oh, there.
reunited with Dagger, as it became evident that the two needed each other to survive.
Did how about you? It was alright, man. It was chill. Nothing special.
To O'Reilly and Delgado.
Nothing special, to be honest. Just a regular holidays. Lots of food, lots of family.
But her famous actress mother was too busy to pay
Oh, they're
her
on point.
much
They're on
attention,
point. They're on
and
point.
her real father had left the picture years ago. Tandy's stepfather tried to build a relationship
coming.
with her, but she was too resentful to see it at the time, and when her older boyfriend left for college, Candy decided to run away from home. Cloak, meanwhile, was a boy named Tyrone Johnson.
Oh my god, I just got
I'm gonna stay here.
And on the basketball court, despite suffering from a disability which gave him a terrible stutter.
Oh, he did his own, no wonder.
Best friend Billy to look
Beating down the Punisher. He's dead.
Struck when Tyrone and Billy came across a pair of rounds stealing from a sporting goods store. The thieves ran off, one of them fatally shooting the store owner. When an overzealous cop arrived and saw a young black man running away from a dead body, he drew his gun. Tyrone tried to explain, but his stutter prevented him from getting the words out. And
got jumped by Star-Lord and Iron Man. Or,
away, Tyrone went
Captain America.
poor and hungry.
Alright, Caitlin, have a good night, man. See you next time.
Purse. He followed her, attempted to take it, but before he acted, the purse was snatched by another thief. Tyrone tackled the purse snatcher.
So, yo, Mighty Lion, are you still streaming? Have you still been streaming, or what you been up to?
Candy, who bought him food as thanks. It was that night that Tyrone and Candy were lured and captured by the gang that brought them to Simon Marshall to be test subjects for his designer drug. As we know, the two survived the experiment and made it back to the city. And while Candy Bowen burned with light, Tyrone Johnson became a being of pure shadow. They became Cloak and Dagger. And that is the original origin story of Cloak and Dagger. If you like this video, you can click the thumbs up to let me know, and if you want to see more, you can subscribe to this channel for more marvelous content. Be sure to click the bell icon for notifications, and let me know in the comments what you
Bro, we won.
next. As
I don't think I died one time.
This video are listed in the description below. If you
I guess I died once.
them for yourself. Also with links to my
Damn.
where you can monetarily
let's
support
go.
the show. So until next time,
MVP.
True Believers, Excelsior.
Yo, official TDF TV, put question mark. Did I miss something you typed in the chat? I missed something. Oh, look at that, Anko. You got MVP.
Ever wanted to learn the entire history of Spider-Man from the comics, but you're either too poor, can't be arsed to read the wiki?
I'm Andrew fucking Maragos, never forget it.
Pick your hero.
Don't dox yourself.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
Am I speakers, huh?
Yeah, you're on live.
This fucking guy. Alright, let him know the holistic way. We're out here changing the world.
The unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
So over the years, Marvel has had some very interesting comic book characters. They have had some characters that simply make us ask, why in God's name would they make this character? And in this video, I don't know why the hell I'm doing this. In this video, we're going to be talking about one of those characters. Today, we're going to be discussing the unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
Hey, get on my back, Red.
So initially,
your laptop crapped out? Well, even without a good computer, you should be able to stream to restream. Even without a capture card or something. Or light stream or something. Yeah, if you have a bad computer, that always makes things more difficult. Just trying to game off your computer and stream off it.
Things that would lead up to the Age of Apocalypse in 1995. So what they wanted to do.
Oh yeah, I got a new controller, TD.
When comic books were less dark, they
I got a new controller. I got my controller fixed. You stream from your phone, Mighty Lion. What are you streaming from your phone? Just like IRL stuff?
But what Iron Man is doing here is just basically testing the new radar in his armor that allows him to basically see without seeing. That is to say, the radar will tell him whether or not he's colliding with anything. So if for some reason he loses the ability to see that his armor and his suit can still function the way it's supposed to.
Well, what happened? Why can't you run two screens? Something break?
This forest is that he's being watched by
those random mobile games. That's cool.
The attributes of a
have you ever played Pokemon Unite? That game's fun. As far as mobile games and the Pokemon trading card game online. They have a new one called Pokemon Pocket. It's like a simplified version of the trading card game.
I guess demonstrating that she would be a formidable person.
Alright,
so what she does here when Tony Stark asks who she is,
don't even worry about it, bro.
As Squirrel Girl. Now what she also does is give us this sort of explanation about who she is, what she's capable of, and how she got her abilities. But it's very kind of brief. It's is very just kind of thrown in there the way that Will Murray and Steve Ditko do this. And what they basically tell us here is that she's a mutant, that she's somewhere along the line developed mutant powers that allowed her to...
Yeah, I seen that Kraken quit streaming.
Has the ability to...
I saw his farewell, final goodbye stream. He was all crying and shit and all sad. But nobody asked, and he didn't really say, like, why. Like, why he quit streaming.
That allowed her to have the kind of...
I guess he was just done with it. I don't know.
That squirrels normally do.
Wasn't getting what he wanted from it.
She encountered another person as well. And when she goes on to describe this person as an individual wearing green...
Yeah, I literally watched that stream, his last stream, and I'm like watching, I'm like, the fuck, nobody asked why? Does everybody just know? He never once really said why.
Exactly
I'm like,
why
okay.
it is that he's decided to single out...
Like, if I was in that stream, if I was in the chat, I'd have been like, why? I mean, do whatever you want to do, but I would have at least asked why.
Into the water to basically just sink in and presumably leave...
You have some ideas?
Now again,
bro, the only things I can think of would be like bad to say. You know what I'm saying?
What happens here is
I can't think of like a good reason. Like, I know. Say something that sounds positive. Like, oh yeah, he quit because of insert positive reason. Anything that I would have an idea of about why would be like potentially
and so what we find is that
something bad, I guess, or
stuck on the ship who's being held captive, but Squirrel Girl can still move around. She can still function here. And so what she does is she calls to the air vents for various squirrels. And as the ship's passing over a forest, the squirrels seem to respond and they answer her call. And so what happens is these squirrels begin attacking the ship en masse. But what they also do,
oh, that sucks, man.
Directly attack Dr. Doom. And this is
yeah, he doesn't have time. He can't focus on gaming and
among a lot of comic book fans because
trying to put on a happy face. Meanwhile, you're watching your dad die. That sucks,
one of the
man.
most famous phrases in the history of comic books when he says, "Confound these wretched rodents."
Yeah, that's horrible.
When I fling away, a dozen more.
I messaged him. I said, you know, good luck on your future adventures, friend. It's a shame all his videos that he's ever done, because he streamed on Twitch, they all get deleted after 2 weeks.
What happens is that
he would have been streaming on YouTube or something as well, or at least been making videos. We would have like a Kraken collection, you know. You'd always go back and look back on and watch.
And so what he does is he jumps into the water and begins burrowing away to try to get away as fast.
So he did tell you guys, like, probably the stream or two before that one or whatever, just not on that stream. He didn't want to bring it up again. Figured if you knew, you knew. Well, thanks for letting me know, Mighty Lion. I'll put his father in my prayers.
Young to be part of the Avengers, what he does say is that he will basically put in a good word for her with Captain America so that when the time comes and she gets older, that she'll be able to join the Avengers proper. So following Squirrel Girl's initial appearance in Marvel Superheroes, she really just kind of takes a back seat after this. In fact, her character won't really make any kind of appearances in Marvel Comics until over 10 years later. Now, this comes about around 2004, 2005 or so, and she was written into the Great Lakes Avengers by Dan Slott. And the whole reason for this is because the Great Lakes Avengers were basically, it was basically a team that was composed of some pretty useless people. It was really just a way for them to inject, for Marvel to inject some kind of comedy into the otherwise very serious tones of the X-Men, of the new Avengers, of the Avengers proper. And so what we find is that Squirrel Girl makes her debut in issue number 2 of the 4-issue limited series of the Great Lakes
Damn, that really sucks. What the fuck?
The only volume of Great Lakes Avengers. The Great Lakes Avengers.
How the hell did she get fired?
They just simply weren't that prominent among the Marvel roster.
Probably just laid her off, but she seems like a nice lady and probably a good worker.
She was inducted into the group of the Great Lakes
She had like a
Avengers.
corporate job with Sam's Club. Had a good job.
Of desperation than it was for anything else.
That's rough, man.
Really couldn't find anybody else to join them.
That sucks when you get fired from a real good job.
Like I guess like Luke Cage and so on, and all of them turned them down.
Oh, just work issues, but not sure if she got fired. Okay, just work issues. That's different.
She lasted for about 3 issues or so. Now this follows into the 2005 Christmas special for the Great Lakes Avengers. And this is where Marvel really
damn, son.
On the initial.
Hold on a minute, bro.
Squirrel Girl, when she had defeated Dr. Doom.
What the hell?
With her defeat of Dr. Doom in her initial appearance, it became this kind of running joke for Squirrel Girl. It became this kind of thing where Squirrel Girl was unbeatable and she could defeat anybody. And so during the Christmas special, we saw her defeat MODOK, for example, when MODOK was basically wreaking havoc and none of the SHIELD agents were able to overpower him. And so when they had realized that Squirrel Girl was on the way, of course, Dum Dum Dugan had said, thank God, because Squirrel Girl was going to be the one to save them all. And she was successful in doing this because what she had done was she threw one of her squirrels at the face of MODOK, but because MODOK's head was so large and his arms were so short, he couldn't thwart it, and so the squirrels began lashing at his face. And so as a result, MODOK was defeated when the squirrel managed to enter the body of MODOK and began chewing away at the various components and cables that had.
Dude, that's crazy. So Squirrel Girl threw a fucking squirrel at MODOK, chewed through his face, and ate through his body?
Now, the defeat of Thanos is one of the most
That's actually pretty morbid, bro. Squirrel Girl's pretty disgusting, bro.
We don't see how it is that this
the squirrel's burrowing into people's bodies and kill them.
The defeat of Thanos when the Watcher is talking to her about what it is that's happened, and he confirms that this version of Thanos is not a robot, that it's not any kind of a clone, that it is in fact the real Thanos, telling us yet again that Squirrel has managed to defeat someone that can't easily be defeated by some of the most prominent superheroes.
Kraken has health issues. He had cancer? What the fuck? That's crazy. I didn't know he had cancer. That's a lot of shit going on in life, man. Put on a happy face and stream every day. It definitely takes a lot out of you when you're dealing with real life shit.
As being a valuable member for the pro-superhero movement, the pro-registration movement. And so what he had done is he had ambushed the Great Lakes Avengers. And when he had ambushed the Great Lakes Avengers, among the people he had fought were Squirrel Girl. And while everybody else had been defeated, Squirrel Girl was able to defeat Deadpool. And the way she had done this was by scratching him with little paper cuts that were so small that his healing factor didn't register them. And so as a result, his body didn't heal. And so we simply just laid there and started bleeding until SHIELD forces were able to arrive and take him into custody. And this seems to be the way this Squirrel
Wow, Deadpool got bled out by paper cuts from Squirrel Girl? Because his cuts were so small, his healing factor didn't recognize it?
In New Avengers issue number 15, what we also learned is that apparently her and Wolverine had some kind of a relationship in the past.
And Squirrel Girl and Wolverine used to have a relationship? What?
Whereby Wolverine is engaging in, I guess, in some kind of physical combat with Danny Rand as a way to basically keep his skills up, to keep his skills honed. And when Squirrel Girl steps into the fray, that Squirrel Girl and Wolverine have this kind of banter back and forth where Wolverine says it's just like old times. And Squirrel Girl says that Wolverine seems to perceive their old times differently than she does. Again, really kind of pointing to the idea that they had some kind of involvement in the past. But for the most part, this is how Squirrel Girl functions. Now, because of the popularity of Squirrel Girl, because her popularity simply couldn't be denied by Marvel in relation to how many fans loved her character, what we see is that in 2014 that Marvel had basically launched her solo series. This is the first time that Squirrel Girl has actually ever had a solo series of her own. But what's interesting here is that unlike Deadpool, Squirrel Girl has more of a niche following. She has more of a cult following, whereas Deadpool is a character who's popular among the masses.
Only King Gaming, what it do, what up?
He's funny, he breaks the fourth wall. The Squirrel Girl is really more of a character who is just kind of confined to this smaller group of fans, but the fan base is ever growing for her character, which I would imagine would lead her to having more and more prominent roles in the Marvel continuity. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and bring this video to an end. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, let me know.
Alright, what's the next Marvel character lore that we need to know about?
Be sure to
I guess we can watch about how the Squirrel Girl killed all the Marvel characters. Squirrel Girl beats up the Marvel Universe? Yeah, let's explain that shit to me.
Welcome to the Debate Story Series, where we take trade paperbacks and single issues and we break them down into digestible bites to help you understand.
Is that what Kraken wrote in like Discord or something, explaining like what happened with his cancer?
Awesome music, funny
Precancerous.
sound effects.
Oh yeah, how'd they even find them?
Images, art, prevent copyright problems, and all art is owned by the respective companies. And don't forget, if you actually enjoy these superheroes, consider running out to your local comic book store or to your digital retailer and picking them up yourself. Today's story is going to be Squirrel Girl beats up Marvel. Deep in the forest, there's a crisis about to be had. A train is about to run over a missing piece of railway. So what does a girl who has the proportional strength of a squirrel do to fix the broken railway? She becomes the railway. She lets the train pass, of course, and continue to get run over a second time since the 4:38 express train is slightly earlier. A short while later at the university, Doreen asks Nancy if she missed anything in the lab. And Nancy tells her not really. The network couldn't handle her project and saturated it, so Doreen says that she wishes that she could have done that for the project. Like put in a few more hours to help.
Oh, is that a whisper?
You
Gotcha.
know, Doreen is Squirrel Girl. She has quite a few other jobs to do, like
Man,
being
that's
a
crazy.
superhero. Luckily, all of her friends, including one
Holy
named
crap,
Susie,
man. You really never know what people are going through.
around. And from the bag on the chair next to them, Tippy shouts, "She wasn't alone!" Tippy's the little squirrel that teams up with Doreen on her missions. Ken says that he's sorry. He's glad that Team Squirrel Girl can handle their own. But while the four of them go about their lunch, Doreen's phone begins to ring, and when she answers it, she's told that Tony Stark is on the line. Doreen tells them, sure. If it was really Tony Stark, he would be able to prove it, so she's calling him out. Suddenly, through the cafeteria, all of the college students' phones begin playing the song, singing, "Tony Stark makes you feel like he's the cool exec with the hardest gig." Doreen tells Tony, all right, 1 second, and then she covers the phone, telling
Andrew,
everyone
get out here.
No, it's okay, man. It's not necessarily any of my business.
Yet it totally is. And she goes back to the phone. She says,
I mean, he fucking banned me like, almost 2 years ago now, so
no, she will absolutely.
I don't necessarily know that he would want me to know or care or whatever. I don't know what he thinks of me anymore.
Avengers Tower. A little while later, over at Stark Tower, Doreen and the rest of her friends ride the elevator up as she tells everyone to just be cool. She'll introduce everyone.
I wasn't in the final stream. I just watched it afterward, like 3 days after it happened or something. Something told me to like randomly decide to check his channel. I'm like, what the hell? Seen the title. I watched it. Yeah, I wasn't hanging out in there with everybody else, but I at least got to see it afterward.
Nancy looks at the capsule and asks, what exactly are they looking at? Tony
Yeah, the VOD, exactly.
The Avengers found the High Evolutionary.
Dude, I'm getting mollywopped right now.
Anyways, after trashing his base, we had taken out what tech wasn't destroyed and made this. Doreen asks,
bro, why'd we get our ass kicked?
Tony says, honestly, I have no clue. He goes
bro, we got destroyed.
Andrew needs to get off the turret and
asking if he's about to use technology that he doesn't understand on them, and assume that whatever this is,
yeah,
Iron Man just blowing us up. He needs to
Tony laughs, telling her, of course, he's not a monster. He's gonna
Tyler's saying that you need to target Iron Man a little bit more.
Of course she won't let him test on squirrels.
Iron Man was hard to kill or something.
But even IRL friends, she will not let him do that to squirrels. Tony tells Friday to make a note.
Let's try it again.
Girl is big into squirrels. He then turns to Ken and Tomas and says that he's pretty sure that they feel the same way about fish and chipmunks, huh? And together they tell him, yep. As Tony shakes Doreen's hand, he tells her no worries. He will figure out some inorganic...
That's a crappy birthday present.
...to see her.
The guy we've been friends with for like 5 years all of a sudden just up in dits.
That's the man who liberated Master's
That's the way
technology.
it is.
Let's liberate it back.
I mean, he
Doreen pulls out her
banned me years ago, so
info
whatever.
cards, as written by Deadpool, and sees that these high evolutionary goons are nothing special. When she puts the card back, she says, all right, let's go nuts. While Doreen and the others handle some of the goons, Tony comes back in the Iron Man suit and tells one of them that he wants them to deliver a message, and then he blasts him. He then says, tell him I already took his ball and went home. It's my ball.
That's crazy.
Ken points out that next time he might want to get his message across before...
When he said that there weren't going to be any more birthday hats, damn, you found out on your birthday that he wasn't doing no more birthday hats and stuff? That sucks, man.
The ship hatch opens up and outrun the humanoids. Doreen says that the whale one is so adorable. All of the humanoids run out punching and kicking, but through the scuffle, Doreen is knocked into an unknown capsule. The door slams down
but how could they? Like, that's not even a
suit. The light fills the room and Nancy runs up, beating on the door, shouting for them to open the door.
They can't
say... And Nancy asks, what happened?
Exactly.
Two jump out and one shouts, this is totally amazing, right? While punching one of the humanoids, Tony looks back and says, huh? That's what that does.
I don't know.
The two squirrel girls fought and beat back all the criminals until there was no one left standing. Tony goes back to the machine, stating that it's a perfect duplication job. Oh, what fun an adventure businessman
you know what I mean? So like they could have just not gotten
stop. They don't want him running anyone else through the machine until they know exactly how it works. And he tells them fine. He won't use it on anything organic. No inorganic either, including his suit. He can crash the vibranium market. So he shouts, fine. Let's just have no fun at all. Sounds great. And it was from that moment on that Squirrel Girl fought crime with her duplicate, and it was the greatest thing ever for exactly 24 hours.
Yeah, no,
While
get a
Squirrel Girl and her duplicate
free
fight and
groceries.
shout, Tony begins to ask what exactly happened and why are they destroying his very expensive penthouse suite. One of the girls shouts, Aline is what happened. And before Tony can ask, Nancy says that they decided to name the duplicate Doreen by her middle name Aileen so that they could easily tell them apart, Aileen and Doreen. But how can they tell them apart? Well, Doreen jumps on Aileen's tail, stating that actually it's really quite simple. It all began when they were out on patrol with Spider-Man and he asked the very same question. The simple answer is that when Doreen fell into the machine, she landed on her left side, and afterwards the clone appeared on the right side of the machine. But what started the problem is that when Doreen had drawn up plans to help make the world a better place, the clone by preemptively going out and stopping the world's rise before it happens instead of when it happens. So with the two of them, it kind of makes things a lot easier. And as the night fell, the five of them
I tried for the whole thing,
stopped
and then
running.
if
However,
they fight
while
you, I'd
working
be
the
like,
streets,
alright,
Doreen noticed a
I'm not
dead
paying
squirrel in the road. And it was that moment that Aileen snapped and began shouting how they can't keep letting these things happen to squirrels. They focused on finding a way of preventing the killing of squirrels instead.
Andrew doesn't know how to play
After that,
dealers or
Aileen
no?
ran off and didn't come back home.
Nah, he doesn't. I don't. He plays Adam Warlock. He doesn't know about team comp. He doesn't care about any of that right now. He doesn't understand there's supposed to be 2 healers, 2 tanks, 3 damage. I'm like, even I know that, but I don't really care right now either. I just want to play who I want to play.
As walked in, she says that she likes this location. It's a great
Alright, let me be a healer. I'll be a healer, bro.
Aileen asks, who are they calling a nut? Doreen runs over, hugging Aileen, asking what she's been doing this whole time. And Aileen flips the switch to turn on the light and says that she's actually been going over their most recent plan. She made some changes to it, and she would like to present it to them. The Squirrel Avengers Initiative, NK2! She then points to the black.
I guess I better start teaching them about team composition.
Their squirrels to help people. They can stop doing that since they constantly have to help humans. So they can stop the loss of innocent squirrels by teaching
Hey,
people
you're the
about
last one to
them and
pick.
getting rid
You
of
realize
them.
that
Anyone
we
who fights
have
back on the movement is
3
just being thrown into a
damage, 1
volcano.
tank.
Done. Alien then goes on to state that the squirrels don't stockpile nuclear bombs, they don't engineer diseases, and in fact, whenever the world is thought to be destroyed, it's because of the humans and humanoid aliens. There's a guy literally named upon it. Doreen says that she understands that the humans are problems, but it's
No, I was out of the circle. What the hell?
they can fix her, all right? Alien walks off, telling her that the world would be better if squirrels were in charge, and they have the power to make it happen. Doreen tries to say that while sure they love squirrels, they are simply not the dominating species. Alien pulls back the curtain as she was.
Oh, the HP was right there.
Using the machine that Tony built, stating that she's simply not sure anymore. And now, back in the current time, Aileen throws Doreen into the wall and destroys a pillar, causing the ceiling to collapse. As she escapes,
with the amazing
quickly grabs the phone and agrees, and Doreen tells Tony that that's how they got to this point, with them in his penthouse and him in his underwear. Tony tells her, perfect, just perfect. As Tony gets up, begins to put together the pieces of his Iron Man suit, and he says, thankfully, you have a bit of an advantage. Aileen is only so now they're going to help everyone else, like the actual Avengers. The next morning, Tony leads an assault on the factory that's mass-producing squirrels with the other Avengers, along with Doreen, to help stop her evil clone, Alien. After blasting a hole in the wall, Quicksilver runs through telling everyone that the place is completely empty. Jerky Squirrel Girl is gone with the machine. Tony says this is going to be a hard nut to crack, and everyone stares at him and he asks, what? Everyone begins to try and figure out what to do next when Doreen tells everyone that she has an idea, and she presses the button on her earring. As she jumps into the air, electricity shoots through the floor, stunning everyone as she shouts that she could just booby-trap the Avengers and take them down from within. Alien sits on a pipe and says that was a lot easier than she thought. With enough AC current, she can even stop...
Oh no, I jumped off the edge!
Yeah, I saw that. I was healing you too. You were perfectly healed.
Tony blasts away the pipe that
That's so unfortunate.
and she gets down and
So
out.
unfortunate.
You just said bye-bye.
Shield. After grabbing Sam Wilson's shield, she throws it, and it bounces off of Tony's suit. And he says, actually, him and Cap have fought several times before. We're currently working on our communication skills. Alien then grabs Hawkeye's arrows and starts to fire each one, asking, how about these sticky putty arrows then? And Tony asks, really? And then Alien starts throwing all of the knocked out Avengers at him. Inside of the suit, Friday says that they can't fire weapons because they're currently blocked by one or more Avengers. But before Tony can do anything, Alien jumps on Tony's suit, ripping off the helmet, and then punches him in the face. Alien then begins collecting all of the items from the Avengers except for Thor's hammer. It's just kind of too heavy. And then she tells all of the duplicated squirrels that it's time to begin phase 2. Meanwhile, deep in the woods of upstate New York, Doreen tells Nancy and the rest of them that if she knows Aileen, which she does since she's her, she'll be hiding somewhere here. The group moves along and they see Aileen sitting on a log and shouts, there she is! Ken runs up telling her that her plans are over, but as he touches her, the body slumps over and the squirrels begin to run out. Doreen looks down and says that it looks like Aileen left them a note. She reads the note and it says that she's sorry that she had Natasha the squirrel lure them away, but soon she will be able to see a new world where the squirrels are ruling. By the time she even reads this, the Avengers will be out of the way. It was easy since they had the same number, huh? And she can probably figure out what's gonna happen next. Doreen says that Aileen used her phone to pose as her and give the Avengers new instructions. Crap, crap, crap. Tomas then asks, what are they supposed to do next? And Doreen asks, what is the cause of thousands of power failures every year? More than anything else. Spoiler, it's squirrels. Right at that moment, all across the state, squirrels begin to dismantle the power plants, causing a massive power outage. Everyone begins to pull out their phones to see no service. And Doreen says they have no choice. With all of the heroes gone, it's up to them to stop Aileen. Back in New York, Aileen tells the squirrels that she has great news. No one can stop them. She even has a giant Iron Man glove. So actually, it's two good things. And as for the knocked out heroes over there, she'll just go ahead and send them to the negative zone. Without power, the other heroes won't be able to generate the energy that it would take for them to get the Avengers out. She can still send people there, though, with this device. As lights begin to flash around the Avengers, all of them are then transported off to the negative zone. Aileen then says that it's time to remove all of the other heroes and villains. And you know how? With Deadpool's trading cards that involve everyone's strength and weaknesses, of course. He was completely irresponsible for making these. And one by one, Aileen begins to take out each of the world's heroes and villains, taking and collecting something from each of them, adding to her collection of weapons. After tossing Deadpool into the fire with the last of the remaining heroes, Aileen says that will be enough. And then all of a sudden she hears "Toom Toom" from the SHIELD helicarrier. Phil shouts from the carrier that she's under arrest. And while flying the Green Goblin's hoverboard, she shouts, "Bring it, nerds!" Phil tells Nick that she just called them nerds. Nick figures out that she may have taken out all of the heroes, but they still have a Hulk. Hulk jumps from the carrier, slamming Aileen back to the ground. And she calls out for a Little Miss Cupcakes. Hulk then begins to hear something and he sees a small squirrel being adorable. And as he plays with the squirrel, he slowly begins to revert back to Bruce Banner. And then Aileen throws a pumpkin bomb at Bruce and begins to shout, "What else you got?" Back up in the carrier, Doreen nervously says, "I'm pretty impressed. Go me, huh?" Nick tells her that they really have no other option right now other than to send them in with some standard issue SHIELD rocket boots. So the hatch below Doreen and the rest of them opens up and they all begin to fall out. Phil tells them, "Go get them, tigers." As they begin to make their way to the ground, Aileen says that she was wondering who would show up. Check out what she could do. She then rips a tree out of the ground and smacks them and throws said tree at them. With everyone pinned down, Aileen sends the SHIELD helicarrier to the negative zone and then walks over to the others. As she gets there, she sees the squirrels running out from the close.
We're too good.
And Aileen says,
"Yeah, we're whooping them out."
Like to be tricked by a decoy.
We're literally too good.
And everyone begin to run away.
All we have to do is switch to have the good team composition. So what we're looking for is having 2 damage, 2 tank, and 2 support.
Unbeatable. Everyone sits quietly, and Doreen
so if you see if it's a little bit off,
lay low and round
gotta
any
switch.
hero and villain that didn't happen to get picked up. So as a weak
oh no, right now we have 3 damage.
4 other heroes
1 tank
have not been teleported to the negative.
But at least you need 1 of each at least.
For Aileen, Tomas shouts that it's time to eat nuts and kick butts.
Alright guys, it's gonna be my last one for a little bit. I'm gonna take a break after this one.
Easily stops everyone else. Aileen then asks,
make some dinner.
They hate loud noises. And as everyone lays on the ground knocked out, Doreen makes one final attempt.
I might be down for that.
Aileen pinning her to the ground. She manages to kick and grabs Tippy.
In a little bit though, we'll take a little break.
Doreen says no, she wouldn't do that. And she runs back in, but as she tackles into Aileen, a light shines and Doreen is gone. Tippy shouts, "What did you do?" And Aileen says, "It was supposed to be a bluff. It was an accident." She goes on saying that there's nothing that they can do, and Tippy shouts, "That's not true! She's unbeatable!" Tippy then runs over, snatching up the teleporter, hopping onto the Iron Man glove, and she rockets off. The glove shoots through New York and back to the abandoned factory where Thor.
Andrew, do you know how to be a tank or a support?
She presses
I know how to be a victor.
Glow and teleport, and the glove continues flying by and hits a wall, slamming Tippy into it. Up on the moon,
I know how to be
the hammer appears in Doreen's hand, and then lightning begins to
I don't know,
surround
whatever you
back
guys
to
want to do. If what I'm picking isn't working, then I'll pick whatever you guys want.
Yeah, you need to pick either a tank or a support.
The negative zone appear, and Doreen shouts, "Nuts to that!" Not necessarily in an orderly fashion. Each of the heroes take their turns beating up Aileen. After Doreen punches Aileen,
I got him one, but it didn't work for PS5, so he sent it back, and I still gotta get him another one.
Speaking of which, where is she? Nancy tells her that Tippy went to the factory and, well, Doreen shouts for Dr. Strange to take them there now. And in a flash, everyone is teleported to the factory. And Doreen shouts that this can't be happening. Daredevil says that he's hardly thinking of a hurt. There's nothing that they can do. And Doreen shouts they can't give up on her. The reason Tippy didn't follow Aileen and others is because Tippy believed in mutants. Squirrels and humans are better together, not apart. Dr. Strange says that Tippy has a broken neck and a cracked spine. There's nothing through her tears. Doreen screams that she's in a room with the best heroes on the planet and no one can do anything. Shut up with that. A few days later, Tippy lays in the ER and she opens her eyes. Doreen tells her that she's here for her. Tippy asks if they saved the world. Doreen tells her no, you saved the world. Tippy coughs, stating that she didn't think that she would get hurt. Doreen tells her it's alright. She just needs to relax. She has the Earth's mightiest doctors on the case. 3 weeks later, Tippy recovers and the Earth slowly goes back to normal. And Tony Stark puts up a billboard telling the world, "My bad, everyone!" But during that time, Doreen visited Aileen while being incarcerated. As they visit, Aileen says that she's sorry for everything that's happened. She just wanted a world where the squirrels could rule. And seeing how she rescued Tippy, she actually has an idea that they might all be able to agree on. A short while later, Nick Fury announces that on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., they remand the custody of the negative zone to the entity known as the Duplicate Squirrel Girl and approximately 62,000 duplicated squirrels. There she can explore, map, and make safe this new frontier for human, inhuman, mutant, and squirrel kind. Aileen tells Tippy that she's going to miss her, and Tippy says that she really enjoyed their time together when they weren't fighting. Doreen says that this is the last chance to back out, but Aileen says that it will be fine. They both know that they hate long goodbyes, so you be good. Doreen quietly tells her, "You too," and in a flash, she is gone. While Doreen stands alone, she says that she really is unbeatable. And that concludes a fun little spin-off story of Squirrel Girl defeats the Avengers, or the Marvel Universe, or I honestly don't remember the name of it off the top of my head right now, but she beats up everyone. She actually does, and they actually gave a really good reason for it. It wasn't just some lame storyline in which the superhero suddenly had powers to do it. She actually was able to do it. It was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know what you think of Squirrel Girl down below, her getting her own TV show real soon, and let me know what you guys think of this storyline. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to keep up to date on all your favorite comic books recaps dramatically, and at any time, you can always follow me on Twitter and Instagram. I'm over there, just hanging out.
This is gonna hurt.
Thanks.
Systems restarting.
So Dr. Doom fights Kang the Conqueror and Mephisto in this story, and it's amazing. Okay, so check this out. So this initially picks up with something called the Anthleon Collider, which is basically a black hole that's being created on the dark side of the moon. It's more of a controlled black hole. It's basically a minor singularity. But the reason why this is done is because the world, or at least the scientific community on Earth in the Marvel Universe, wants to start shifting more towards like nuclear power, different things like that. But with all the different forms of energy that are used, the big question that people find themselves asking is, what do we do with all this waste, right? This energy waste that we end up creating. Is it one of these things where we're going to just kind of keep on doing what we're doing, which is driving to the side of a hill, dumping our trash in the ground, and then covering it up? Or are we going to come up with something that's a little more elegant and more befitting of our technological advancement? And so that's the idea behind this black hole, is to literally create a place whereby trash can be dumped essentially for infinity, right? Because black holes will bring everything down on the atomic level, and it may end up filling up, but I mean, it would take an astronomically long amount of time in order for that to happen. The kicker to all this is that while these interviews are being done with members of the Anthleon Collider community, they're also talking to Dr. Doom. And they ask him the question, like, what's your stance on this? Of course, Dr. Doom being Dr. Doom is like, it's gonna fail, right? This whole thing's being done by Reed Richards. As intelligent as he is, the biggest problem Reed Richards has is that he's sloppy. And because he's sloppy, this is going to end up failing disastrously. Now, the crazy thing about this is that you do have this guy named Steve, who's one of the guys conducting the interview, right? One of these reporters. And he literally says, many believe that you're just upset because you were left out on the project. And it has to be a failure because you weren't involved. Now, here's the thing, right? Anybody who knows anything about Dr. Doom in Marvel Comics knows that there are some things you just don't say, right? Like, pick your battles wisely. This is one of those, because when the interview ends, Dr. Doom just kind of leaves in a huff. and then tells one of his guys, bring the reporter Steve to me. Bring that guy to me, right? Like, I want my hands on that guy. He's been mouthing off, and we need to help Steve understand his place in the bigger picture. And so one of the things that kind of goes on here, and it's cool, is that while that's taking place, you end up having Dr. Doom in his study. And while he's there, he's suddenly met by the arrival of Kang the Conqueror. Now, when it comes to Kang and Dr. Doom, this is one of those things where
one of our players quit.
Right, in the sense that because these two guys are kind of distant relations to a degree, Kang doesn't really do a whole lot in terms of intentionally going after Victor Von Doom. The reason for that is that
we need them anyways.
It's never been fully established if Kang the Conqueror is the descendant of Reed Richards or the descendant of Victor Von Doom. But the risk here, and even Kang himself doesn't fully know, if he were to attack Dr. Doom and he were to kill him.
Bro, Kang the Conqueror is either a descendant of Von Doom or of Reed Richards. Did you know that? I had no idea.
Although the two have fought and the fights between Dr. Doom and Kang are usually
Kang is crazy. That's why I'm kind of sad they're not going.
But I didn't know he was a descendant of Mr. Fantastic or Iron Man. But why do they like either or? They don't know who's his real dad?
Nah, it's just in different universes.
Oh, okay.
But Dr. Doom has great lines. He's got great lines. But it's just one of those things. But it's also because of the fact that Dr. Doom is so astronomically intelligent, and because he's so capable, and because his lust for power in a lot of ways mirrors that of Kang, there is a kind of respect that has grown between the two. Also because of the fact they've helped each other at different points in time. And so Kang being here is one of those things where it's a little mysterious. We don't really know why he's here in the first place. The nature of the conversation is really more just kind of banter back and forth between the two, and that's basically it. And then Kang ultimately just sort of teleports away. But what Dr. Doom ends up doing is as he prepares for bed, then he actually ends up having this vision of a woman that we haven't discovered yet, and she and Dr. Doom have a family, right? Like they have a whole full-on family. And so Dr. Doom really kind of going back to his quarters right after this sort of hallucination, which really even takes him by surprise, he ends up opening the door only to find that he's on the moon where the entire Antlion project has gone awry. According to his prediction, it's manifested a full-scale black hole and is sucking everything in around it. Now, here's the thing to understand. If a black hole opened on the moon, we would die so fast we wouldn't even be able to understand what had happened, right? Like literally it would just probably be a flash of light and like that's it. That's all we would see. But the thing about this is that once Dr. Doom, of course, the next morning, he's basically told, hey, we have Steve, that he ends up going to find where Steve is basically just kind of strung up. And he's like, make sure he's fed today. Tomorrow we might not feed him, but today make sure he's fed. And so as Dr. Doom is kind of meditating and focusing on this vision that he received, suddenly the nuclear arms of Latveria fire off, right? They literally just start going off. Like all these nuclear weapons of Latveria shoot off. They head toward the Antlion fighters and basically destroy the whole thing. And because they originated from Latveria, and because Dr. Doom had been like, yeah, man, this whole thing is gonna fail, the immediate suspect for all of this is Dr. Doom. And these guys come swooping in, right? It's just a shootout at the OK Corral, right? Guns blazing. The first one to show up here is Union Jack. He doesn't really matter all that much, but he is cool, right? He's one of these characters where he never really gets a whole lot of the comics, but he is cool, and it is interesting to see him from time to time. But the funny thing about this is that while this attack's going on, suddenly Victor Von Doom is shot by Agent Zero. Now, Agent Zero is a lot more capable. Maverick was one of the original inductees into the Weapon X program alongside Wolverine. So while he's not necessarily on the same level as Wolverine regarding like adamantium bonding and all that kind of stuff, he is probably one of the single greatest assassins and mercenaries in the entirety of the Marvel Universe. It's crazy how good he is. And he even goes as far as to say Interpol's reward, right? The International Police, their reward just shot up.
Yeah, we didn't have anybody being healers.
Like, literally, everybody's got it out for this guy.
It's all right.
Everybody's coming for this guy. And so where Dr. Doom is able
Audrey and I
to
gotta run to the store, so but we'll up on Warzone when we get back. So whenever you're ready, we'll be already
he had instructed
all right, man, sounds good.
Immediately issue a surrender, right? Immediately tell them we're surrendering here because the worst thing we can do
is Tyler.
face off against these forces. Because
started going downhill last few matches. Let me take a little break. Jump in some Warzone afterward. If you want to play some Warzone,
You're never
I'll
gonna
hit you
take
up.
me alive, right? It's that
I
kind
don't
of
even
thing,
think I
right?
have it
And so
downloaded.
ultimately, he ends up
fair
basically
enough.
just surrendering to various forces that show
No
up
worries.
here.
All right,
Now,
brother.
once he's
I'll holler at you
taken,
later
he's
on
actually
tonight.
brought
Might
in
jump back
by
into
a
this some more.
combination of different things. The first two are Silver Sable
Sounds
and Amy
good.
Chen. Now, these two are particularly important, but only in certain circles.
All right, guys, that was fun.
So Silver Sable runs
Thanks for watching.
a group called the Wild
See you
Pack.
next time.